Point 7. Thus a proper theory is not contained in Goethe's color theory, however, the way for such a theory is prepared by it, and a striving towards a theory speaks so clearly from the whole that one could say that the total impression of the work urgently requires a theory, just as a seventh chord urgently requires the harmonic that resolves it. However, the work actually provides no unifying point F, the point to which everything refers, but which must always remain independent of everything, the point to which one must always look back from each separate fact. Now in this respect, to complete Goethe's work, to advance as an abstract iona the supreme principle on which all the data rests, and so to provide the theory of color in the narrowest sense of the word, this is what the present treatise will attempt, ultimately only with respect to color considered as physiological appearance, but as a result of the presentation to be given here, exactly this consideration will turn out to be the first, indeed, the more significant half of the whole theory of color, to which, from a theoretical perspective, the second half, which considers physical and chemical colors, always stands in a dependent and subordinate relation, even if it is the richer in facts. Point 8. But like any true theory 9, the theory to be advanced here will pay off its debt to the data to which it owes its origin, for, while seeking to explain what color is in its essence, the theory will show the actual significance of the data by explaining their connections, and the data are completely confirmed in the process. Following this theory will even put one in a position to judge a priori the correctness of the Newtonian and Goethean explanation of physical colors. Indeed, in individual cases, the theory itself will be able to correct the data, so, example in particular, we will encounter a point at which Goethe, who on the whole was perfectly correct, still erred, and Newton, who on the whole was completely wrong, pronounced the truth to a certain extent, although actually more in 5 words than in sense, and even not entirely so. Nevertheless, my departure from Goethe on this point became the reason why, in his correspondence with Councillor of State Schultz, edited in 1853 by Duntzer-B, he referred to me as an opponent of his color theory, just on the occasion of the present treatise, in which I appeared as his most resolute champion, and I have remained this into old age, just as I had already been in my 28th year. Special evidence of this is given by my large parchment, covered with writing, in the album published in his honor by his place of birth on the celebration of his 100th birthday, in which one can see me, always alone, raising high the banner of his color theory in fearless opposition to the entire learned world. However, he demanded the most unqualified agreement, nothing more, nothing less. Therefore, as in my theory I had taken an essential step beyond him, he vented his anger in an epigram. I would still longer bear the teacher's burden. If only the students would not at once become teachers. What comes before these lines also alludes to this. Your good thoughts, in others' veins, will soon quarrel with you. That is, I had personally been his student in color theory, as he also mentioned in the letter cited above. Point 10. However, before I come to the actual subject of this treatise, colors, it is necessary for me to make some preliminary remarks about vision in general. Indeed, this aspect of the problem, the discussion of which my objective requires here, is not something optical and physiological, but that aspect which by its very nature pertains to the theory of the cognitive faculty 11 and so is completely pertinent to general philosophy. Such a discussion can be treated here, where it appears only as ancillary, as nothing more than fragmentary and incomplete. The only real reason for its appearing here is so that, insofar as possible, every reader should bring to the following main chapter the genuine conviction 6 that colors, which appear to him to clothe objects, are entirely in his eyes alone. Indeed, this had already been taught by Descartes, Dioptrix, ch1b, and by many after him, most thoroughly by Locke, long before both, however, Sextus Empiricus, Pyrrhonine Hypotyposes, Book 2, ch 7, 72, 75c, had already amply and clearly worked it out, indeed going so far as to prove that we do not know things according to what they may be in themselves, but only their appearances, which he quite skillfully explained through the analogy that whoever sees an image of Socrates without Knowing him cannot say whether it resembles him. 12 All this notwithstanding, I did not believe I could assume a correct, clear, and indubitable knowledge of the thoroughly subjective nature of color 13 without further consideration. Without such knowledge some scruples would still be felt over the observations on colors which follow, which would disturb and weaken conviction about what is expounded here. Consequently what I present here is aphoristic and in a simple outline, only as much as our purpose requires, that is, it is the theory of external, empirical intuition of objects in space as it comes about upon the excitement of sensation in the sense organs, by way of the understanding and the remaining forms of the intellect which accompany it. In recent years I have stated the theory most comprehensively, amply, and completely in the second edition of my treatise on the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason, 21. Thus in regard to this important subject, I recommend this section to my reader who must see that which is given here only as a forerunner. 14. 7. First chapter on vision. 1. Intellectual nature of intuition. Distinction between understanding and reason and between illusion and error. Cognition, the character of animals. Application of all this to intuition through the eye. Alla intuition is intellectual. For without the understanding it would never come to intuition, to perception, apprehension of objects, rather, it would remain as mere sensation which at most could have significance with regard to the will as pain or comfort, but would otherwise be a change of meaningless states and would not be anything similar to a cognition. For intuition, i.e., for cognition of an object first of all requires that the understanding refer any impression that the body 15 receives to its cause, placing this cause in a priori intuited space, as the cause from which the effect proceeds, thus recognizing the cause as acting, as actual i.e., as a representation of the same type and class as is the body. However, this transition from the effect to the cause is an immediate, vivid, necessary one, since it is a cognition of the pure understanding, it is neither an inference of reason nor a combination of concepts and judgments according to logical laws. Such a thing is the business of reason, which contributes nothing to intuition, but aid whose object is a completely different class of representations that on earth belongs only to the human race, namely, abstract, non-intuited representations, i.e., concepts. Through concepts, however, humans have received their great advantages, language, science, and above all the discretion only possible through the review of the whole of life, which keeps them independent of the impressions of the moment and makes it possible to act in a deliberate, premeditated, methodical way, whereby their activity is so clearly distinct from that of animals, and the condition for any deliberate choice among multiple motives is met, so that the most complete self-consciousness accompanies the decision of their will. All of this humans owe to concepts, i.e., to reason. Like all abstractive principles, the law of causality, as abstract principle, is, of course, reflection and thus is an object of reason, but the actual, vivid, immediate, necessary cognition of the law of causality precedes all reflection as it precedes all experience, and it lies in the understanding. By means of the understanding the sensations of the body are the starting point for intuition of the world because the law of causality, of which we are aware a priori is applied to the relation of the immediate object, the body, to other objects, which are only mediated, when it has a high degree of sharpness and precision. The cognition of the same law applied only to and among mediate objects, produces cleverness which, like intuition in general, can hardly be produced by abstract concepts. Therefore, being rational and being clever are two very different characteristics. Thus intuition, cognition of objects, of the objective world, is the work of the understanding. The senses are merely the seat of an enhanced sensibility and parts of the body that are to a greater degree receptive of the influence of other bodies, and indeed, each sense is open to a particular type of influence for which the remaining senses have either little or absolutely no receptivity. This specific difference of sensation in each of the five senses, however, does not have its basis in the nervous system itself, but only in the 9 ways in which the system is affected. Accordingly, Any sensation can be seen as a modification of the sense of touch or the capacity to feel extended across the entire body. For the substance of the nerves, apart from the sympathetic system, is one and the same in the whole body, without the slightest difference. Now if it is affected by light through the eye or by sound through the ear, so that it receives specifically different sensations, this difference cannot lie in the substance itself, but only in the way it is affected. But this in part depends on the external agent by which it is affected, light, sound, odor, in part on the structure through which it has been exposed to the impression of this agent, i.e., by the sense organ. It is the fact that in the ear the nerve of the labyrinth and the cochlea, floating in the auditory fluid, receives vibrations of the air by means of this fluid, but that the optical nerve receives the influence of light through the aqueous humor and the lens, refracting the light in the eye, that is the cause of the specific difference of the two sensations, not the nerve itself. Consequently the auditory nerve could see and the optical nerve could hear, so long as the external apparatus of each exchanged places. 16, but the modification which the senses undergo is never an intuition, but is the original stuff that the understanding transforms into intuition. Among all the senses, sight is capable of the finest and most varied external impressions, however, of itself it can merely provide sensation, which first becomes intuition through the application of the understanding to the sensation. If someone who stands before a beautiful, wide vista could for a moment be robbed of all understanding, then nothing of the entire vista would remain for him except the sensation of a highly varied effect iona of his retina that resembles the many blobs of color on an artist's palette. 17, which is similar to the raw stuff from which his understanding created that intuition just a moment ago. In the first weeks of life the child 10 receives sensations with all senses, but it intuits nothing. It apprehends nothing, therefore, it stares stupidly at the world. Soon, however, it begins to learn how to use the understanding and to apply the law of causality, of which it is aware prior to all experience, and to connect it with the forms of all cognition, space and time, which are likewise given a priori. Thus it moves from sensation to intuition, to apprehension, and henceforth it gazes on the world with clever, intelligent eyes. However, since any object affects all five senses differently, these effects still lead back to one and the same specific cause, which in this way presents itself as an object, so the child acquiring intuition compares the many different types of impressions that it receives from a specific object. It feels what it sees, see what it feels, follows the sound to its cause, using smell and taste as aids, and finally, with the eye taking into account distance and illumination, it becomes acquainted with the effect of lights and shadows, and ultimately, with great effort, even cognition of perspective arises through the combination of the laws of space with that of causality, both of which lie in consciousness a priori and need only be applied. In this process we must even take into account the alterations that occur when we see at different distances, alterations undergone partly by the inner conformation of the eyes, partly by the positions of the eyes relative to one another. The child already makes all these combinations for the understanding, only the optician makes them for reason, i.e., in the abstract data. Thus in this way the child processes the various data of sensibility into intuition according to the laws of the understanding of which it is conscious a priori, through which the world of objects first exists for the child. Much later it learns to use reason, then it begins to understand speech, to speak and actually to think. What has been said here about intuition will become even clearer through a more specific consideration of the matter. For the acquisition of intuition it is first of all requisite to see the object upright, while its impression is inverted. Because the light rays proceeding from a body cross one another upon penetrating through the pupil, the 11 impression which the light rays make on the nerve substance of the retina, and which has been incorrectly called an image, appears in inverse order, that is, the light coming from below goes to the top, the light coming from above goes to the bottom, that from the right side to the left and vice versa. Now if, as has been assumed, the object of intuition were an actual image here on the retina, which would then be completed by something like a soul sitting behind, in the brain, then we would see the object inverted, as actually happens in any dark room which receives light from external objects through a small hole. However, here it is not so, but rather intuition arises by the fact that the understanding instantaneously refers the impression received by the retina to its cause, which in the very process now presents itself as an object in space, the form of intuition that accompanies it. Now by tracing back from the effect to the cause, the understanding follows the direction that the sensation of the light rays brought with it, by which means everything again comes to its correct position, as now objects are presented as above which in sensation were below. The second thing that is essential to the acquisition of intuition is that although the child sees with two eyes, each of which receives an image of the object, even to the extent that the direction from the same point of the object is a different one for each eye, nevertheless the child learns to see only one object. 18 This happens because by means of the original cognition of the law of causality, the effect of a point of light, although striking each eye from a different direction, is still recognized as causally originating from one point and object. The two lines from that point through the pupils on each retina are called the optical axes, and their angle on each point is called the optical angle. When an object is observed, if each eyeball has the same position with respect to its orbit as the other, as is the case in the normal condition, then in each of the two eyes, the optical axes will rest on homologous points of the retina, corresponding to one another. But now the outer side of one retina does not at all correspond to the outer side of the other, but the right side of the left retina corresponds to the right side of the right retina, etc. From the symmetrical position 12 of the eyes in their orbits, which in all natural motions of the eyes is always maintained, we become acquainted empirically with the positions of the two retinas exactly corresponding to one another, and from that point we always refer the affections arising from these analogous positions to only one and the same object as their cause. Therefore, although seeing with two eyes and receiving doubled impressions, we recognize everything as single, that which is doubly sensed becomes that which is singly intuited, precisely because intuition is intellectual, not merely sensible. However, that in every inference of the understanding we are guided by the conformity of the affected positions of each retina is proved by the fact that when the optical axes are directed to a more distant object and we close the optical angle on this object, then an object standing closer to us appears doubled, precisely because the light passing through the pupils to the retina does not strike two analogous places. Conversely, for the same reason, we see the more distant object doubled. When we have directed our eyes to a closer object and close the optical angle on it. 19 A visual presentation of the matter can be found in the illustrations in the second edition of my treatise on the fourfold root, which is very useful for a complete understanding of the matter. A thorough presentation, made clear through many figures, of the different positions of the optical axes and the phenomena produced by them can be found in Robert Smith's Optics, Cambridge, 1738.20. There is fundamentally no difference between the relation of the optical axis to the object and the impressions on each of the 10 fingers touching a body, impressions that differ according to the position of each finger contacting it, but which are still recognized as resulting from one body. The cognition of an object never proceeds from mere impression, but only when the causal law and hence the understanding is applied to the impression. Incidentally, because this law is the sole form of the understanding and the condition for the possibility of any objective perception, it is quite absurd to claim that knowledge of the causal law first arises from experience, example from the resistance that 13 bodies offer when we press on them. For the causal law is the prior condition for our perception of these bodies, which in turn must first be the motive of our acting on them. And still, if the understanding had not already possessed the law of causality and brought it to sensation, how could the law of causality proceed from the mere feeling of pressure on the hands, which has absolutely no similarity to this law? Concerning the causality between will and actions of the body, see The World as Will and Representation, 3rd ed., Volume 2, pages 41-4, and on the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason, 2nd ed., p. 74.a, 21. If the English and the French still schlep around the same old baggage, it can be attributed to their naivete, because Kantian philosophy still has not gotten through to them, and thus they are still wrapped up in the inadequate empiricism of Locke and Condillac. But if German philosophers nowadays presume to pass off time, space, and causality as knowledge gained through experience, see absurdities which for 70 years have been completely set aside and exploded, about which their grandfathers already shrugged their shoulders, and bring these ideas to the marketplace again, behind which, meanwhile, lurk certain intentions that I have exposed in the preface to the second edition of On Will in Nature, then they deserve to be confronted with Goethe and Schiller's Xenion. Poor empirical devil, you cannot even once recognize how dumb you are, oh, so a priori dumb.d. In particular, I recommend that anyone who has had the misfortune to own a copy of the third edition of System of Metaphysics by Ernst Reinhold, 1854, write this verse on the title page. Precisely because the a priority of the causal law is so very evident, even Goethe, who did not busy himself with investigations of this sort, but simply followed his own feelings, said, the innate concept of the absolute necessity of cause and effect, on natural science in general in his posthumous works, Volume 10, p. 123. I now return to our theory of empirical intuition. Point 22. After intuition has long been acquired, a very remarkable situation can occur, which provides a sort of proof of everything said. Namely, after practicing for many years, every moment, what we have learned in our childhood, processing 14 and arranging the data of sensation by the laws of the understanding, we can become confused about this data through an alteration in the positions of the sense organs. There are two well-known situations in which this occurs, by shifting the eyes out of the natural, symmetrical position, thus crossing the eyes, and secondly, by laying the middle finger over the index finger. We now see and feel one object doubled. As always, the understanding proceeds correctly, only it simply receives false data, for the light rays proceeding from the same point to the two eyes no longer impinge on the retinas at two corresponding positions, and the outer sides of the two fingers touch opposite surfaces of the same ball, which could never occur if the fingers were in their natural positions. From this arises seeing double and touching double as an illusion which cannot be avoided because the understanding, the application of which was acquired with so much effort, cannot readily be abandoned, but always presupposes the usual position of the sense organs. But a still more striking, if much rarer, proof of our theory is provided by the opposite situation, that is, when two objects are seen as one, which occurs because each of the two is seen by a different eye, but in each eye the homologous spot, i.e., that corresponding to the same space on the other retina, is affected. Take two identical paper tubes, and place them parallel to one another so that the space between them is equal to the space between the eyes. In the objective end of each tube, fasten something like an 8-penny piece in a vertical position. When one looks through the tubes with both eyes, only one tube and one 8-penny piece appear because the optical axes cannot close on the optical angle which would be consistent with this distance, but remain completely parallel as each follows its tube. Thus the corresponding places of the retina in each eye are impinged upon by a different 8-penny piece, and the understanding now ascribes the doubled impression to one and the same object and therefore apprehends only one object where there are, indeed, two. The recently invented stereoscope depends on this. For this, two daguerreotypes of the same object are taken, but with the slightest difference of 15 position that corresponds to the parallax from one eye to the other. Now these are affixed to one another in the very obtuse angle consistent with this parallax, and then are observed through binocular tubes. The result is 1, that the places of both retinas symmetrically corresponding to one another are impinged upon at the same point by both images, and 2, that each of the two eyes sees in the image lying before it just that part of the depicted body that remains obscured to the other eye on account of the parallax of its viewpoint, whereby it is accomplished that in the intuitive apprehension of the understanding, the two images fuse into one, but as a result of the second circumstance, these two images also appear to be a perfectly solid body, a deception which a mere painting, even one of the greatest art and perfection, never produces because it only shows us its object as it would be seen by someone with one eye. I do not know how there could be a more striking proof of the intellectual nature of intuition. Thus one will never understand the stereoscope without knowledge of this, rather, with purely physiological explanations one will attempt to do so in vain. 23. Thus we now see all such illusions arise because the data, to which in earliest childhood the understanding learns to apply its laws and to which it has become accustomed throughout life, are shifted for it by being placed differently from the way they are in the natural course of things. Now at the same time, however, this observation offers us such a clear view of the difference between understanding and reason that I cannot avoid calling attention to it. Such an illusion can certainly be accounted for by reason, but not done away with for the understanding, which is non-rational precisely because it is pure understanding. Here is what I mean: with such an illusion, intentionally brought about, we know very well, in the abstract or for reason, that, example, only one object is present, although with crossed eyes and crossed fingers we see and touch two, or we know that two are present although we see only one. 25. However, despite this abstract cognition, the illusion itself still remains in place. For understanding and sensibility are intractable to principles of reason, i.e. 16 simply non-rational. From this also follows what illusion and error actually are: the former is deception of the understanding, the latter deception of reason; the former opposes reality, the latter truth. Illusion always arises either because the understanding's apprehension, which is constantly rule-governed and inalterable, is subverted by an unusual condition of the sense organs, i.e. a state different from that to which it has learned to apply its functions, or because an effect which the senses usually receive daily and hourly from one and the same cause is produced for once by a completely different cause. This is so, example, when a painting appears to be a relief, or a stick thrust in water seems to be broken, or a concave mirror shows an object as if floating before it, a convex mirror shows it as if behind it, or the moon appears much larger on the horizon than at its zenith, the last of which is due not to refraction, but to understandings immediately estimating the moon's size according to its distance and, as with terrestrial objects, according to atmospheric perspective, i.e., according to obscurity through haze. 26. Conversely, error is a judgment of reason that is not related to something external to it as is required by the principle of reason in the form applicable to reason as such. Thus, error is an actual, but false judgment, a baseless abstract supposition. 27. Illusion can occasion error. An example of this would be the case given earlier of the judgment "there are two balls," which does not stand to anything in the relation just mentioned, and thus is groundless. 28. On the contrary, the judgment "I feel an impression as if there were two balls" would be true, since the judgment is in the aforesaid relation to a sensible affection. 29. An error can be eliminated precisely through a judgment that is true and has illusion as its basis, i.e., by declaring the illusion to be such. An illusion, however, cannot be eliminated through abstract cognition based on reason, e.g. the moon does not appear smaller when one reasons that it appears enlarged when it is viewed through an atmospheric perspective and when it is viewed horizontally through the increased density of a haze. However, the illusion can gradually disappear if its cause is persistent and the unusual becomes usual. 30. E.g. if someone always 17 crosses their eyes, the understanding seeks to correct the way they apprehend things and through the correct apprehension of the external cause seeks in various ways to produce agreement between perceptions, example between vision and touch. It now does anew what it did in the child: given the new position of the eyes, it becomes acquainted with the places of each retina on which light rays coming from one point impinge. In this way, the person habitually cross-eyed sees everything only as single. But if someone through an accident, example paralysis of the eye muscles, suddenly is compelled to constantly be cross-eyed, then at first he continually sees everything doubled. This is verified by the case which Ches Eldon explains, Anatomy, p. 324, 3rd ed. When a man received a blow to the head, his eyes were permanently crossed, he now saw everything doubled, but after some time single again, although the unparalleled position of the eyes remained. A similar case history can be found in Ophthalmological Library, Volume 3, PT3, P164. If the patient described there had not soon been cured, he would indeed have had permanently crossed eyes, but he finally would have no longer seen double. Home has told of still another case of this type in his lecture in the Philosophical Transactions for 1797. B. In the same way, anyone who always held his fingers crossed would ultimately no longer feel double. But so long as someone crosses his eyes in a different optical angle each day, he will see everything double. Moreover, it may always be as Buffon claimed, History of the Academy of Sciences 1743 d, that one whose eyes are sharply crossed inward will see absolutely nothing with the crossed eye, but this will not apply in all cases of crossed eyes. 31. Now since there is no intuition without understanding, all animals indisputably possess understanding. Indeed, it distinguishes animals from plants, as reason distinguishes humans from animals. For the actual distinguishing character of being an animal is cognition, and this absolutely requires understanding. There have been all sorts of attempts to establish a characteristic mark distinguishing between animals and plants, and nothing fully satisfying has ever been discovered. The most striking is still spontaneous motion in taking up nourishment. But this is only a phenomenon based on cognition 18 and is thus to be subordinated to it. For a truly spontaneous movement, not following from mechanical, chemical, or physiological causes, occurs only upon a cognized object which becomes the motive of the movement. Even the animal that is most closely related to the plant, the polyp, when it seizes its prey with its tentacles and takes it to its mouth, has seen it, has perceived it, although without specialized eyes, and in fact the polyp would never have come to this intuition without understanding. The intuited object is the motive for the polyp's movement. I would set the distinction between the inorganic body, the plant, and the animal in this way. An inorganic body is one for which all movements occur from some external cause which is equal to the effect in degree, so that the effect can be measured and calculated from the cause, and the effect produces a completely equal counter-effect in the cause. A plant is that which has movements whose causes are in no way equal to the degree of the effects, and consequently do not provide the measure of the latter and do not undergo an equal counter-effect. Such causes are called stimuli. And not only the motions of the sensitive plants and of the heady serum gyrans B32 but all assimilation, growth, inclination to light, etc., of plants is movement from stimuli. Finally, an animal is something whose movements do not directly and simply 33 follow from the law of causality, but follow from that of motivation, which is causality passing through and mediated by cognition. Consequently, only something that cognizes is animal, and cognition is the peculiar character of being an animal. One must not object that cognition cannot provide a characteristic mark because, finding ourselves as external to the being to be judged, we cannot know whether it cognizes or not. For we certainly can do this, specifically because we judge whether that which the animal's movements follow from affected the animal as stimulus or as motive. About this no doubt can remain. For although stimuli differ from causes in the aforementioned way, they still have this in common with the other causes: in order to work, they always require contact, frequently even intussusception, but always a certain duration 19 and intensity of influence, 34, while, conversely, an object acting as motive need only be perceived, regardless of at what length, how distantly, how clearly, as long as it is simply perceived. It is self-evident that in many respects the animal is also a plant, indeed, even an inorganic body. This very important distinction among the three levels of causality, presented here only aphoristically and briefly, can be found more thoroughly and specifically discussed in the two fundamental problems of ethics, ch. 3 of the first prize essay, pages 30 ffc, as well as in the second edition of the treatise on the fourfold root, 20, p. 45.d35. Finally, I now arrive at the part that relates what has just been said to our actual subject, colors, and I turn to a very specific and subordinate part of intuition of the material world, for just as the intellectual part of intuition, which has been considered up to this point, is actually the function of the considerable nerve mass of the brain, weighing 3 to 5 pounds, so in the chapter that follows I have only to consider the function of a fine nerve membrane on the back of the eyeball. Namely the retina, the specially modified activity of which, as I will demonstrate, is color, which in any case clothes intuited bodies as an unnecessary addition. 436 Intuition, i.e., the apprehension of an objective material world filling space in its three dimensions, arises through the understanding, for the understanding, in the understanding, which like the forms of space and time lying at its basis, is the function of the brain. 37 As was generally indicated above, but has been discussed in more detail in 21 of the treatise on the fourfold root already cited. The senses are merely the starting point of intuition of the world. 38 For this reason their modifications are given prior to all intuition, since as mere sensations they are the data from which cognized intuition first comes into existence in the understanding. Foremost among these data is the impression of light on the eye and next color, as a modification of this impression. Thus these data are the affection of the eye, are the effect itself, which exists even without its being related to a cause. The newborn child senses light and color before it cognizes and intuits the illuminated or colored object as such. And crossed eyes cannot alter color. If the understanding transforms sensation into intuition, then of course this effect is referred to and assigned a cause, and light and color are attributed to the body producing the effect as qualities, i.e., types of effect. B The body is still recognized only as that which brought forth this effect. The body is red means that in the eyes it produces the color red. Generally, to be is synonymous with to act. See thus even in German, very strikingly and with unconscious profundity, everything that is called actual, i.e., acting. D. Just because we apprehend 39 color as inherent in a body, the preceding immediate perception 40 of it is certainly not altered. Color is and remains an affection of the eye, the object is intuited merely as its cause, but the color itself is only the effect, a state brought about in the eye, and as such it is independent of the object, which exists only for the understanding, since all intuition is intellectual. 21 Second chapter on colors. Twofold activity of the retina. 41. A result of our previous account is that brightness B, darkness C, and color, taken in the strictest sense, are states, modifications of the eye, which are simply sensed. 42 Immediately. A thorough 43 account of color must proceed from this idea of it, and as a result, begin to investigate 44 it as a physiological phenomenon. For in order to work properly and deliberately, before one undertakes to discover the cause for a given effect, one must first become fully acquainted with the effect itself, because it is only from the effect that one can collect the data for the discovery of the cause, and only it provides the direction and guiding thread to the cause. Newton's fundamental mistake was just this: without some accurate acquaintance with the effect according to its inner relations, he went too hurriedly in search of the cause. However, from the most ancient to Goethe's most recent, all color theories make the same mistake. They all merely talk about which modifications of its surface a body must undergo, perhaps through analysis of its components, or which modifications light must undergo, perhaps through turbidity or through some other combination of shadow, in 22 order to show color, i.e., in order to stimulate a specific sensation in the eye, which cannot be described, but can only be detected by the senses. Instead, obviously the correct way is first of all to turn to the sensation itself in order to discover whether one could find out what constitutes it in and of itself, that is, physiologically, according to its nature and conformity with laws. Obviously such a precise knowledge of the effect, which actually is what is at issue when one speaks of colors, will also provide data for the discovery of the cause, i.e., the external stimulus which excites such sensation. First, for each possible modification of an effect, one must at all times first be able to demonstrate the precisely corresponding capacity for modification. Furthermore, where the modifications of the effect show no sharp boundaries between one another, such boundaries should not be found in the cause, but there too there must be the same gradual transitions. Finally, where the effect shows contrast, i.e., allows a complete reversal of its character, then the conditions for that contrast must also lie in the nature of the cause, according to Aristotle's rule, contrary causes for contrary effects, on generation and corruption too. 10. Be consistent with all of this, one will find that my theory, which considers color only in itself, i.e. as a given specific sensation in the eye, already provides data a priori for an assessment of Newtonian and Goethean theory of color as objective C, i.e. the theory of external causes that excite such sensation in the eye. And from this it will result that everything speaks for the Goethean theory and against the Newtonian. Thus only after the consideration of color as such, i.e. as a specific sensation in the eye, can we undertake the completely different consideration of the external causes of those particular modifications of the sensation of light. 45, i.e., the consideration of those colors which Goethe quite correctly divided into physical and chemical. D. It is the indubitable teaching of physiology that all sensibility is never pure passivity, but reaction to sense stimulus. Even with special reference to the eye, and specifically insofar as it sees color, Aristotle had already expressed this, that which perceives color is not only affected, but also reacts. 23, on dreams, 2. One will find a most convincing discussion of the matter in, among others, Darwin's Zoonomia, pages 19 ff.46, I will always call the eye's unique reaction to external stimulus its activity, and, indeed more precisely, the activity of the retina, since this is undoubtedly the seat of that which in vision consists of mere sensation. 47 That which by itself immediately and originally stimulates this activity is light. The eye, sensing the full influence of light, manifests the full activity of the retina. Inactivity of the retina occurs with the absence of light, or in darkness. Bodies that, under the influence of light, react on the eye just like light itself are shining or mirrors. Those bodies are white that, when exposed to the influence of light, react on the eye not completely like light itself, but with a slight difference, specifically, a certain softening and proportionate diffusion, which, unless one moves from the phenomenon in the eye to its cause, one cannot more precisely determine than that it is an absence of the shining and radiant properties of light. Just as radiant heat can be distinguished from diffused heat, so white could be called diffused light. If, however, one were to express the effect through the cause, then Goethe's explanation is completely appropriate and correct. White, appearing in a physical way, is perfect turbidity. See bodies that, under the influence of light, do not at all react on the eye are black. This entire discussion will disregard shining as something not concerning its subject. White will be regarded as light that reacts, so that the effect of both, of light and white, on the eye will be regarded as essentially the same. Thus we say, under the influence of light, or of white, the retina is in full activity, but with the absence of either of the two, i.e. with darkness or black, inactivity of the retina occurs. 48. 24. Intensively divided activity of the retina. The influence of light and white on the retina and the activity of the retina resulting from it have degrees in which light approaches darkness and white approaches black in continuous transition. In the first case the degrees are called half-shade E and in the other they are called gray. Thus, for the activity of the retina, we get the following two series of determinations, which essentially amount to only one series and which are differentiated merely through the incidental circumstance of the immediate or mediated influence of the stimulus. Light. Half-shade. Darkness. White. Gray. Black. The degrees of reduced activity of the retina, half-shade and gray, indicate only a partial intensity of such activity. For this reason I generally call the possibility of such degrees the intensive divisibility of the activity of the retina. For extensively divided activity of the retina. Just as we found the activity of the retina to be intensively divisible, so too, since it is inherent in an extended organ, this activity can be extensively divided along with this organ, which produces an extensive divisibility of the activity of the retina. 49. The existence of this no doubt follows from the fact that the eye can receive manifold impressions simultaneously, and thus next to one another. However, the experience described by Goethe, Theory of Colors, Volume 1, pages 9 and 13, calls special attention to it. Having for a while viewed a black cross on a white background, he then substituted for this impression a neutral gray or dimmed surface. This gave rise to the visual phenomenon reversed, that is, a white cross on a black background. At any time one can do this experiment with a window mullion. This phenomenon is explained by the fact that in those places of the retina that had been affected by the white background, the activity is so exhausted by the stimulus that for a short while, the retina can no longer be markedly excited by the much slighter stimulus of the gray surface, which, in contrast, acts with all its force on the remaining places of the retina, particularly those places, affected by the black cross, that had rested during this inactivity, producing a proportionally intensive degree of the retina's full activity. For this reason, the reversal of the phenomenon is really only apparent here. At any rate, it is not, as one might be inclined to believe, spontaneous, that is 50. It is not a real action that the previously rested part falls into automatically, for if one closes one's eyes after receiving the impression, though the eyes must also be covered by one's hands 51, or looks into complete darkness, the phenomenon is not reversed, but the experienced impression persists for a while, as Goethe has also indicated. Theory of Colors, Volume 1, pt 1, 20, 52. This fact would not be consistent with the assumption of spontaneity. If, however, in doing this, one neglects to cover the eyes with one's hand, then the light penetrating the eyelids will create the effect of the above-mentioned gray surface, and for that reason, of course, the phenomenon will be reversed. That this is the result of the light penetrating the eyelids, as was just said, follows from the fact that as soon as one then covers the eyes with the hand, the reversal ceases immediately. This experiment has already been conducted by Franklin, whose own report of it Goethe repeats in the historical part of his theory of colors. It is necessary to be clear about this so that one can recognize the essential difference of this phenomenon from that which will presently be discussed. Point 53. 5. Qualitatively divided activity of the retina. The intensive and extensive divisibility of the activity of the retina, which has been presented so far and which is not subject to doubt, can be subsumed under the general concept of a quantitative divisibility of the activity of the retina. Now, however, it is my intention to show that there can be still a third division of this activity, that is, a qualitative division totally different in kind from the other two, and that this activity is actually 26 accomplished as soon as some color is in any way present to the eye. The phenomenon mentioned at the end of the previous section offers us a convenient transition to this observation. I will immediately focus our attention on it once more. First, however, I must here make it apparent to the reader that for an understanding of the actual core of my theory of color, which is soon to follow, an autopsy is indispensable, that is, one must repeat the experiments about to be presented here oneself. Fortunately, this is extremely easy. It requires nothing more than a few little pieces of paper or silk ribbon in the vivid colors to be indicated. Cut these into discs, the shape assumed here, or even into any other preferred shape of a few square inches. Affix these lightly to a gray or white door and then, after staring at them for about 30 seconds, quickly take them away, while continuing to stare at the position they occupied, in which now, instead of the color that was there, a completely different color appears in the same figure. This cannot fail to appear. If one does not immediately perceive it, then this is simply attributable to a lack of the necessary attentiveness and the habit of concentration. The experiment achieves its greatest energy if one sticks a small piece of vividly colored silk on a window pane, where one will see it penetrated by light. Without this autopsy, one will not actually understand what is said throughout the course of what follows, but will just plod along in mere words. See 54. First of all, if one looks for 20 to 30 seconds 55 at a white disk on a black background, and afterwards looks at a dimmed or light gray surface, then a black disk on a bright background will present itself to one's eyes. This is just the phenomenon of the extensive divisibility of the activity of the retina. In this very spot on the retina, that is, that which had been affected by the white disk, the capacity for vision is exhausted for a while, whereby, given a weaker stimulus, complete inactivity of the retina occurs. This can be compared to a drop of sulfuric ether evaporating on the hand, extracting all warmth from the spot until it is gradually restored. Now, however, put a yellow disc in place of the white 27-1. Now, when one looks on the gray surface, instead of a black disc, which indicated complete inactivity of this spot on retina, a violet one presents itself. This is what Goethe fittingly calls the physiological color spectrum B, as, indeed, he also presented all the relevant facts with great accuracy and exhaustive completeness. However, he did not go beyond this. But at present we are concerned with the rationale for the matter, that is, the physiological process that goes on here, and it becomes all the more earnest, in that, in my opinion, a genuine understanding of the actual essence of color is really possible only through a correct explanation of this process, but the correct explanation clearly emerges as soon as one applies both one's eyes and one's mind. That is to say, from the intuition of the aforesaid phenomenon and from an attentive comparison of that which follows in the eye from a white disc with that which follows in the eye from a yellow disc, there results for me the following explanation of this occurrence, an explanation that is susceptible of no other basis, nor requires one, than just the immediate judgment of the phenomenon itself, this judgment being simply the correct account of the phenomenon. For we have here reached the point at which the sensible impression has done its part and can do nothing further. Henceforth, it is the turn of the faculty of judgment to understand and articulate what is empirically given. However, our further treatment, which will follow this phenomenon through its various phases, will reveal the correctness of this explanation more and more clearly, while ultimately it will receive its complete corroboration through the proof of the matter to be presented in 10.56. Unlike when the white disc was presented to the eye, when the yellow disc was presented, the full activity of the retina did not become excited and thus more or less exhausted, but the yellow disc was able to evoke only a part of the activity of the retina, leaving the other part behind, so that this activity of the retina then divided qualitatively and separated into two halves, a one of which presents itself as yellow, and the other, in contrast, now remains, without a new, external stimulus, but of its own accord, following as a violet spectrum. 57 Both of these, the yellow disc and the violet spectrum, as the separate halves of the retina's full activity in this phenomenon 28 when taken together equal the whole of that activity, thus and in this sense 58 I call each the complement of the other. Furthermore, since the impression of the yellow more closely approaches that of full light or of white 59 than the impression of the violet disc, then we must immediately add to this assumption a second, specifically, that the qualitative halves into which the activity of the retina here divides itself, are not equal to one another, but the yellow color is a much greater qualitative part of that activity than its complement, violet. Note well, however, that in essential brightness and dimness B, which is the mixture of color with white or black, is to be given special consideration below, is not meant here and has nothing to do with the matter. Every color has a point of greatest purity and freedom from all white and black, and that point is represented by the equator on Runge's very cleverly thought out color sphere, lying equidistant between white and black poles. All the colors are placed on this equator with completely undetectable transitions from one to the other, so that, example, red on one side gradually passes into orange, orange into yellow, yellow into green, green into blue, blue into violet, the last of which returns again to red. But all of these colors show their full energy only at the equator, losing this energy toward the black pole through ever more dimness C and toward the white pole by becoming ever paler. D. So now, at this point of their greatest energy, as the equator represents them, each color has an intrinsic and essential approximation to white or similarity with the impression of full light, and, conversely, a dimness that corresponds to this in inverse proportion, thus an approximation to darkness. F. Through this degree of brightness or dimness, which is essential and unique to each color, they are already different from one another, even apart from their other differences, since the one is closer to white and the other is closer to black, and this difference is apparent. The intrinsic brightness essential to color is very different from all brightness given to it through accidental admixture, since color retains brightness in the state of its greatest energy, but accidental, admixed white diminishes this energy. 6029 So, example violet is among all colors essentially the dimmest and least potent, conversely, yellow is essentially the brightest and most cheerful. Indeed, through admixture of white, violet can become very bright, but by this it receives no greater energy. Moreover, it loses still more of what is unique to it and is changed into a pale, faint lilac similar to light gray that in no way can be compared to the energy of yellow, and, indeed, never even approaches that of blue. In contrast, one can impart any preferred degree of dimness to all and even to the intrinsically brightest colors through admixture of black, which, however, imparts to them enforced dimness, but in any case, at the same time weakens their energy, such as when yellow becomes brown. From the potency of colors as such, that is, from their energy, one can recognize whether they are pure and free of all black or white that is foreign to their essence. Now through its intrinsic, essential brightness, yellow reveals itself as an incomparably greater qualitative division of the activity of the eye than its complement, violet, which is rather the dimmest of all colors. Now let the yellow disk used in the previous example be reddish yellow. The violet of the spectrum that then appears will deviate just this much from red as the disk has approximated red. If the color of this disk is exactly at the midpoint between yellow and red, that is, orange 61, then the spectrum is pure blue. Indeed, orange is farther from white, as the full activity of the retina, than yellow, and conversely, blue, its complement, is proportionally closer to white than violet. Thus in this case the qualitative halves of the divided activity are not so disproportionate. They will finally be proportionate when the disk is red 62 and the spectrum becomes perfectly green. However, here Goethe's purple is to be understood as red, i.e., true, pure red, not at all tending toward yellow nor toward violet, rather like the color of dried carmine on a white porcelain cup. This, however, is not Newton's red, which is prismatic red, a completely yellowish red. This true, pure red is thus just as distant from white as it is from black, just like its complement, perfect green. 63 Accordingly, these 230 colors represent the activity of the retina qualitatively divided into two equal halves. This explains their striking harmony, exceeding all others, the enthusiasm which they demand and evoke, and the extraordinary beauty which we acknowledge in each itself and all the more in both taken together. Therefore, no other color bears comparison with them, and I prefer to call these two completely equal halves of the qualitatively divided activity of the retina, red and green, colors par excellence because they exhibit the phenomenon of the bipartition of the activity of the retina to the utmost perfection. 64 For in every other pair of colors, one is nearer to white than to black and the other the reverse, only in this pair is it not so. Here the division of the activity of the retina is preeminently qualitative. In the case of this pair as with any other, the quantitative is not directly felt. 65 Finally, if our disk, which was red just now, passes into bluish red, violet, then the spectrum now becomes yellow, and we pass through the same circle in the opposite direction. 66 Of course, the following ratios cannot be proved in this place, and so we must be satisfied to call them hypothetical, but they receive such decided, immediate confirmation and persuasive power from intuition that hardly anyone will sincerely deny them in earnest. Even Professor A. Rosas, who in the first volume of his Manual of Ophthalmologic appropriates what is mine by hook or by crook, immediately introducing these ratios as self-evident. This can be found in detail in On Will in Nature. Second edition, p. 15f. 67 As red and green are the two completely equal qualitative halves of the activity of the retina, so orange is 2/3 of this activity, and its complement, blue is only 1/3, yellow is 3/4 of the full activity, and its complement, violet, is only 1/4. It should not confuse us that violet, lying as it does in the middle between red which is 1/2, and blue which is 1/3, should nonetheless be only 1/4. In this case, as in 31 chemistry, the quality of the compound cannot be predicted from the components. Violet is the dimmest of all colors, although it originates from two colors brighter than itself, thus, it also becomes brighter as soon as it tends toward one side or the other. This applies to no other color. 68 Orange becomes brighter when it tends to yellow, darker when it tends to red. Green becomes brighter toward the yellow, darker toward the blue side. Yellow, as the brightest of all colors, does in reverse the same thing that its complement, violet, does, that is, it becomes dimmer, whether it tends to the orange or to the green side. For the assumption of such ratios, expressible in whole and prime numbers, and indeed only in this way, perfectly explains why yellow, orange, red, green, blue, violet are fixed and conspicuous points in the otherwise completely continuous and infinitely nuanced color circle as represented on the equator of Runge's color sphere. 69 And these colors are always and everywhere recognized through their being designated by particular names. Indeed, between them lie innumerable nuances of color, each of which could just as well have a unique name. So on what is the priority of these six based? On the ground just mentioned, that in them the bipartition of the activity of the retina presents itself in the simplest fractions. It is exactly as with the musical scale, which can also be resolved into one howling note rising through imperceptible transitions from the lowest octave to the highest, but on which the 7 steps are marked out, making them a scale B scala, and have received specific names, abstractly as unison, second, third, etc., concretely as do, re, mi, etc., merely on the grounds that the frequencies of these very tones stand to one another in a rational, numerical ratio. C. It is noteworthy that Aristotle was already sensitive to the fact that a numerical ratio must lie at the basis of differences between colors, as between tones, and depending on whether these numbers were rational or irrational, the colors turned out to be pure or impure. Only he did not know on what that numerical ratio should actually be based. The passage is in the book on sense and the sensible, ch. 3, in the middle. This then is to be assumed, etc. I note that tau mu nu should be inserted before tau rho alpha gamma rho. F. 70. Note 32. One should not object that, in advancing a qualitative division of the activity of the eyes, as distinct from and in contrast to the merely quantitative, the terms equal and unequal halves, that is, terms for a quantitative relation, are used. For any qualitative division is at the same time, in a subordinate sense, a quantitative one. Any chemical analysis is a qualitative division of matter, in contrast to a merely quantitative, mechanical division, but any qualitative division is necessarily at the same time quantitative, a division of mass as mass, just like the mechanical. The explanation of color given here is thus essentially the following. Color is the qualitatively divided activity of the retina. The difference of colors is the result of the difference of the qualitative halves into which this activity can be separated and of their ratio to one another. These halves can be equal only once, and then they represent true red 71 and perfect green. They can be unequal in innumerable ratios, and therefore the number of possible colors is infinite. For with the appearance of each color, its complement for the full activity of the retina will follow as a physiological spectrum remaining behind 72 in the eye. This happens because the nature of the nervasa in the retina requires that, when the retina is forced by the nature of an external stimulus to divide its activity into two qualitatively different halves, after the stimulus is removed, the other half automatically follows the half evoked by the stimulus, precisely because the retina has the natural tendency to express its activity completely, and after it has been separated, to make itself whole again. 73 To the extent that a color is the greater part of the full activity of the retina, its complement must be 74 a smaller part of this activity, i.e., to the extent that an essentially, not accidentally, bright color is close to white, its spectrum will be dimmer, closer to darkness, and vice versa. 75 Since the color circle is a continuous, uninterrupted magnitude without inner boundaries, and all its colors pass into one another through unnoticeable nuances, then given only this point of view, there are as many colors as one may prefer. 76 However, Among all peoples, at all times, there are found particular names for red, green, orange, blue, yellow, violet, names which 33 are understood everywhere to indicate specific, fully distinct colors, although these colors rarely appear in nature as pure and perfect, therefore, they must to a certain extent be known a priori, in a way analogous to regular, geometric figures, which certainly do not appear as perfect in reality, but which are still perfectly known and understood with all their properties. 77 Now, although these names are mostly attributed to actual colors a posteriori, i.e., each actual color is given the same name as that one of the 6 aforementioned colors it most closely approximates to, still everyone knows how to distinguish the color to which the name belongs in the strictest sense and to indicate whether and how much it departs from it, e.g. whether an empirically given yellow is pure, or whether it tends toward green or orange. Thus, for yellow and any color, one must carry in oneself, independent of experience, a norm, an ideal, an Epicurean anticipation, to which one compares any actual color. 78 The key to this 79 is given to us simply and solely by the knowledge that in the case of the colors we have adduced there is a ratio of the two halves into which the activity of the retina divides that is expressible in certain whole and prime numbers, and which gives preference to these 3 pairs of colors, distinguishing them from all others. Accordingly, our test of the purity of a given color, example whether a given yellow is exactly so, or whether instead it tends toward green or orange, is based on the strict accuracy of the fraction through which it is expressed. However, that we can judge this arithmetic ratio through mere feeling is confirmed by music, where the harmony is based on many greater, more complicated numerical ratios of simultaneous vibration whose tones can be judged upon mere hearing with the greatest precision and yet arithmetically, so that any trained, talented person is in a position to state whether a given note that has been played is exactly a third, a fifth, or an octave 34 of another. Just as it is possible to distinguish the 7 tones of the scale from the innumerable others that lie between them only by the rationality of their frequencies, so in the same way it is possible to distinguish the 6 colors given unique names from the innumerable colors lying between them only by the rationality and simplicity of the fractions of the activity of the retina they represent. Just as when playing an instrument I test the accuracy of a tone by hitting its fifth or octave, so I test the purity of a perceived color by evoking its physiological spectrum, the color of which is frequently easier to judge than the color itself. Thus, I have first noticed, example that the green of a grass tends starkly to yellow by seeing that the red of its spectrum tends starkly towards violet. If we did not have a subjective anticipation of the 6 principal colors providing an a priori norm, then the designation of them by proper names would be conventional, as is actually so with fashionable colors, so that we would not be able to judge the purity of a given color, and, as a result, we would not be able to understand much at all. Example what Goethe says of true red, that it is not the usual scarlet red, which is a yellowish red, but more that of carmine, whereas now this is clear and readily understandable. The following schema is the result of my presentation. Figure 7. Since they have no fractions and thus present no qualitative divisions, black and white are not, in the proper sense, colors, as has always been recognized. They are given here merely as boundary markers to clarify the matter. Accordingly, the true color theory always concerns pairs of colors, and the purity of a given color is based on the accuracy of the fraction presented by it. 80 In contrast, it is absurd to assume that there is a definite number of real 8135 primitive colors, example 7, existing externally, independent of the activity of the retina and the ratios of its divisibility, together comprising the sum of all colors. The number of colors is infinite, however, each pair of 2 opposing colors contains the elements, the complete possibility, of all others. Herein lies the reason why, when one begins with the 3 basic chemical colors, red, yellow, and blue, each of them has as its complement the other 2 taken together. 82 For color always appears as a duality since it is the qualitative bipartition of the activity of the retina. Hence, chromatologically 83 one may not even speak of a single color, but only of pairs of colors, each of which contains the full activity of the retina divided into two halves. The points of division are innumerable and are determined by external causes. To that extent, they are accidental for the eye. However, as soon as the first half is given, the other necessarily follows as its complement. This is comparable to the fact that in music the key is arbitrary but all the rest is determined by it. 84 From what has been said, it is a double absurdity to try to make the sum of all colors consist of an odd number, but the Newtonians always remain faithful over this, even when they depart from the number which their master fixed, now assuming 5, now 3 primitive colors. 6. Polarity of the retina and polarity in general. I believe that for the best reasons I can call the qualitatively divided activity of the retina, presented above, a polarity, without adding yet another abuse to the frequent abuses which this concept had suffered in the period of Schelling's philosophy of nature. 85 So this unique 86 function of the retina is considered from a single point of view that groups it with other phenomena with which it has the following in common, that two phenomena, opposed at the species level but identical at the level of the genus essentially condition one another in such a way that neither one nor the other can either be posited or abolished without the other, yet they only exist separately and in opposition to one another, and the union toward which they constantly strive is precisely the end and disappearance of both. However, the polarity of the retina 36 is different in that what for other phenomena of polarity is in space, that is simultaneous, is for it in time, or successive. Furthermore, it has the special characteristic that the point of indifference of is alterable, although within certain limits. The concept of a qualitatively divided activity advanced here, associated with the most evident example, might even be the fundamental concept of all polarity, under which magnetism, electricity, and galvanism can be subsumed, each of which is only the phenomenon of an activity divided into two halves that are conditional upon one another, have an affinity for one another, and strive after reunification. In this sense, we can cite an expression in Plato's words suitable to all such phenomena: after our original nature was cut in two, each half longed for the half belonging to it, and would come to it again. See, they also come under the great Chinese contrast of yin and yang. 87 As it is most intimate to us, the polarity of the eye could even elucidate the inner essence of all polarity in many respects. When the customary notation for the other polarities is also applied to this one, there will be no hesitation in attributing plus to red, orange, and yellow, and, in contrast, to green, blue, and violet, because the brightest color and the greatest numerical fraction of the negative side, green, is exactly equal in quantity of activity to the dimmest color and the smallest fraction of the positive side, red. This polar contrast must express itself most clearly with the most perfect division of the activity of the retina, which is the division into two equal halves. Thus, red tires the eyes, and green, in contrast, rests the eyes. Whether the choroidea, or pigmentum nigrum, could in some way take part in such qualitative division of the activity of the retina could only be discovered through a post-mortem examination of the eyes of such persons who have lost the capacity to see colors, to which I will return later. 88. 37.7 The shadow-like nature of color. 89. Now the following consideration essentially belongs to the theory of color already advanced. It is very important for this theory, as well as for Goethe's color theory, and, taking all that has been said as settled, it is a derivation a priori of the essential schierona of colors, as Goethe so vigorously maintained and repeatedly urged. It is well known that with this expression he denotes their nature as like a shadow or gray, according to which they are always brighter than black and dimmer than white. With the qualitatively divided activity of the retina, we have found the appearance of one half to be essentially conditioned through the inactivity of the other, at least in the same spot. But, as I have said above, inactivity of the retina is darkness. Accordingly, the qualitative half of the activity of the retina that appears as color must be accompanied by a certain degree of darkness, thus by some dimness. Now it has this in common with the intensively divided activity of the retina, which we have recognized above as gray or half-shade, and Goethe had correctly understood and denoted by the expression schieron exactly this commonality between that which is qualitative and that which is intensive. However, there is the following very significant difference here. That the activity of the retina, according to intensity, is only partial, leads to no specific or essential alteration of this activity and occasions no unique effect B, but it is just an incidental, gradual diminution of the full activity. Conversely, with the qualitative partial activity of the retina, the activity that appears as one half has as its essential and necessary condition the inactivity of the other half, since it exists only through this contrast. But from this division and its various ratios arises a characteristic stimulation, the cheerful and delightful impression of color, as contrasted with the dreary gray that is equal to it in brightness, and color's quite specific nature that remains the same despite all differences of color. This depends 38 just on the fact that, by means of a polar separation, the vivid activity of one half has as its support the others being completely at rest. This also explains why white appears so remarkably jejune when found between colors, while gray appears so doleful, and black so morose. Likewise, it is understandable why black and white, the absence of the stimulus of color, symbolize mourning, black for us, white for the Chinese. 90, as a result of the difference between the merely intensive and the qualitative division of the activity of the retina, we could by way of comparison, appropriately call partial shade and gray a merely mechanical mixture of light and darkness, albeit an infinitely fine mixture. In contrast, we can view color, consisting of the qualitative partial activity of the retina, as a chemical fusion and interpenetration of light and darkness, for both here mutually neutralize one another, and because each gives up its unique nature, a new product arises, bearing only a distant similarity to the two, but having instead an obviously unique character. This marriage of light with darkness, necessarily emerging from the qualitatively partial activity of the retina, the phenomenon of which is color, thus confirms and explains what Goethe observed appositely with perfect correctness, that color is essentially something shadow-like, a skeiron. But over and above Goethe's principle, this marriage of light with darkness teaches that that which plays the role of the skeiron in every color present to the eye, as the cause of its darker nature, is what then appears as a subsequent spectrum in the eye, but in this spectrum itself, the previously present color now undertakes the role of the skeiron, its content making up the present deficit. 8. Relation of the theory presented here to Newtonian theory. 91. In the shadow-like nature of color that has been explained here, one could to a certain extent seek the source of the error of Newtonian theory, that colors are parts of the ray of light dispersed through refraction. That is, he saw that color is dimmer than 39 light or white, but took as extensive what is intensive, as mechanical what is dynamic, as quantitative what is qualitative, as objective what is subjective. 92 Because he 93 sought in light what should have been sought in the eye, hence, he thought that a ray of light is composed of 7 colored rays, in which colors inhere as an occult quality according to laws independent of the eye, equal in their relation to the 7 intervals of the scale. Now that you have got Sparta, embellish it, b. That in doing so he selected the number 7 simply and solely out of preference for the scale is not subject to the slightest doubt. He need only have opened his eyes in order to see that in the prismatic spectrum there are absolutely not 7 colors, but only 4, and that at a greater distance from the prism the 2 in the middle, blue and yellow, are superimposed and thereby form green. That opticians count 7 colors in the spectrum even now is the height of absurdity. If one were to take it seriously, we would be justified, 44 years after the appearance of Goethe's color theory, in calling it a shameless lie. By now we have been sufficiently patient. 94. Despite all this, it is not to be denied that in the Newtonian error there is a distant analogy, a presentimenta of the truth. 95 And this results precisely from the point of view of our observation. According to this, we have, instead of a divided ray of light, divided activity of the retina. However, instead of 7 parts we have only 2, or again innumerable, depending on how one takes it. For the activity of the retina is halved by each possible color, but the points of division are likewise innumerable, and from these arise infinite nuances of colors, even apart from their being pale or dim, which we will soon discuss. Hence in this way we would be led back from a division of the sun's rays to a division of the activity of the retina. But generally this mode of observation which leads back from the observed object to the observer, from the objective to the subjective 96 can be recommended by a pair of the most brilliant examples in the history of the sciences, and can be proved correct, since, in like manner, if it be allowed to compare the small with the great 40, Copernicus replaced the movement of the entire firmament with that of the earth, and the great Kant replaced the absolute nature of all things, objectively known and posited in ontology, with the cognitive forms of the subject. Know thyself stood on the temple at Delphi. Note, now that we have become aware that in our explanation of colors we have returned from light to the eye, so that for us colors are nothing more than actions of the eye itself appearing in polar contrasts, this may be the place to observe that a presentiment of this has always existed insofar as philosophers have always surmised that colors belong much more to the eye than to things, for Locke, in particular, always placed colors at the head of his secondary qualities of things, and in general, no philosopher 97 at any time wanted to consider color to be a real, essential component of bodies, while many have preferred to consider not only extension and weight, but also any properties of surfaces, soft and hard, smooth and rough, and, if need be, even the smell and taste of a thing, to be real, constitutive components of a thing, rather than color. Conversely, they had to acknowledge color to be something adhering to a thing, as something belonging to its properties, but also to be something that occurs absolutely the same in the most diverse things and, then, too, differently in similar things, so that it has to be non-essential. All of this makes color a difficult, perplexing, and thus, vexing topic. For this reason, an ancient writer said, as Goethe reported, if one holds a red cloth before a bull, then he will go mad, but if one so much as speaks of color to a philosopher, he begins to rave. An essential difference between my theory and the Newtonian still consists in the fact that the latter theory, as was previously mentioned, claims that any color is merely an occult quality, exciting color, be of one of the 7 homogeneous lights, gives it a name, and then lets it go its way, with the result that the specific difference among colors and the unique effect of any one of them remains completely unexplained. My theory, conversely, provides an explanation of these properties and makes comprehensible to us wherein lies the ground of the specific impression and the particular effect of any single color, since it teaches us to recognize color as a completely determined part of the activity of the retina, expressed by a fraction, and further as belonging either to the plus side or to the side of the 41 division of this activity. So for the first time we achieve the approximation of our idea about color to the way it is sensed, an approximation that previously was always missed. For even Goethe was content to divide colors into warm and cold and leave what remains for his aesthetic observations. 98. Presented in outline, this theory of color, whose result is that color is a qualitatively partial activity of the retina, immediately, and especially when one considers the aforementioned analogy with the erroneous Newtonian theory, leads to the question of whether or not the full activity of the retina, i.e., the effect of pure light, or of white, can be produced upon the re-establishment of the 2 qualitative halves of the activity of the retina which present themselves to us in every color and its physiological complement, just as, according to Newton's assertion, pure light or white can again be restored from the 7 colors of the complete ray of light. Now to what extent this question might be answered in the affirmative with respect to theory and practice can be better shown after the theory of color presented here is completed by the following discussion that pertains to it. 9. Undivided remainder of the activity of the retina. 99. Apart from the relation of colors to one another in the color circle, which is self-contained and blended through continuous transitions, we also note, as was already touched upon, 5. That each color in itself has its maximum energy, represented on the equator of Runge's color sphere 100, and from this point each color is lost by fading into white to one side and by dimming into black to the other. According to our account, this is only to be explained in the following way. While the full activity of the retina, occasioned by an external stimulus, divides itself qualitatively and thus some color arises, one part of this full activity can still remain unseparated. I do not speak of the part of the retina that can remain in undivided activity while the activity of another divides itself 42 qualitatively, this will come under discussion below. Rather, I say that in producing a color by qualitatively dividing, the activity of the retina, regardless of whether it is over the entire surface or a part thereof, can at the same time retain an undivided remainder, and this can in turn either be totally active or totally at rest, or between the two, i.e., it can be intensively active to some extent. Now in proportion to this intensity, color will appear pale or dark in many gradations instead of in its full energy. One can easily understand that in this case there is a union of the intensive activity of the retina with the qualitative. This is made most obvious by the fact that if one observes a color that is dimmed or weakened by a darkness inessential to it, see its complement, which shows as a spectrum, appears just as weakened by paleness. If one calls a color vivid, energetic, glaring, then as a consequence of what has been said, this actually means that in the presence of this color the full activity of the eye is purely divided, without leaving an undivided remainder. 10. Production of white from colors. 101. I now return to the question posed above, about the restoration of the full activity of the retina, or of white, through the union of two opposing colors. It follows immediately that if these colors were darkened, i.e., a part of the activity of the retina were unseparated and at the same time remained inactive, this darkness is abolished by the union, and thus gray remains. But if the colors were in their full energy, i.e., if the activity of the retina were divided without remainder, or if the colors were pale, i.e., if the unseparated remainder were active, then as a consequence of our theory, which considers two opposing colors to be mutual complements that make up the full activity of the retina, through whose division they arose, the union of these colors must without a doubt produce the full activity of the retina, and so the impression of pure 43 light, or of white. Applied to an example, this can be expressed in a formula. Red equals full activity of the retina green. Green equals full activity of the retina red. Red plus green equals full activity of the retina equals the effect of light or of white. Even a practical demonstration of this poses no difficulty as long as we stick with colors in the strictest sense, i.e., with the affections of the eye. But then we are only concerned with physiological colors. Moreover, the result of the experiment would just be their failure to appear, and this experimental proof might seem too immaterial and ethereal to many people. In any case, it is just this. If one, example, looks at vivid red, then a green spectrum will follow. If one looks at green, then a red spectrum follows. But now, after having seen red, if one immediately looks at real green with the same place on the retina and for just as long, then neither spectrum appears. Real conviction can only be achieved through the experimental production of white from physical or even from chemical colors. But this is always subject to a particular difficulty. If we want to stop at these colors, then we actually have moved from the color to the cause that affects the eye as stimulus and induces it to produce color, i.e., to divide its activity qualitatively. Below we will discuss the cause of color in this sense and its relation to color in the strictest sense. At this point, only the following is relevant. As a result of our theory, the production of white from two colors depends specifically on the two colors being those into which the activity of the retina has been separated simply and solely on physiological grounds, that is, they are a physiological pair of colors that in this sense only are exclusively to be called complementary colors. Two such colors must actually be reunited on the retina itself to produce white, that is, the two separate 44 halves of the activity must be simultaneously stimulated, whereby their full activity, white, is then produced. This can occur only when both of the external causes simultaneously excite the complementary color of the other in the eye, yet each separately affects one and the same place on the retina. Now this is possible only under particular circumstances and conditions. First of all, it cannot happen when two chemical colors are mixed together, for these then work in combination, not separately. 102 In addition, in the case of an external, material cause of color, i.e. in chemical or physical color, a concrete cause must be found, a corresponding material representative not only for the action of one half of the retina's activity, but also for the repose of the other half, which appears as the essential scleronc of the color, and even after the union of opposed colors the cause must persist as matter, continue to produce its effect, and always cause gray. As soon as colors have disappeared through the union of opposites, this material representative gives up the role it played in the production of these colors, but now remains as a death's head or as the cast-off husk of these colors, and as it previously helped with the qualitative division of the activity of the retina, so it now affects an intensive partial activity of the same, i.e., gray. Now because of this, with chemical colors, on account of their completely material nature, the production of white can never be demonstrated from a pair of colors unless some special modifications occur. Below I will cite an example of this production given such modifications. In contrast, with physical colors, indeed in some cases with the union of physical and chemical colors, this demonstration can readily be carried out. Nevertheless, with physical colors, if a turbidity of a coarse material nature is interposed, perhaps one also not quite homogeneous and in places impenetrable, like a smoked glass, or a sooty smoke, or a parchment, etc., then for the aforementioned reasons the experiment is not wholly successful. This is in contrast with the case of prismatic colors, for here the turbidity, as a mere secondary image, is of such pale a nature that, upon the union of opposing colors, if 45 it is not effectively abolished, then either it no longer remains visible as soon as it is no longer significant because of the position by which it produced colors, or, like any accumulated turbidity, it just produces white. In an objective prismatic experiment, true red, Goethe's purple, 103 can be produced by unifying violet from one prism with the yellowish red from another, and when green is directed on this from the middle of a third prism, the spot appears white. Goethe himself cites this experiment, volume I, p. 600, 556, however, he will not admit it to be an example and proof of the production of white from colors because of his otherwise legitimate polemic against Newton. But the reason he advances against it, specifically that here the threefold sunlight makes invisible the gray which actually exists, is in fact not convincing. For each of the three prismatic colors here already contains the scleron as well as the sunlight itself. Now just as each of these three sclera is itself still visible in each of the three colors individually, despite the light combined with it, so when three such sclera are united together with their three lights the whole cannot gain in brightness. If divisor and dividend are multiplied by the same number, the quotient does not alter. Thus it is not the increased illumination, which is outweighed by the increased darkness, but the contrast of colors that here produces the impression of pure light or white. One can conduct this experiment in an easier and clearer way, and one more obviously not subject to the Goethean objection. Superimpose two prismatic color spectra, so that the violet of the first covers the yellow of the second and the blue of the first covers the orange, Newton's red, 104 of the second, then, from the union of each of these two pairs of colors, white arises too. Moreover, the white spot will be twice as wide as in the previous experiment because both pairs of colors lie next to one another. This is Newton's 13th experiment of the second part of the first book. Nevertheless it certainly is not consistent with his theory, for he may now, as he does alternatively on occasion, accept 7 or innumerable 46 homogeneous lights, yet here it is always just two lights that are superimposed, not 7 or innumerable. 105 This experiment can also be conducted with a single prism. On a black background, place two white squares, one larger and one smaller, with the smaller 3 or 4 lines under the other. Observe these through a prism, and then move slowly backwards until the violet of the smaller covers the yellow of the larger and the blue of the smaller covers the orange, Newton's red, of the larger, so that the whole spot will appear white. 106 Thus with prismatic colors the production of white can appear with all three principal pairs of colors. Furthermore, the experiment can even be conducted subjectively by substituting a chemical color, only then one must choose such a pair of colors as consist of the most unequal qualitative halves of the activity of the retina, that is, yellow and violet, and indeed, the greatest, that is the essentially brightest half, must be the chemical color, while the lesser, that is the darker, must be the physical color, because only then does the persistent, material skiron of the chemical color not have sufficient mass to have noticeable effect. Through a prism look at an energetic, yellow, fully uniform, and spotless piece of paper on a white background, the place where the edge of the violet covers the yellow will appear completely white. The same occurs if the objective spectrum is allowed to fall on a yellow piece of paper. However, on account of the indistinct edges of the objective spectrum, the result is not so striking. With other pairs of colors this experiment is less successful, yet the brighter the chemical color essentially is, the better it works. A similar experiment occurs, often even spontaneously, when in May the Spanish lilac, especially the violet-blue specimens, that adorns gardens and frequently even rooms in vases, Syringa vulgaris, called in Lower Saxony Cyrene, in southern Germany Nagelchen, in France Lila, appears white in candlelight, for the lilac's bluish-violet is perfectly complemented by the candle's yellow illumination, which inclines toward orange. 107 Finally, white can be produced even from two chemical colors. Under the special condition that, just like physical colors, they are penetrated by light and therefore their skiron cannot by itself produce any noticeable effect. This happens as soon as the skiron loses its significance, when the colors 47 disappear through the elimination of the contrast, e.g. through the unity of a transparent color with a reflected color, when one casts a light through red-yellow glass on a mirror of blue glass. It works even with one non-transparent color. Cast a gold coin and a silver coin in a vessel of blue glass, the former will appear white, the latter blue. The same occurs when a piece of paper colored blue on both sides is mirrored in polished copper, or when a rose is simply illuminated by the light streaming through a green silk curtain. And, finally, in an experiment mentioned by Helmholtz, white can be produced from two non-transparent chemical colors. Helmholtz, in his habilitation thesis on the theory of composite colors, 1852, p. 19a, explains the following method of producing white from complementary colors: place a piece of plate glass vertically, on one side place a red piece of paper, something like a wafer, on the other align a green one so that when viewed the mirror image of the green covers the red. This will produce white. 108 However, in all of these experiments, the two colors must be of equal energy and equal purity. Finally, by way of exception, all white glass appears to be a white produced by the actual combination of two chemical colors, but found in a transparent state, as I have already mentioned in the first edition, that is, in 1816.109 in Glassworks. As is well known, almost all glass turns out originally green, the cause of which is its iron content. But this green, tending toward yellow, is only found in inferior glass. To eliminate it and to produce white glass, an addition of manganese dioxide is needed, an empirically discovered remedy. However, manganese oxide itself colors the glass violet red, as is to be seen in the red glassy fluxes, and also when, in the manufacture of white glass, too much manganese dioxide is added to the green mass, so that the glass gleams reddish, as in many beer glasses and especially in English window panes. The examples cited above may suffice to confirm what necessarily follows from my theory, that from two opposite colors white is certainly produced. 1048 Only when one knows how to arrange it so that the two complementary colors, stimulated by external causes, but without being directly mixed with each other, simultaneously affect the same spot on the retina. But now this production is a striking proof of the truth of my theory. The fact itself is never denied, but the true cause is not understood. Rather, it and the fact of the physiological color spectrum are attributed to a completely false interpretation consistent with Newtonian pseudo-theory. B for the first, as is known, is said to depend on the reunification of the seven homogeneous lights, but more about this later. In the case of the physiological spectrum, however, many still apply the explanation that, Soon after Buffon discovered the spectrum, Father Schaeffer provided in his treatise on accidental colors, Vienna, 1765 c. and earlier in De Coloribus Accidentalibus, 1761. It goes like this: the eye, tired of lengthy viewing of a color, loses receptivity for this sort of homogeneous light rays, therefore, it then immediately experiences a white, only with the exclusion of just these homogeneous color rays, for which reason it no longer sees the color ray as white, but instead experiences a product of the remaining homogeneous rays that made up white together with that former color. Thus, this product is now supposed to be the color appearing as physiological spectrum. This explanation of the matter can be recognized as absurd from its assumptions. For after viewing violet the eye sees a yellow spectrum on a white surface, but still better, on a gray one. After the ejection of violet, this yellow would have to be the product of the remaining 6 homogeneous lights, thus of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo combined. Just let someone try to brew yellow out of these. Above all, Mr. Poerlet tried it. As a true and sworn arch-Newtonian, he did not blush to write in his famous Elements of Physics B Volume 2, p. 223, the ugly absurdity, orange and green, hence, the 3 basic chemical colors, make yellow. See, one could say that these chromaticists are blind, better yet, they are simply blinded by faith. Actually, however, for them colors are mere words, 49 mere names, or even numbers. They do not actually know them, they do not see them. I can never forget that in Meloni, some 25 years ago, in a list of all colors and their nuances drawn up by him, I found cited a greenish red. From the above-mentioned mixture of the 6 remaining colors, there will never be anything other than the color of mud, instead of yellow. Moreover, yellow is indeed itself a homogeneous light. How, then, could it first be the result of that mixture? But the simple fact that one homogeneous light, in itself, is the perfect complementary color of another, following as its physiological spectrum, as yellow is of violet, blue of orange, red of green, and vice versa, overthrows the Schaefferian explanation, because it shows that whatever the eye sees on a white surface after staring at a color is anything but the combination of the 6 remaining homogeneous lights, but is always just one of them, e.g. after looking at violet, yellow. It may also not be assumed that upon the removal of one of the 7 homogeneous light rays, the remaining 6 in conjunction would now present nothing more than the color of any one of the others among them, for then a cause without an effect would have to be accepted, since the 5 other colors would not have altered the color of that single light ray. The inadmissibility of this explanation already follows from the fact that the physiological spectrum is not only seen on a white background, but also is seen perfectly well and clearly on a completely black and even shadowed background, indeed, even with eyes shut and covered with the hand. 50. Buffon had already stated this, and Schaeffer himself admits it in 17 of his work. Now here again we have a case where, as soon as a false theory reaches a certain point, nature immediately steps in the way and throws the lie in its face. Schaeffer too becomes very disconcerted at this and admits that herein lies the greatest difficulty. However, instead of becoming doubtful about his theory, which can never be compatible with this, he grasps at all kinds of miserable and absurd hypotheses, squirms pitifully, and ultimately lets the matter rest. Finally, the physiological spectrum presents itself on any colored surface where, of course, a conflict between its color and the physiological color arises. Consequently, when one looks at a blue piece of paper, having in the eye a yellow spectrum excited by staring at violet, green appears, arising from the combination of blue and yellow, irrefutably proving that the physiological spectrum adds something to the background on which it falls, but does not subtract something from it, since green does not appear from blue through some kind of subtraction, but through an addition, namely, of yellow. Moreover, a white, and still more a gray, or a shaded surface, is obviously especially conducive to the appearance of a physiological spectrum, because what generally stimulates the activity of the eye must also accommodate the spontaneous appearance of its qualitative half, a gray surface, which in itself evokes only a part, that is an intensive part of the activity of the retina, must be especially favorable to the already determined appearance of a qualitative part. This is also consistent with what Girton noted, Volume 1, p. 216a, that a chemical color requires a white background in order to appear. That shade, when illuminated with a color, shows the complement of this color only when a second, colorless illumination brightens it, is due to the fact that every shade is only half shade, and this shade, therefore, is tinged, although only weakly. When a colorless illumination falls on this hue B, it becomes attenuated and weakened to a degree, so that, when it strikes the eye can produce the complement of the colored 51 illumination. In any case, the well-known experience that we most clearly and easily catch sight of a physiological spectrum early in the morning, just upon awakening, speaks against the Schopenian explanation of the physiological spectrum, for at just this time, as a result of long rest, the retina is at its greatest powers and so is least inclined to be tired by staring at a color for some seconds and to be deadened to the point of insensitivity to the same color. Everything advanced here proves irrefutably that the physiological spectrum is generated by the intrinsic power of the retina and is attributable to the action of the retina, but is not a defective and atrophied impression of a white surface that occurs because of the retina's exhaustion. But I must thoroughly refute this Schopenian explanation because it still has value among the Newtonians. With regret, I mention that even Cuvier has cited it in his Comparative Anatomy, Lecture 12, Article 1, wherein he proclaims it to be his own new discovery, and it has been praised in Jameson's Edinburgh New Philosophical Journal, 1828, April, September, p. 190. It is hardly worth mention that common writers of compendia serve this up again and again, and we need not be surprised that in a book of this type, Professor Dove gives it for our benefit even in the year 1853, in his presentation of color theory, p. 157.b. Now, however, all the teaching about complementary colors by all present-day physicists, and all their chatter about it, is based on this Schopenian theory. As true incurables, they still always understand the issue objectively in the Newtonian sense. Accordingly, the complement that they frequently mention always refers only to the Newtonian spectrum of 7 colors and indicates one part of these 7, separated from the others, which are thereby completed to white light as the sum of all the homogeneous lights, just as Poerlet expounded at length in his Elements of Physics, Volume 2, 393c. 52. However, this construal of the issue is fundamentally false and absurd, and it is unforgivable that it is still held in esteem and imposed on the young 44 years after Goethe's color theory, and 40 years after this theory of mind. 111. However, conversely, it is not to be denied that Goethe, in unconditionally denying that white is produced from colors, went too far and deviated from the truth. He did so, however, only because he constantly had erroneous Newtonian theory in mind, and against this theory he correctly maintained that the aggregate of colors does not lead to light since each color is related to both darkness and light. Thus, through this denial he especially wanted to maintain the skeiron of color, and although he knew that the colors that were physiologically necessary were destroyed as colors when mixed, he explained this principally from the process of mixing the 3 basic chemical colors, wanting to maintain that gray was the unconditional and essential result. Because he had not pressed to the ultimate ground of all color phenomena, which is purely physiological, and because he had achieved his aim with the supreme principle of all physical colors 112, he still could not see that the true, ultimate ground of these was that opposite colors, when unified, abolish one another because they are qualitative halves of the divided activity of the retina that have again been combined. Similarly, he still could not see that the real ground and inner essence of the skeiron, inseparable from colors, which he so greatly stressed, is nothing other than the phenomenon of the inactive half of the activity of the retina at rest, and that, in any case, the skeiron must absolutely disappear through the reunification of both halves of the activity of the retina, so that ultimately, gray, which the chemical colors leave behind upon their disappearance through the union of opposites, is not a color itself. but only the material condition belonging to the physical color's crude material cause, and with reference to color can as such be called accidental. In general, it would be the greatest unfairness and ingratitude if one were to reproach Goethe for this misunderstanding in a far-ranging work which uncovers so many errors and teaches so many new truths. The true reason for the production of light from two colors could only become obvious as a consequence of my theory. Many will investigate it and knowledge will be increased. But conversely 53 one cannot in any way maintain that Newton had come across the truth on this point. For although it must be admitted that he taught in general that white can be produced from color, there still remains the sense in which he said this, that is, the fundamentally false theory 113 that the 7 colors are the basic constituents of light, which is recomposed again by their union. He had no acquaintance with, nor even a suspicion of, the physiological opposition of colors, on which their entire essence depends and with reference to which the production of white, or the full impression of light from colors, can uniquely take place, indeed from any arbitrary pair of colors, not from 7 specific colors, and because of this he never knew the true nature of color. Moreover, the production of white from 2 colors proves the impossibility of the same from 7. Thus to Newton's credit one can say no more than that by accident he had come near to expressing the truth. But because he advanced this in a false sense and in support of a false theory, the experiments through which he wanted to verify it are also for the most part insufficient and false. In just this way he led Goethe to deny too much in contradicting this false theory. And thus the strange case has occurred that the true and actual fact of the production of the full impression of light or of white by the union of colors, setting aside whether it be 2 or 7, was asserted by Newton on incorrect grounds and in service of a false theory, but was denied by Goethe in connection with an otherwise correct system of facts. If this were true in a Newtonian sense, or Newton's theory were generally correct, then first of all any combination of 2 colors he assumes to be primary must immediately yield a brighter color than any of them singly, because the combination of 2 homogeneous parts of the white light broken down into parts would immediately be a step toward the restoration of a white light. Only this is never the case. That is, if we combine in pairs the 3 fundamental chemical colors, of which all of the remaining colors are composed, then 54 blue with red yields violet, which is dimmer than each of the 2, blue with yellow yields green, which although somewhat brighter than the former, is still much dimmer than the latter, yellow with red yields orange, which is brighter than the latter, but dimmer than the former. This actually contains sufficient refutation of the Newtonian theory. However, the correct, factual, conclusive, and inescapable refutation of Newton's theory is the achromatic refractor, which is they Newton also very consistently took such a thing to be impossible. If white light consists of 7 types of light, each of which has a different color and at the same time a different refrangibility, then refraction is inseparable from the isolation of the lights, and the degree of refraction and the color of each light are necessarily inseparably associated. Thus, when light is refracted, it must appear as colored no matter how varied and complicated the refraction, be it moved back and forth, up and down, so long as all of the 7 rays are not again brought together in one spot. When according to Newtonian theory white is recomposed and at the same time all effect of the refraction ends, that is, everything is again brought back in its place. But as the discovery of achromaticity brought to light the opposite of this result, the Newtonians, to their embarrassment, clung to the explanation which we feel tempted, as does Goethe, to consider senseless verbiage, for with the best of intentions it is very difficult to attribute to it any intelligible sense, i.e., anything that can in any way be intuitively imaginable. For namely, along with refraction of colors, there is still supposed to take place a dispersion of colors different from the refraction, and this is to be understood as a distancing of individual colored lights from one another, the separation of these lights, which is allegedly the proximate cause of the lengthening of the spectrum. This spectrum, however, is by hypothesis the effect of the differing refrangibility of these colored rays. Thus if this so-called dispersion, i.e. the lengthening of the spectrum, or of the image of the sun after it is refracted, depends on the fact that the light consists of differently colored lights, the nature of each of which has a different refrangibility, i.e. 55 each refracts into a different angle, then the specific refrangibility of each light, as its inseparable, essential property, must still inhere in the light. Thus, a particular homogeneous light will always refract in the same way just as it is colored in the same way. For the Newtonian homogeneous ray of light and its color are absolutely one and the same, it is just a colored ray and nothing else. Hence, where there is the ray, there is the color, and where there is the color, there is the ray. If, by hypothesis, it lies in the nature of each differently colored ray also to be refracted at a different angle, then its color will accompany it in this or any angle. Consequently, with any refraction the different colors must appear. Thus, in order to make sense of the explanation favored by the Newtonians, two different kinds of refracting media can refract light with equal intensity, but disperse the colors to different degrees. We must assume that, while crown and flint glass refract whole light, that is, white light, with equal intensity, nonetheless the parts of which this whole throughout consists are refracted differently by flint glass from crown glass, thus altering their refrangibility. That's a hard nut to crack. Furthermore, they must alter their refrangibility in such a way that, on the application of the flint glass, the most refrangible rays still achieve ever stronger refrangibility. In contrast, those least refrangible assume an even weaker refrangibility, so this flint glass must augment the refrangibility of certain rays and at the same time diminish that of certain others, while the whole, which consists only of these rays, still retains its previous refrangibility. Nevertheless, this dogma, which is so difficult to comprehend, is always held in universal credit and respect, and to this very day it can be seen from the writings about optics from all nations how seriously the difference between refraction and dispersion is discussed. Now for the truth. The most immediate and essential cause of achromaticity, produced by means of the combination of a convex lens made of crown glass and a concave lens made of flint glass, must be a physiological cause, just as with 56 all production of white from colors. Specifically, it must be the production of the full activity of the retina at the spots affected by physical colors, since here, certainly not 7, but just 2 colors, namely 2 colors that augment this activity, are superimposed on one another, so that a pair of colors are again united. In the present case, this is brought about objectively, or physically, in the following way. Through a double refraction in opposite directions, by means of a concave and a convex lens, the opposite color phenomenon arises, namely, on one side a yellowish-red band with a yellow edge and on the other side a blue band with a violet edge. At the same time, this double refraction in opposite directions superimposes the phenomena of colored bands so that the blue band covers the yellowish-red and the violet edge covers the yellow edge, whereby these two physiological pairs of colors, namely that of 1/3 and 2/3, and that of 1/4 and 3/4 of the full of activity of the retina become reunited, and hence colorlessness is reproduced. Thus this is the proximatech cause of achromaticity. But now what is the more remote cause? Since the requisite dioptric result, namely, an excess of the refraction remaining colorless, is brought about by the fact that the flint glass, working in an opposite direction, is able to neutralize the color phenomenon of the crown glass by an equally broad color phenomenon opposing it, even with a significantly smaller refraction, because its own color bands and edges originally are significantly wider than those of the crown glass. Hence, the question arises, how does it happen that two different refracting media, with equal refraction, yield such very different breadths of color phenomena? A very satisfactory account of this consistent with Goethean theory can be given, that is, if this is worked out in somewhat more detail and more clearly than Goethe himself did. His derivation of the prismatic color phenomenon from his supreme principle, which he calls the Phenomena, is completely correct, only he had not sufficiently reduced it to details, while without a certain precision there is no satisfaction in such things. He 57 quite correctly explains this phenomenon of a colored band accompanying a refraction as the result of a secondary image accompanying the primary image displaced by refraction. First, a word about the origin of secondary images accompanying the primary image in refraction. Nature takes no leaps, so reads the law of continuity of all alterations, by means of which no transition occurs in nature with complete abruptness, be it in space, or in time, or in degree of any property. Now upon its entry into the prism and then upon its exit, that is, twice, light is suddenly deflected from its straight path. Is it to be supposed that this occurs so abruptly and so sharply that the light does not undergo the least mixture with the surrounding darkness, but that in turning through significant angles through this darkness, the light preserves its edges most sharply, so that it passes through in a perfectly unmixed purity and remains completely whole? Rather, is it not more natural to assume that, upon the first, as well as upon the second refraction, a very small part of this mass of light fails to take the new direction fast enough, and so becomes somewhat separated, but at the same time, retaining the memory of the path it just left? This small part accompanies the primary image as a secondary image, suspended somewhat above the primary image on the first refraction and somewhat below the primary image on the second. For this reason, it has also been noted, Birnbaum, The Realm of the Clouds EP 61, that there is a diminution of light necessarily connected with each refraction of the light. 114. Indeed, in this context one could think of the polarization of light by means 58 of a mirror to be one part light cast back and another part light let through. What is essential about the process, however, is that with the refraction the light goes through such an intimate melding with the surrounding darkness that, unlike, example, half shadows, this no longer calls forth merely the intensive division of the activity of the retina, but rather its qualitative division. 115. Figure 8. The accompanying figure, Fig 8, shows more specifically how the four prismatic colors that are actually present 59, not 7, arise from the effect of the two adjacent images cast by prismatic refraction in line with Goethe's fundamental law. This figure represents a white paper disc of some 4 inches diameter glued to a matte black paper, as seen through a prism from a distance of some 3 paces, presented as in nature, and not according to the Newtonian fictions. Now anyone who wants to know what is being said, has to be convinced by autopsy. Beholding the prism before one's eyes, and first stepping closer and then farther away, one will perceive both secondary images almost simultaneously and immediately, and will see how, following one's movements, the secondary images distance themselves first more, then less, from the primary image, sliding over one another. If one steps back considerably farther, then blue and yellow overspread one another and one will enjoy the highly edifying spectacle of seeing how the Newtonian homogeneous green light, the pure primary green, is composed out of this blue and yellow. Prismatic experiments can in general be done in 2 ways, either so that the refraction precedes reflection, or so that the opposite occurs. The former happens when the image of the sun is cast on a wall through a prism, the latter occurs when a white image is observed through a prism. This latter method is not only less troublesome to conduct, but also shows the actual phenomenon more clearly. This is in part because here the effect of refraction reaches the eye immediately, with the advantage that one receives the effect first-hand, whereas, by the other method one first receives it second-hand, after the reflection occurs on the wall, and in part because in this case the light proceeds immediately from an object that is nearby, sharply delineated, and not blinding, whereas, by the first method what travels through the prism is directly the image of a body 20 million miles distant, correspondingly large, and radiating its own light. Therefore, the white disk depicted here, whose place is taken by the sun in the first method, quite clearly shows the 2 secondary images accompanying it, which have originated as a result of a double refraction displacing it upwards. The secondary image originating in the first refraction, taking place upon the 60 entry of a light in the prism, lags behind and so remains with its outermost edge still in darkness, hidden by the darkness. In contrast, the other, which arises upon the second refraction, that is, with the light's exit from the prism, rushes forth and so spreads over the darkness. The effect of both, however, extends, although more weakly, over that part of the primary image that is weakened by the loss of both. Therefore, only that part of the primary image that remains obscured by the 2 secondary images, thus retaining its full light, appears white. In contrast, colors arise, as is certainly consistent with the Goethean law, where one secondary image alone struggles against the darkness, or where the primary image, which is somewhat weakened by the departure of this secondary image, is already impaired by the darkness. Accordingly, on the upper part, where one secondary image alone rushed forth, spreading itself over the black surface, we see violet arise. Under this, however, where the primary image is already weakened by loss, we see blue produced. On the lowest part of the image, in contrast, where the single secondary image remains in the darkness, yellowish red shows. Atop this, however, where the primary image, already weakened, shines through, we see yellow, just as the rising sun when first covered by the lower, denser atmosphere appears yellowish red, but when it reaches the more rarefied atmosphere only appears yellow. As a result of this explanation, just because the white disk alone is not what produces colors, but works with the darkness as the second factor, the color phenomenon appears much better if the white disk is attached to a black background than to a light gray one. After this explanation of the prismatic phenomenon, it will not be difficult for us, at least in general, to understand why with equal refraction of light some refracting media, such as flint glass, produce the phenomenon of a broader colored band, while others, such as crown glass, produce the phenomenon of a narrower colored band, or, in the language of the Newtonians, to understand what the possibility of non-uniformity of refraction of light and dispersion of colors depends on. For refraction is the distance of a primary image from its line of incidence. Dispersion, in contrast, is the 61 distance, arising at the same time, of the two secondary images from the primary image, but now we find this accidental property present in various refracting substances to various degrees. Hence, two transparent bodies can have equal powers of refraction, i.e., they deflect the images of light passing through them an equal distance from its line of incidence, yet at the same time the secondary images, which alone cause the color phenomenon, can distance themselves from the primary image upon refraction through one body more than upon refraction through another. Now, in order to compare this account of the subject with the so often repeated Newtonian explanation of the phenomenon analyzed above, I choose the expression of the latter given in the following words on October 27, 1836, in the Munich Scholarly Review: following the philosophical transactions b various transparent substances refract the various homogeneous lights in very unequal proportions, so that the spectrum, produced through different refracting media, in otherwise equal circumstances, achieves a very different extension. If the lengthening of the spectrum generally originates from the unequal refractability of the homogeneous lights themselves, then everywhere this lengthening must occur according to the degree of refraction and, hence, greater lengthening of an image could only arise as a result of the greater refractory power of a medium. Now, if this is not the case, but one of two media of equal refractory strength produces a longer spectrum and the other produces a shorter one, then this proves that the lengthening of the spectrum is not the direct effect of the refraction, but merely the effect of an accidental property accompanying the refraction. Now, the secondary images arising from this are such an accidental property. Upon equal refraction, given the nature of the refracting substance, these secondary images can readily be more or less distant from the primary image. 116. 60-11 The three types of the division of the activity of the retina in combination. 117. For the sake of completeness, I have still to note that a combination of the qualitative with the intensive division of the activity of the retina is like the deviation of a color from its greatest energy, either into paleness or into darkness. Likewise, the extensive part also combines with the qualitative, one part of the retina producing one color and another part of the retina another color upon external stimulus. Thereafter, as is well known, upon the cessation of the stimulation, the two requisite colors on each part of the retina make up spectra. In normal use of the eye, all three types of division of the activity of the eye mostly take place simultaneously and in combination. 118. If some difficulty is to be found in the fact that, according to my theory, when we view a very colorful surface, the activity of the retina would be simultaneously divided into 100 places in very different proportions, then it might be considered that when hearing the harmony of an immense orchestra, or the quick arpeggios of a virtuoso, the tympanic membrane and the auditory nerve are set into vibrations of diverse numerical ratios, now simultaneously, now in quickest succession, all of which the intelligence apprehends, evaluates arithmetically, sensing their aesthetic effect, and immediately noticing every deviation from the mathematical correctness of a tone, it will then be found that I have not believed the much more perfect sense of sight capable of too much. Now a special, so to say, abnormal phenomenon is still worth mentioning here, one which absolutely cannot be reconciled with the Schäferian explanation and so contributes to its refutation, but which still needs special elucidation according to my explanation. If there are some smaller, colorless spots on a large, colored surface, then once the physiological spectrum produced by the colored surface appears, these spots no longer remain colorless, but present themselves as the color that was formerly present on the whole surface, even though they have not at all been affected by the complement of that color. 63 e.g. after seeing the green wall of a house with small gray windows, the spectrum of a red wall follows, not with gray, but with green windows. According to my theory, we can explain this by the fact that after a certain qualitative half of the activity of the whole retina was produced by the colored surface, a few small spots remain excluded from the stimulation, and now when the external stimulus ceases, the complement of the half of the activity it excited now appears as a spectrum, while the spots that were excluded from the stimulation enter into the qualitative half of the activity formerly present in a consonant Y and mimic B. As it were, what all the rest of the retina previously experienced while they alone were excluded by the absence of stimulus, hence, it is as if, so to speak, they are exercised afterwards. 12 On some injuries and an abnormal condition of the eye. 119. This may also be the place to note that those spectra produced by mechanical concussion of the eye and those produced by blinding light are to be regarded as the same kind, and are different only in degree. They can be rightly called pathological spectra, for 120 just as the former occur by obvious injury, so the latter phenomena are temporary disruptions of the activity of the retina produced by overstimulation, where the activity is, as it were, thrown out of equilibrium, divided convulsively first this way then another, thus exhibiting the phenomena that Goethe described, Volume 1, p. 15. An eye dazzled by blinding light sees a red spectrum when looking into brightness, a green spectrum when looking into dim light, precisely because its activity is divided by the force of overstimulation, so first one and then the other half appears, in proportion to the external conditions. The opposite injury of the eye 121 to that of blinding is eye strain on account of dim light. A with 64 blinding, the external stimulus is too strong, with eye strain in dim light it is too weak. Through want of external stimulus by light the activity of the retina is intensively divided, and only a small part of the retina is actually aroused. B Now through voluntary strain, example through reading, this arousal is increased, thus an intensive part of the activity is aroused without stimulus, but wholly by straining internally. To make clear the perniciousness of this, none other than an obscene comparison occurs to me. 122 Specifically, this causes harm in the same way as onanism. And generally any arousal of the genitalia arising through mere fantasy, without the influence of natural external stimulus, is more enervating than the actual natural satisfaction of the sex drive. D. My theory first makes understandable why the artificial light of a flame fatigues the eye more than daylight. The light of a flame illuminates everything reddish yellow, which also explains the blue shadows. Consequently, as long as we are seeing by light, only some 2/3 of the activity of the retina is excited and does all the straining for vision, while approximately 1/3 rests. This must enervate in a similar way as does the use of a polished lens in front of one eye, indeed, all the more, as in this case the division of the activity of the retina is not merely intensive, but qualitative, and the retina is held in that state for a long time without interruption. Therefore, it also has the impulse to produce the complement, which it satisfies on the occasion of any otherwise weakly illuminated shadow by immediately coloring it. 123 Thus it was a good suggestion to make night light similar to daylight through blue lenses tending slightly to violet, for which reason, through personal experience, I recommend that glasses be neither too dark nor too thick, for otherwise the appearance of dim light arises. 124 For more, see Parrot, Treatise on the Manner of Changing Artificial Light into a Light Resembling Daylight. F. Strasbourg, 1791. An additional proof of the subjective nature of color, or that it is a function of the eye itself, and 65 consequently pertains immediately to the eye and only secondarily and mediately to objects, is ultimately given to us by the daguerreotype, which in its purely objective way reproduces everything visible about the body except the color. Another, still more striking proof 125 is provided for us by the occurrence, certainly uncommon, but still now and again to be found, of those people who see absolutely no colors and whose retina lacks the capacity to divide its activity qualitatively. Hence they see only gradations of light and dark, consequently, the world presents itself to them like an ink drawing, be an engraving, or a daguerreotype. It is deprived of the particular stimulus that the addition of color confers on it for us. We find an example of this in the 67th volume of the Philosophical Transactions of the year 1777, where, p. 260, a detailed report is given on the three Harris brothers, none of whom could see colors, and in the following volume is an essay by J. Scott, who saw no colors, a defect many members of his family also had. A physician living in Hamburg, well known in his time, Unser, suffered the same privation. However, he made efforts to hide it as far as possible, for because of it he was obviously at a disadvantage in diagnosis and symptomatology. In order to get to the bottom of the matter, his wife once used blue makeup on her face, upon which he merely remarked that today she had put on too much rouge. I am grateful for this account to a painter, Demiani, who 40 years ago was gallery supervisor in Dresden, and to whom the matter became known because he had painted a portrait of this woman, whereupon Unser explained that he could not make judgments about the coloring and told him why. 126 Yet another example of this sort is provided by a Mr. von Zimmermann who lived in Riga at the beginning of this century. The publisher of this work, who knew him personally, vouches for the following report about him, and also refers to Albinus, the director of the secondary school, who was this gentleman's teacher. So for this Mr. von Zimmermann absolutely no colors existed, he only saw everything in white, black, and nuances of gray. He played billiards quite well, and since 66 in Riga billiards is played with yellow and red colored balls, he was able to distinguish between these very well because the red appeared to him as much darker. According to my theory, with pure colors, red must for him be half again darker than yellow. An experiment had been conducted with him, which, with respect to my theory, could not have been more fortunately devised. He wore a red uniform, instead, a green one was put out before him, he noticed absolutely nothing, put it on, and was about to go to parade in it. For of course for him pure red and pure green must be as identical as 1/2 equals 1/2. That is, his retina completely lacked the capacity to divide its activity qualitatively. Much more common are people who see colors quite imperfectly since they recognize a few, but not most. In my own experience, there have been 3 such people. They were least able to distinguish red from green for the reason given above. That such an achromatic deficiency can also occur temporarily is to be seen from an essay by Theodore Clemens, Color Blindness During Pregnancy, including some discussion about color blindness in general, to be found in Archive for Physiological Therapy A 1858. On color blindness, see also G. Wilson, Researches on Color Blindness, Edinburgh, 1855, 127. 13. On external stimuli that excite the qualitative division of the activity of the retina 128. Up to this point we have considered colors in the narrowest significance, be specifically as conditions, affections of the eye. This consideration is the first and most essential part of color theory. color theory in the narrowest sense, see, which as such must be the basis of all further investigations on color and with which they must always remain consistent. To this first part 129 there must be added as a second the consideration of causes that externally affect the eye as stimuli, but do not, like pure light and white, affect the 67 undivided activity of the retina in greater or lesser degrees, but always evoke only a qualitative half of such activity. Goethe divided these external causes quite correctly and appositely into two classes, namely chemical and physical colors, i.e., those permanent colors inhering in bodies, and the merely temporary colors that arise through some particular combination of light and transparent media. 130 Now if their difference is to be indicated by a single generalization, then I would say, physical colors are those causes of the excitation of a qualitative half of the activity of the retina that as such are accessible to us. Hence, we understand that, even if we are not in agreement about the manner of their effect, this effect must still be subject to certain laws that exist under the most varied circumstances and among the most varied materials, so that the phenomenon can always be traced back to them. Chemical colors, in contrast, are those for which this is not the case, and whose causes we recognize without at all comprehending the manner of their special effect on the eye. 131 For although we know that, example, this or that chemical precipitate yields this certain color and to this extent is its cause, we still do not know either the cause of the color as such or the law as a result of which it occurs here, rather, its occurrence is only known a posteriori and to that extent remains for us contingent. Conversely, for physical colors, we know their cause as such, the law of their appearance. Thus, too, our cognition of these physical colors is not connected to a specific material, but applies to any material. So, example, yellow appears as soon as light is refracted through a turbid medium, be it a parchment, a fluid, smoke, or the prismatic secondary image. 132 Even black and white exist physically as well as chemically. Physical black is darkness, physical white is perfect turbidity. As a result of what has been said, physical colors can also be called comprehensible, while chemical colors are incomprehensible. The second part of a color theory would be completed by a reduction of chemical to physical colors in some sense. Newton did 68 exactly the opposite of this, reducing physical to chemical colors, by teaching that in refraction the white ray is split into 7 unequal refrangible parts, and that these parts just happen to have a violet color, an indigo color, etc. 133. I will say something later about chemical color, first here to physical colors. Since ultimately light is always the external stimulus of the activity of the retina, it must be possible to demonstrate an exactly corresponding modification of light for any modification of that activity by which the sensation of color exists. 134 What this is the point of controversy between Newton and Goethe, a controversy to be decided in the final instance by facts and experiments submitted to correct judgment. But if we now take into consideration what was said in 2 about the necessary parallelism between cause and effect, then we will not doubt that the more exact knowledge of the effect to be explained, the knowledge previously gained that color is a physiological fact, puts us in position to settle something about the external causes we have been seeking independently of any experimental investigation, and thus, to this extent, a priori. This would be essentially the following. 135. 1. Colors themselves, their relations to one another, and the rule-governed nature of their appearance, this all lies in the eye itself and is only a special modification of the activity of the retina. The external cause can only act as a stimulus, as an occasion for the expression of this activity, and is thus very much subordinate. It can only play the kind of role in the production of color in the eye, i.e., in the excitation of the polarity of the retina, that friction can in calling up electricity lying dormant in a body, i.e., the separation of plus E and E. Yet colors can never exist anywhere external to the eye, purely objectively, in a definite number, having definite rules and relations to one another, and delivered to the eye ready-made. If despite all this, one wanted to effect an agreement between my theory and the Newtonian, This infelicitous thought could only be prosecuted by means of the assumption of the most miraculous pre-established 69 harmonib on which a human mind in speculative distress might ever seize. That is, as a result of this harmony, certain colors, although originating in the eye according to the laws of its functions, just like all the remaining innumerable colors, nevertheless have expressly prepared, as it were, pre-established causes in light itself, and indeed in its constituents. 2. Every color is a qualitative half of the complete activity of the retina, to which it is restored by another color, its complement. Consequently, there are certainly only pairs of colors and no single colors, thus, it cannot be assumed that there are 7, an odd number of colors, actually existing separately. 3. The colors form a continuous circle, within which there are no boundaries, no fixed points on the equator of Runge's color sphere described in 5 above. Every color arises from the division of this circle into 2 halves, and the color's complementary opposite is immediately given. The two together always potentially contain the whole circle. The number of colors is thus infinite, hence, one can assume neither 7, nor any other determinate number of fixed colors. It is simply through the rational, readily comprehensible ratio, expressible in prime numbers, into which the activity of the retina divides itself that the 3 pairs of colors especially distinguish themselves, and for this reason these colors are always and everywhere designated by particular names, but beyond this there is no other reason, since otherwise they have no priority over the others. 4. The infinite number of possible colors that originates from the infinitely modifiable divisibility of the retina's activity must have corresponding to it an equally infinite modifiability, capable of the slightest transitions, in the external cause that acts as stimulus. However, this in no way affords the assumption of 7 or any other definite number of homogeneous lights as parts of white light, all of which exist by themselves as fixed and firm, but which, when united with one another, could never produce anything but a return to colorlessness. I know well that Newton sometimes asserts, when 70 the coherence of his fabrication requires, that the 7 homogeneous lights were essentially just a joke, that they were really not homogeneous, but extremely complex, composed of infinitely many lights that are really and truly homogeneous. Now even as expressed here, this could at most save the homogeneous lights from the claim of the present numbered paragraph. However, the same argument condemns them all the more certainly in the next paragraph, since, not to mention that they now only exist like Democritus atoms, it then follows that each genuine homogeneous light, i.e., each actual primary color, is related to white as an infinitely small fraction is to 1, and so they absolutely vanish into darkness and become invisible. 136. In contrast, Goethe's theory entirely satisfies the requirement made here. For a turbidity that can be found now on this side of light, now on the other, that can be now more opaque, now more transparent in countless degrees, and finally can be illuminated equally from both sides in the most varied ratios, that presents us with the same infinite ability to modify in the cause as we found in the effect. 5. We have found the skiron essential to color, or its shadow-like nature, to be based in the eye on the fact that the merely half activity of the retina presupposes the repose of the other half, and that the expression of the latter is just the skiron. We have compared its intimate connection with light, appearing as color, to a chemical mixture of light and darkness. This skiron must again be found external to the eye, represented in some way in the external cause. Now, indeed, Newton's theory that color is always 1/7 of whole light would be extremely inadequate in this point, since his theory recognizes color as something less bright than white, but to the exaggerated extent that according to their brightness all colors, with insignificant differences, are related to white sometimes as 1/7, or at least as 1/6, but we know that even the weakest and dimmest of all colors, violet, is related to white as 1/4, blue, as 1/3, green and red, as 1/2, and yellow, even as 3/4. In the preceding numbered paragraph, I have already said how absolutely grim it is here for the Newtonian theory if 71 accepts an infinite number of homogeneous lights instead of 7, as its esoteric teaching truly has it. 137. Conversely, the phenomenon presented by Goethe also perfectly and most satisfactorily meets the requirement regarding the Skiron. He has colors originate from light and darkness in the most intimate combination. A dimmed light excites yellow in the eye, and illuminated darkness, blue, however, neither can occur immediately, from which just dimness, gray, the intensive division of the activity of the retina, would result, rather by means of the interposition of a third, turbidity, which, so to speak, becomes the solventa of the chemical penetration of light and darkness, which then evokes the polarity of the eye, i.e., the qualitative division of its activity. 138, after appropriately describing all the phenomena of the physiological contrast of colors, Goethe asserts that yellow and blue are a physical contrast arising from opposite causes, yellow from a turbidity's obstructing light to the eye, blue from the eyes looking into the darkness through an illuminated turbidity. This physical contrast is completely correct as long as it is understood as a general expression for two primary relations of all physical colors, and blue and yellow here are seen as representative, so to speak, of two classes, cold and warm colors. If, however, it is to be understood in the narrowest sense and just assumed to be a prevailing physical contrast between yellow and blue, then the incongruence of the opposition of the physiological colors with that of the physical must be astonishing, since the actual opposite of blue is orange, and the opposite of yellow is violet, and it is to be presupposed that the relation that obtains between colors in the proper sense must again be found between their causes external to the eye, in accordance with the Aristotelian principle cited above, contrary causes for contrary effects, on generation and corruption, ch. 10. B. Certainly this is the case and any incongruence is merely apparent. For considered more precisely, one and the same degree of turbidity that excites pure blue when brought in front of darkness and illuminated, produces not yellow but orange 72 when conversely it obstructs light, and in just the same way, one and the same degree of turbidity will always produce two opposite colors, complements of one another, under opposite circumstances of light and darkness. That this must be so follows a priori from the following consideration. A color necessarily appearing afterwards as a spectrum, is the complement of a given color, hence, the latter must lack as much of the complete activity of the eye as the former has, i.e. the latter must contain just as much darkness, skiron, as the former contains light. Now for all physical colors on the positive side, i.e. everything ranging between yellow and red, turbidity is the cause of their darkness, since turbidity impedes light. Conversely, for all colors on the negative side, turbidity is the cause of their brightness, as this turbidity reflects the incident light, which otherwise would be lost in darkness. Thus, if under the opposite conditions the self-same turbidity causes in one case just as much brightening as in the converse darkening, and if this indicates that any color must contain as much brightness as its complement contains darkness, then the self-same turbidity, given opposite illumination, will necessarily produce the two colors that require and complement one another. 139 In this we now have a complete a priori proof of the truth of the Goethean phenomenon and the correctness of his whole theory of colors, which I ask the reader to consider. Proceeding merely from knowledge of color in the strictest sense, thus as a phenomenon in the eye, we have found that its external cause must be diminished light, however, a light diminished in such a way that it must have the property of imparting just as much light to any color as its complement imparts to darkness, skiron. This, however, can occur in an infallible manner that fits all cases, only if the cause of brightness in a given color is exactly the cause of the shade, or dimness, in its complement. For there are contrary causes for contrary effects. Only a turbid partition inserted between light and darkness satisfies this requirement, but does so completely, because under opposite illumination it always causes two physiologically complementary colors that, depending on the degree of thickness and density of the turbidity 73 turn out differently, but together always complement one another to produce white, i.e., the complete activity of the retina. Given the thinnest turbidity, these colors will be yellow and violet, with increasing density they will always transform into orange and blue, and finally, With still greater density they become red and green, the last of which, however, is not likely to be produced in this simple way, although the sky at sunset and sunrise now and then causes it to appear faintly. If finally the turbidity is complete, i.e., increased to the point of opaqueness B when light strikes it, then white appears, with light behind it, darkness or black. Since the Goethean phenomenon can be derived from my theory, it no longer deserves to be called such. For it is not, as Goethe took it, a simple given, one not susceptible of further explanation, rather, it is only a cause, since, following my theory, such a cause is required for the production of the effect, that is, the having of the activity of the retina. The true phenomenon is only the retina's organic capacity to divide the activity of its nerves into two qualitatively opposed halves, now equal, now unequal, and have them come to the fore successively. At this we must obviously stop, since from here on there can only be final causa of the kind we generally encounter throughout physiology, such as the fact that through color we have one more means for distinguishing and recognizing things. From the derivation of the Goethean phenomenon given above, it also follows that the physical contrast must always coincide with and correspond to the physiological contrast. The prismatic spectrum completely corroborates what has been said above about the four colors that it shows originally and in their simplest condition, as is easily understood from the figure given above. C148 turbidity of doubled denseness creates a doubled secondary image on the side of the blue and on the other a reddish yellow band, that is, two complements for the full activity of the retina, and turbidity of half denseness produces, in the corresponding places, a violet and a yellow edge, which also complement one another. Thus physical and physiological 74 opposites fully coincide. 141 Similarly certain turbid solutions of quassia, lignum nephriticum D, and the like, produce the same yellow, the complementary color of blue, from transmitted light as they produce when light strikes them. Even tobacco smoke, blown into the light, appears dirty orange, and blown toward the shadow side, blue. 142, as a result of all this, the physical contrast of yellow and blue, as put forth by Goethe, applies only in general, insofar as yellow and blue here indicate not two colors, but two classes of colors. It is necessary to note this restriction. But now when Goethe goes still farther, calling this physical contrast of yellow and blue a polar contrast, I would be able to agree with him only by resorting to a highly artificial explanation, but I must differ from him. For, as my whole presentation shows, polar contrasts have to do only with colors in the strictest sense, as affections of the retina, the polarization of which, i.e., the separation into qualitatively opposed activities, they just make obvious. To assert a polarity of light means the same as to assert the division of light. Since Goethe rejects the latter, but then still speaks of a polarity of colors, independent of the eye, but explains color itself from the conflict of light with turbidity or dimness, and does not derive it from anything farther, then this polarity of color could be nothing other than a polarity of this conflict. 143 The inadmissibility of this requires no refutation. Every polarity must originate from a unity split into two, it is separated into two qualitative opposites. However, a polarity can never originate from chance encounter of two things of different origins, such as are light and a turbid medium. Now finally concerning chemical color, it is obviously a unique modification of the surface of a body, which, however, is so subtle that we are also absolutely unable to recognize and distinguish it, but it makes itself known solely through its capacity to evoke one or another determinate half of the eye's activity. This capacity is for us still an occult quality. But it is easy to understand that such a slight and subtle modification of the surface 75 can be greatly altered, even through trivial circumstances, and thus cannot stand in any commensurate relation to the intrinsic, essential properties of a body. This ready alterability of chemical colors goes so far that occasionally a complete change of color corresponds to an extremely slight, or even totally undetectable alteration in the properties inherent in the body. 144 So, example, the cinnabar obtained through the fusion of mercury and sulfur is black, just like a similar combination of lead with sulfur, Only after it has been sublimated does cinnabar assume the well-known fiery red, although a chemical alteration in it is not demonstrable. Here, through mere heating, red mercuric oxide becomes blackish-brownish, and yellow, basic nitrate of mercury becomes red. A well-known Chinese rouge comes to us borne on a little piece of cardboard and is then dark green. When touched with moistened fingers, this is immediately colored bright red. Even the example of crabs becoming red when cooked belongs here, as does the rapid change of the green of many leaves into red at the first frost, and the reddening of an apple on the side on which the sun shines, which may be ascribed to a more powerful deoxidation of that side. Similarly, that some plants have a bright red stem and all the veins of their leaves, but the parenchyma is green, generally the multicolored quality of many flower petals, as well as the variety of a single type, of tulips, carnations, mallows, dahlias, etc. In other cases, we could demonstrate that the chemical difference revealed by color is very small, e.g. when tincture of litmus or violet extract change their colors through the slightest trace of oxidation or alkalinization. On the one hand, all this confirms what follows from my theory, the predominantly subjective nature of color that has always been felt, as in the old saying there is no disputing taste and colors, or as the proven saying similarly attests, do not put too much faith in colors, and which has made color almost become a symbol of deceptiveness and inconsistency, so that it has always been found dangerous to consider only color. For this reason we must 76 be careful not to attribute too much significance to colors in nature. On the other hand, the examples cited above teach that the eye is the most sensitive reagent in the chemical sense, as it allows us to recognize instantaneously not only the least detectable alterations, but even such alterations of composition as no other reagent can show. The possibility of chemical colors generally depends on this incomparable sensitivity of the eye. Chemical colors in themselves are still completely unexplained, while we have finally obtained the correct insight into physical colors through Goethe, despite this insight's having been impeded by the promotion of false Newtonian theory. Physical colors are related to chemical colors exactly as magnetism produced by a galvanic apparatus, and to this extent understandable from its immediate cause, is related to permanent magnetism in steel and in iron ores. The former provides a temporary magnetism that exists only through a complex of conditions, and as soon as these no longer obtain, its existence ceases. The latter, in contrast, is incorporated in a body, inalterable, and, until now, unexplained. It is enthralled like an enchanted prince. The same applies to the chemical color of a body. 145 Therefore tourmalines provide for us another comparison in relation to bodies in which transient electricity can be produced just by friction, for as physical colors appear only through a combination of conditions and chemical colors, in contrast, merely require illumination in order to appear, so tourmalines merely require heat in order to reveal the electricity dwelling in them at all times. 146. A general explanation of chemical colors appears to me to be found in the following. Light and heat are metamorphoses of one another. The sun's rays are cold, as long as they illuminate. Only when they cease to illuminate on striking an opaque body, do they transform their light into heat. Therefore, passing through a thin sheet of ice into the blackened interior of a box, the sun's rays considerably increase the temperature on a thermometer 77 in the box without melting the sheet of ice. 147 Indeed, even a lens ground from ice lights a fire without itself melting in the process, which could not occur if the sun emitted original and inalterable rays of heat, different from light rays and mixed in with them, which as such pass through the ice, and so must have an effect as such and melt it. A bell jar, placed over a plant, produces a high degree of warmth because the light instantaneously passes through the glass and changes into heat due to the opaque soil, but the glass is not so readily permeable for heat as for light. Therefore, heat collects under the bell, reaching a high degree. 148 Conversely, heat transforms into light with glowing stones, glass, metals, also in irrespirable types of gas, and with even the slight heating of fluorite. The specially modified way in which a body, depending on its nature, transforms light that strikes it into heat is, to our eye, Its chemical color. This chemical color will turn out to be all the dimmer, the more readily and completely this process of transformation proceeds. Thus, black bodies most readily become warm, that is all we know of it. Yet from this we can understand how the different colors of the prismatic spectrum heat bodies differently, and also see how a single physical color can produce a chemical color, as, example, silver chloride is blackened by clear, that is, white sunlight but even takes on the colors of the prismatic spectrum if it remains exposed to such light for a long time. For here the chemical color which arises for our eyes is the expression of a modified and thereby weakened manner in which silver chloride receives light and transforms it into warmth, while the free, unencumbered course of this process, in white light, reveals itself by the black coloration. 149, just as heat and light are metamorphoses of one another, so electricity is another metamorphosis of heat, as Seebeck's thermoelectricity proves, when bismuth and antimony are soldered to one another. The heat imparted to them immediately changes into electricity. 78. Electricity is changed into light by an electric spark and when a current flows in a vacuum, and electricity is changed into heat when its current is impeded in an electrode, which then glows, and when its current is impeded in an iron electrode, it then burns. 150. As I have already said, it is obvious that the fractions I have discovered are correct for the 6 primary colors into which the activity of the retina is qualitatively divided, but this remains a matter of immediate judgment and must be accepted as self-evident, for it is difficult, perhaps impossible, to prove. 151. Still, I will indicate here 2 ways in which a proof might nonetheless be found. There have been frequent efforts to seek a precise determination of the ratios into which the 3 primary chemical colors must be mixed as pairs in order to produce the color lying exactly in the middle between them. By name, Lichtenberg, Erxleben, and Lambert have busied themselves in answering this question. But a statement of the real significance of the problem as well as a scientific, and not simply an empirical solution to the problem, is first provided by my theory. I must, however, preface this with the remark that the pigments that are applied in these experiments must be of absolutely perfect color, i.e., such as 1. Divide the complete activity of the eye without leaving an undivided remainder, colors which thus are free of all paleness or dimness foreign to their nature and which are extremely glaring, energetic colors. 2. Such colors as are exactly 1/3, 1/2, and 3/4 of the activity of the eye, that is, perfect blue, red, and yellow, i.e., the 3 chemical primary colors in their greatest purity. Now if in working with such colors one wanted, example to compound green, which is 1/2 of the full activity, out of blue, which is 1/3, and yellow, which is 3/4, then the amount of blue must be in inverse proportion to the amount of yellow, just as the difference 79 between 1/3 and 1/2 is inverse to the difference between 3/4 and 1/2, for when a given color is that much nearer than the other to the one that is to be compounded, one must use just that much more of it, and when the other given color is that much further away, one must use just that much less of it. Thus 3 parts blue and 2 parts yellow yield perfect green. They must be mixed as dry powders so that the pigments do not chemically affect one another, and according to mass, not according to weight. The rule put forth through this example applies to any mixture of this sort. Now the exact correspondence of the result with the numerical ratios I have propounded for the various halves into which the retina's activity divides in the 3 primary pairs of colors would serve as proof of their correctness. Admittedly, the judgment of the correctness of the result as well as of the perfection of color obtained through the mixture always remains up to sensation. But sensation can never be ignored when colors are discussed. 152. Another way to conduct a proof for the fractions in question would be the following. Obtain some perfectly black and perfectly white sand and mix these in 6 ratios, each of which precisely matches the dimness of one of the 6 primary colors. The result must be that the ratio of black to white sand expresses for each color the same ratio as the fraction I have adduced. Thus, example gray that matches yellow in dimness would take 3 parts white and 1 part black sand. In contrast, a gray matching violet would require a mixture of sand in exactly the converse ratio. Green and red, on the other hand, would require the same amount of both. Here, however, the difficulty arises of determining which gray matches each color in dimness. This can be decided by observing the color right next to the gray through a prism in order to see which of the two relates by refraction as brightness to dimness. If they are alike in this, then the refraction must not yield any color phenomenon. 153. 8014 Some additions to Goethe's theory of the origin of physical colors. 154. First of all, I will cite here a few favorable facts that serve to confirm Goethe's fundamental principle of physical colors, but which he did not mention. If electricity from a conductor is allowed to flow through a glass vacuum tube in a dark room, then this electric light appears as a very beautiful violet. Here, as with blue flames, the light itself is just like a turbid medium, for there is no essential difference between an illuminated turbidity seen through the darkness, casting its own light on the eye, and one reflecting light into the eye. But because this electric light is extremely attenuated and weak, it causes violet, precisely according to Goethe's theory, instead of blue, as is caused by even the weakest flame, such as that of sulfur and alcohol, etc. An everyday, common proof of Goethe's theory, one which, however, he overlooked, is that many glass bottles filled with red wine or dark beer stored in a cellar for a long time undergo a noticeable turbidity because of a deposit on the inside. As a result, they then appear blue when light shines on them, and also when something black is held behind them after they are emptied. In contrast, when light shines through them, they show the color of the liquid or, when empty, of the glass. 155. But even the color of blue eyes is not a chemical, but merely a physical color, arising consistently with Goethe's law. For according to Magendi's report on the anatomy of the eye, Elementary Summary of Physiology, 2nd ed., Volume 1, pages 60, 1a, the back wall of the iris is covered with a black material that shines right through brown or black eyes. But in blue eyes, the tissue of iris is whitish, thus turbid, and the 81 underlying black, shining through, produces the blue of the eye. Dans les yeux bleus le tissu de l'iris est à peu près blanc, c'est la couche noire postérieure, qui paraît à peu près seule, et détermine la couleur de yeux. This is confirmed by Helmholtz in On Human Vision, p8.b. It is just the same with the blue of the veins, which in any case is only physical. It arises because the blackish blood of the veins glistens through the walls of the vessels. But the recently discovered planet Neptune provides us a proof of Goethe's law on a colossal scale. For the astronomical observations undertaken by Father Secchi at the Observatory of the Collegium Romanum and communicated in the Proceedings of the Academy of Sciences of September 22, 1856 contain the expressed assertion that this great planet is nebulous, nebular, and its color is sea blue, couleur de mer bleu water. Naturally. For we have here a turbidity illuminated by the sun with a dark background. 156. The colored rings which show when two polished plates of glass or even two convex lenses are firmly pressed together with the fingers I explain in the following way. Glass has considerable elasticity. Therefore, with any strong compression the surface gives a bit and is pressed in, temporarily losing its perfect smoothness and evenness, so that a gradual increase in turbidity occurs, related to that which is exhibited by frosted glass. Thus here too there is a turbid medium, and the various gradations of its turbidity cause the colored rings, partly because of incident light, partly because of transmitted light. If one releases the glass, the elasticity immediately returns the glass to its original condition, and rings disappear. Some spirits, wiped over a polished glass, yield exactly the same colors, not only in curves, but in lines. It is the same way with soap bubbles, which caused Newton to consider colored rings in the first place. Soapy water is a turbid medium, now flowing down over the soap bubbles. 83 Now spreading itself sideways, and even upwards, it offers the light varying degrees of turbidity that in this case also cause the colored rings in all their variations. 157. With almost any newly discovered truth, it is afterwards found that a trace of it had already existed, that something very like it had been said, indeed, that it had already been exactly expressed, but without attracting attention, mostly because the author had not recognized its value and had not grasped the richness of its consequences, which prevented the author from developing it. In such cases people had, if not the plant, then at least the seeds. So too we find half of Goethe's fundamental law of physical colors, or his phenomenon, already expressed by Aristotle in his Meteorology 3:4, through darkness or in darkness, it makes no difference, an illumination appears reddish. One can see that the flames of a fire in green would appear red because the actual bright and white fire is mixed with a lot of smoke. Through mist and smoke, even the sun appears reddish. Tobias repeats the same in nearly the same words and as an Aristotelian theory, Eclogi Physici et Ethicii, 31b. And Leonardo da Vinci had already presented the other half 83 of Goethe's fundamental law in his treatise on painting, CLIC, C. Bruck, on colors that turbid media show in incidental and transmitted light, 1852, p. 10d, point 158. I cannot help but remark that my color theory is a fortunate exception to the almost universal fate which has evoked this curse. To hell with those who have spoken our ideas before us, since prior to 1816 it had never occurred to anyone anywhere to consider colors. Such an objective phenomenon, as the halved activity of the retina, and in this sense to assign to each individual color its determinate numerical fraction, which, with that of another color, achieves a union that presents white, the complete activity of the retina. And still these fractions are so decidedly obvious that, in his Manual of Ophthalmology of 1830, Volume 1, 535, and also p. 308, Professor Rosas, since he would like to appropriate them, introduces them as self-evident. Thus, with Giordano Bruno, I may well say, and what the avaricious times have long obscured, I bring up, if it be permitted, from the darkness below. B. Of course, since 1816 many have sought to smuggle it in as their own wares, either not mentioning me at all or only so casually that no one thinks anything bad of it. My theory compels me to differ from Goethe in just 2 points, specifically with regard to the true polarity of colors, as has been discussed above, and with respect to the production of white from colors, for which latter, Goethe never forgave me. However, neither in conversation nor correspondence has he ever advanced an argument against it. 159. However, these two differences from Goethe will appear all the more unprejudiced and stemming from purely objective grounds, to the extent that I am thoroughly convinced of the value of Goethe's work and deem it to be fully worthy of having one of the greatest minds of all times as its creator. But even if it stems from such a person, can a newly created theory, barring a miracle, already be so perfect at its inception that nothing remains to be added, nothing to 84 be corrected by a successor? So if perhaps Goethe's work contains the inaccuracies proven by me, contains even others, then this is inconsiderable compared to the truth of the whole, and is completely obliterated as a defect by the great service of exposing that strange mixture of self-deception and intentional deceit that has already been esteemed and believed for 2 centuries, and at the same time of having provided a largely correct presentation of that part of nature considered here. Mu eta delta nu mu alpha rho tau epsilon nu sigma tau iota theta epsilon nu, kappa alpha pi nu tau alpha kappa alpha tau omicron rho theta omicron nu. Nu beta iota omicron tau mu omicron rho alpha nu delta omicron tau iota phi upsilon gamma epsilon nu pi omicron rho omicron nu. We are obliged to recognize what has been accomplished, to be thankful and to accept it with good sense, and then to the best of our ability to perfect it as much as we are able. Now certainly until the present the opposite has occurred. Goethe's color theory has received not only a cold, but a decidedly unfavorable reception. Indeed, right from the beginning it fell flat, believe it, posterity, since it experienced unanimous, damning public judgment on all sides, and without real opposition from experts in the field, on whose authority the rest of the educated public, already predisposed to complacency and indifference, is very glad to dispense with its own examination of it. Thus even now, 44 years later 160. Things remain the same. This work of Goethe's shares with many works of earlier times that have been granted higher status for their topic, but not for its treatment, the honor of having been put aside almost untouched for many years after its appearance, and even to this very day Newton's theory resounds uninterrupted from the seat of authority and as always is intoned in compendia. In order to understand the fate of Goethean color theory, one must not overlook how great and corrupting is the influence exercised over the sciences, indeed over all intellectual accomplishments, by will, i.e., biases and even to speak more authentically, wicked, vile biases. Since Germany is the fatherland of Goethe's scientific accomplishment, its fate here is most unpardonable. In 1840 the painter and gallery supervisor Eastlake provided the English translation of Goethe's color theory so excellent that it perfectly reflects the original and is easier to read, indeed, easier to understand than the original. One has to see how Brewster, who reviewed it in the Edinburgh Review behaved, that is, roughly like a tigress into whose lair someone forces his way to steal her young. Is this the tone of better conviction, calm and assured in the face of the error of a great man? Rather, it is the tone of the bad conscience of an intellectual who scents with horror the other side's being right and is now resolved to defend, tooth and nail as a national treasure, a pseudoscience he has thoughtlessly accepted without proof and through adherence to which he has already compromised himself. Now if Newtonian color theory is accepted as a national treasure among the English, then a good French translation of Goethe's work would be most desirable, since then there would be hope for justice from the outset from the French learned world, as one neutral so far. However, we also see that they are deeply compromised in this matter by their theory of vibrations of the ether, of thermochroes, of interference, etc., entirely based on the theory of homogeneous light. For this reason, amusing experiments, too, issue from their allegiance to Newtonian color theory. So, example in the Journal des Savants, April 1836 B. Byet relates with heartfelt approval how Arago has conducted quite clever experiments in order to ascertain whether the 7 homogeneous lights might not have an unequal velocity of propagation, so that from the variable fixed stars, which are now nearer and now farther, perhaps red or violet light arrives first, and thus the star appears differently colored in succession, but in the end, fortunately, he apparently admitted that this is not so. 86 Sanctus Implicitus, c. Mr. Becquerel, who quite nicely strikes up the old tune afresh for the Academy, as if it were new, in treatise presented to the Academy of Sciences, June 13, 1842 d. If we refract a beam of solar rays through a prism, then we distinguish quite clearly here the conscience knocks 7 kinds of color, which are, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. This mixture of 3/4 black with 1/4 blue is supposed to be found in light, and violet since Mr. Becquerel is not ashamed to recite this piece from the Newtonian credo so unabashedly and fearlessly 32 years after the appearance of the Goethean color theory, one might feel tempted to declare to him quite clearly either you are blind, or you are lying. Except one would do him an injustice, for it is simply the case that Mr. Becquerel believes Newton more than his own 2 open eyes. Such is the effect of the Newton superstition. The large, 2-volume compendium of physics, Elements de Physique, by Poerlet deserves special mention here, since by order of the government, it is the basis of public instruction in France. There, Book 6, pt. I, ch. 3b, we find the whole revealed Newtonian color theory presented with certainty and audacity on 20 large pages as if it were a gospel, and with all the Newtonian magic tricks, along with their caution and cunning. Whoever is intimate with the true state of affairs and the connections of things will not read this chapter without great indignation, although interrupted now and then by laughter, for he will see how falsities and absurdities are imposed anew on the upcoming generation, along with complete silencing of refutation, a colossal ignorance of what is to be refuted. See, the most disgraceful thing is the care with which minor details are quoted, calculated merely to deceive and with no other motive. Among which are even some of recent invention, for this betrays the persistent intention to deceive. E.g. in 392, number 3, Paris ed. 1847, an experiment is described that is supposed 87 to demonstrate that white is produced by the unification of the 7 alleged prismatic colors. Now for this purpose a cardboard disc 1 foot in diameter is painted with 2 black zones, one around the periphery and the other around the center opening. Between the 2 zones are glued multiple strips of paper tinted with the 7 prismatic colors, set radially, and now the disc is spun rapidly, whereby the color zone is supposed to appear white. Not a syllable of account is given about the 2 black zones, it is even impossible to give one honestly, for they inappropriately reduce the zone of color that alone is pertinent to the matter. So why are they there? This is what Goethe would tell you right away, and I must say it in his absence, so that the contrast and the physiological after effect of black would affect the base gray, which is all this mixture of colors produces, so that it could pass for white. Hence French youth at their studies are duped by such conjurers' tricks, to the greater glory of Newton. For even before the considerable improvement by the 2 black zones, which is a recent discovery, Goethe had set this to verse in the following way. To show Newtonian white to children who bow before the earnest pedagogue. A teacher appeared, with the hooks of the whirling wheel, on which there was a circle of colors. Now it turns. Look at it closely with me. What do you see, boy? Now what do I see? Gray. You do not see correctly. Do you believe that I would allow that? White, stupid kid, white. So said Malwide. This stubborn adherence to Newtonian color theory, and with it to the completely objective existence above color, has taken its revenge on the physicists by the fact that they have been led to a mechanical, crass, Cartesian, even Democritean color theory, according to which color is supposed to be based on the difference of the oscillations of a certain ether that these physicists are intimately acquainted with and toss around audaciously 88, but which is a wholly hypothetical, even mythological being, actually seized out of thin air. For if this ether existed, perhaps it could have been the indirect cause of the premature arrival of a comet, as is assumed by calculation, something no one would want to accept as a proof of its existence. Against Encke's explanation of the acceleration of his comet due to the resistance of ether, Bessel declared from the very beginning, saying that 100 causes could be given by which this acceleration could be explained just as well. See Proceedings of the Academy of Sciences, December 6, 1858, p. 893. C. 161. However, they now confidently employ exact calculations of the imaginary length of imaginary oscillations of an imaginary ether, since if they just have numbers they are satisfied, and immediately the aforesaid lengths of oscillation are joyfully calculated in tiny millionths of millimeters, to which there is an entertaining addition when they assign the fastest oscillations to the dimmest and least effective of all colors, violet. In contrast, they assign the slowest oscillations to red, which affects our eyes so vividly and even sets animals in an uproar. But, as was already said, for them colors are merely names, they do not perceive them, but proceed from calculation, that is their element, in it they find comfort. A 162. Besides, one has not only to guard against the theory of these modern Newtonian chromatologists, but one would also do well to examine twice their facts and experiments. There are, example the Fraunhofer lines, about whose existence so much has been made, and which are assumed to inhere in light itself or to be the interstices between the separate, very numerous and actually homogeneous lights 163, and thus to be constituted differently depending on whether it is the light of the sun, of Venus, of Sirius, of lightning, or of a lamp. I have made repeated attempts with excellent instruments, carefully following Poerlet's directions, without ever obtaining these lines, so that I had given it up 89 until by chance I came upon the German adaptation of Poerlet by J. Müller. This honest German expressed, 2nd ed., Volume 1, p. 416b, what Poerlet suppressed, namely, the lines do not appear unless a second slit is fixed immediately in front of the prism. This has confirmed my opinion, which I had always maintained, that the sole cause of these lines are the edges of the slit. I therefore wish that someone might not shy away from the difficulties of having an arched, or irregular, or finely toothed slit prepared. out of brass and with ordinary screws, it is then most likely that the Fraunhofer lines would betray their true origin through their form, scandalizing the learned world, as a child, conceived in adultery, betrays its father through resemblance. Indeed, this is all the more likely as it is consistent with the conditions for the experiment mentioned by Poerlet, Volume 2, 365 c. Let light fall on a white surface through a small round hole. There is then supposed to be a number of concentric rings in the circle of light, though the rings likewise did not appear for me. On this, the honest Muller reveals to us that it requires a second hole, Volume 1, 218d, positioned before the first. Indeed, he adds that when one applies a narrow slit instead of a hole, then instead of concentric rings, parallel streaks appear. There, in fact, we have the Fraunhofer lines. I cannot help but wish that just once a good and unbiased mind, quite independent of Newtonian theory and mythological oscillations of the ether, would undertake all the highly complicated chromatic experiments, piled up high by the French opticians and Fraunhofer, including the so-called polarization of light and interference, and would seek to discover the true connection among all these phenomena. For insight has in no way kept up with the increase in facts, rather, it lags behind embarrassingly. And this is very natural, for anyone is able to increase practical experience, especially through the piling up and complication of conditions A90, but a rare few are able to interpret them. In general, even in our times, physicists have concerned themselves more with the consequences of natural forces than with their grounds, thus with the effects and applications of these forces, example the use of the power of expansive vapors in steamships, machinery, and locomotives, or electromagnetic power for the telegraph, or of achromatism in telescopes, etc. In doing so, they achieve the respect of the people, but what concerns the grounds, who cares as long as it works? And so it is, example with achromatism in telescopes, which is forced into the Newtonian mold, no matter how poorly it fits or whether it bends or breaks. When the spectrum comes from electric light, the Fraunhofer lines should be glaring, instead of black, see Poerlet. In a report about this, on electric illumination, by Masson in Proceedings of the Sessions of the Academy of Sciences c. April 16, 1855, following more precise investigation, it is stated that the cause of these brilliant rays are metallic, glowing particles, torn free by the heat and thrown off by the electric current when the circuit is closed as the electrodes come into contact. If the electric spark is produced under water, they do not occur. The French have nothing but nonsensical theories about the polarization of light, taken from undulation and the theory of homogeneous lights, including calculations that are based on nothing. Instead, they are always eager just to measure and calculate, taking it as the main thing. Le calcul. Le calcul is their battle cry. But I say, when calculation begins, understanding of the phenomena ceases. When one has mere numbers and symbols in mind, one cannot trace causal connection. The how much and how large is important for practical purposes, but in theory it is primarily and ultimately the what. Having achieved this, one can get far enough with an approximation with respect to how much and how large. Again, Goethe was too old when these phenomena were discovered, he was beginning to babble. In general, I explain the matter this way. The 91 reflection of light at an angle of 35 degrees actually splits the light into two different constituents, of which the reflected constituent displays special properties, which can all, however, be traced back to the fact that this light, now robbed of an integral component, appears weak and feeble. But just because of this it is also inclined to display physical colors, for any physical color always arises from a particular damping or weakening of light. The light displays this specific weakening first of all in its providing only one of the two images of Iceland's spar, thus, the other image originated by means of the constituent of light that now has been eliminated. Then the light cannot completely fill the rapidly cooling glass cube, however, the light does not uniformly diffuse throughout this cube, but concentrates, whereby it illuminates some spots and leaves others empty. The empty spots then appear black and in certain situations form a cross, but depending how the cube is turned, the empty spots actually present two flexible black bands that move across it in all directions, first in wave forms, then again forming a black band, and only when the side of the cube is turned horizontally toward the eye do the bands come together in the middle like an X, so they present a cross. However, to see all this clearly, the most suitable glass body is a parallelepiped, and not an actual cube. In any case, the four yellow spots in the angles of the cross can also be dispersed as stripes on the edge by rotation. On the whole, they testify to the great tendency of this light, robbed of an integral constituent, to produce physical colors, among which, as is known, yellow appears most readily. This tendency is manifest in all sorts of phenomena. Sheets of mica or gypsum spar placed on the cube or on one another display all sorts of colors. To produce Newtonian rings with plate glass or lenses usually requires a certain pressure, but they arise quite readily in polarized light. Two polished crystal plates especially produce them without any pressure other than their own weight, with the greatest beauty and marvelous regularity. A piece of double spar clamp between two plates of tourmaline, of course 92, produces the greatest marvel of polarized light because it makes visible, depending on the circumstances, a black or white cross surrounded by a halo of Newtonian rings. It appears certain that double spar also polarizes light, like reflection at a 35-degree angle. This marvel must be derivable from the principles given above. 164. The grave injustice which Goethe had to suffer in regard to his color theory has very many causes, and enumerating all of them would be as inconsiderate as it would be cruel. 165. However, we can express something of the same in the words of Horace. They believe shameful what they learned while beardless, recognizing it in old age as untenable. However, as the history of all sciences attests, every significant discovery suffered the same fate so long as it was new, and it is something that surprises those few who have had the insight that excellence is seldom found, more rarely valued, and that the world is actually full of absurdity. Meanwhile, the day of justice for Goethe's color theory cannot be held off, and then once again the saying of Helvetius will be affirmed: merit is like powder, the more it is compacted, the stronger the explosion. De L'Espère disc. 2. Ch. 10, c. And then the drama, so frequently repeated in the history of literature, will be performed anew and brought to its conclusion. 166. But the descendant, the one descendant out of millions, who will be conscious of his power to produce something authentic, something new, something extraordinary in art or science, and who as a result in art will probably meet the opposition of some old style, but certainly in science that of some old delusion, someday, this descendant, before he turns his work over to his contemporaries, might make himself familiar with the history of Goethe's color theory, from the optics, which will then molder in libraries merely as material for the history of literature. Let him become familiar with Newton's ghost, a ghost who no longer haunts the mind of any thinker, and let him read 93 Goethe's color theory itself, the main points of which, briefly and concisely, had already been impressed on him when he was at school. Finally, let him also read as much of the documents of the reception of Goethe's work as the worms will have left behind and as he can bear with equanimity. Moreover, let him compare the palpable deception, the magic tricks in Newton's optics, with the truths, so simple, so understandable, so unmistakable, that Goethe presented. Finally, let him consider that Goethe appeared with his work at a time when his venerable brow had been crowned with the well-deserved laurel wreath, and when, at least among the most noble of his age, he had achieved a fame, an admiration that to some extent corresponded to his merit and his intellectual greatness, a time, therefore, when he was certain of universal attention. And then let him see that against the way of thinking that once more characterizes the human race in general all this could do so little, could do absolutely nothing at all. Upon such consideration let him not in the least draw back his hand, but let him complete his work because it is the blossom of his life that will bear fruit. Let him submit it, but knowing to whom and prepared. 3. On will in nature. A discussion of the corroborations that the author's philosophy has received from the empirical sciences since its appearance. By Arthur Schopenhauer. 9. Preface 1. I have had the pleasure of being able to lay an improving hand on this small work, after 19 years, and the pleasure has been all the greater since this work is of special importance to my philosophy. For proceeding from the purely empirical, from the observations of unprejudiced scientists who follow the path of their particular science, I immediately arrive here at the core of my metaphysics, indicating the points of contact of this metaphysics with the natural sciences, and thus providing, as it were, an arithmetic proof of my fundamental dogma, which in this way is grounded more specifically and in more detail, just as it is understood more clearly, more comprehensibly, and more precisely than anywhere else. The improvements given in this new edition are almost all additions, since almost nothing worth mentioning has been left out of the first edition. In contrast, numerous and in some instances important additions have been inserted. But even in a general sense it is a good sign that the book trade has demanded a new edition of this work, since it indicates general interest in serious philosophy and confirms that the need for actual progress in philosophy is becoming felt more pressingly than ever at present. But this is based on two circumstances. It is based first on the unparalleled, zealous undertaking of all the branches of the natural sciences, which, being for the most part handled by people who have learned nothing else, threatens to lead to a crass and stupid materialism of which the primary offense is not the moral bestiality of the ultimate results, but the incredible ignorance of first principles, since even the life force of is denied and organic nature is degraded to a chance play of chemical forces to such men of the crucible. And retort must be taught that mere chemistry qualifies one as an apothecary, but not as a philosopher, and no less must certain other scientists of like mind be taught that one can be a consummate zoologist and be able to rattle off all 60 species of monkeys, and yet, if one has learned nothing more than, perhaps, his catechism, taken on the whole he is an ignoramus, to be counted among the rabble. But nowadays this is frequently the case. For people who have learned their chemistry, or physics, or mineralogy, or zoology, or physiology, but nothing else about the world, pose as those who enlighten the world, bringing to this their only other knowledge, namely, what they still retain from the lessons of the catechism from their school years, and if these 11 pieces cannot be fitted together, they immediately become scornful of religion and ultimately unsavory and insipid materialists. 3. Perhaps they once heard in school that there was a Plato and Aristotle, a Locke, and even a Kant. However, since these people handled neither crucible nor retort, nor stuffed monkeys, they were not considered to be worth any closer acquaintance. Rather, calmly throwing the intellectual labor of 2 millennia out of the window, these scientists philosophize for the public from their own rich intellectual means, on the one hand, on the basis of the catechism, and on the other, on that of the crucible and retort or the taxonomy of monkeys. They need the straightforward lesson that they are ignoramuses, who still have much to learn before they can join the conversation. And in general, anyone who dogmatizes all day with such childishly naive realism about the soul, God, the beginning of the world, atoms, etc. As if the critique of pure reason had been written on the moon and no copy of it had fallen to earth, belongs just to the rabble. Send him to the servants' quarters, where his wisdom will find a buyer. For, despite all hypocritical disguises and outward conformity to the Church, the other circumstance calling for real progress in philosophy is the disbelief which is gaining the upper hand and which necessarily and inevitably goes hand in hand with all kinds of ever-expanding 12 empirical and historical knowledge. This disbelief threatens to reject not only the form of Christianity, but also the spirit and sense of Christianity, which extend much farther than Christianity itself, and to deliver humankind to moral materialism, which is much more dangerous than the chemical materialism mentioned above. Nothing is more effective at promoting this disbelief than the obligatory Tartuffianism that now appears everywhere so impudently, whose clumsy disciples, clutching their gratuities in their hands, unctuously and urgently preach so that their voices intrude on the critical and scholarly journals published by academies and universities and on physiological as well as philosophical books, where, being completely out of place, they harm their own cause by rousing indignation. 5. So under these circumstances it is pleasing to see the public show interest in philosophy. Nevertheless, I have some depressing news for philosophy professors. Their Caspar Hauser, according to Dorguth, whom for nearly 40 years they so carefully shut off from light and air, so securely walled up that no sound could betray his existence to the world, their Caspar Hauser has escaped. Has escaped and is on the loose. Some even believe he is a prince. Or to speak more prosaically, that which they fear most of all, that which, with united strength and rare resoluteness, they have been lucky to ward off for more than a generation through such deep silence, such unified ignoring and secreting as has never before been, this misfortune, however 13 has occurred, people are beginning to read me, and will never again stop doing so. I am read and I will be read. It cannot be otherwise. This is really bad and most inconvenient. Indeed, it is a positive fatality, if not really a calamity. Is this the reward for so much faithful and cozy silence? For sticking together so firmly, in such unity? Pitiable civil servants! What happened to Horace's promise? Faithful silence will receive certain reward. Still, they have really not been lacking in faithful silence, or rather, whenever they sense merit, this is exactly their strength, and against such merit it is actually their most subtle trick, for what no one knows is as if it never were. But as to reward, it now appears somewhat doubtful whether this remains so completely certain. It would be so if reward were interpreted in the negative sense, which, of course, can also be verified on good classical authority. These men had quite correctly seen that the only means useful against my writings would be to conceal them from the public by means of a profound silence beneath an uproar with the birth of every deformed child of philosophy professors, just as once the Corybantes made the voice of the newborn Zeus inaudible by loud clamour and uproar. But this means is exhausted, and the secret is out, the public has discovered me. The fury of the philosophy professors about this is great, but impotent, since their only effective means, applied for so long with success, is exhausted. Henceforth, no yapping at me can check my effectiveness, and in vain does one take this stand and the other take another. Certainly, they have made it the case that the generation actually contemporary 14 with my philosophy went to its grave without taking any notice of it. But it was merely a delay, as always time has kept its word. There are two reasons why these men of the philosophical trade, they themselves have the incredible naivete to call it such, detest my philosophy so much. First, because my works have ruined the public's taste, the taste for empty webs of verbiage, for heaped up mountains of vacuous words, for hollow, insipid, and tedious, tortuous twaddle, for Christian dogmatics, appearing in disguise, dressed up as the most wearisome metaphysics, and for systematic, vulgar philistinism, presented as ethics, even with instructions for playing cards and dancing, in short, for the whole method of spinning wheel philosophy that has already frightened many away from all philosophy forever. The second reason is that these men of the philosophical trade dare not by any means admit my philosophy, and thus neither can they make use of it for the benefit of the trade, which they even sincerely regret, since my wealth would admirably help with their bitter poverty. But my philosophy cannot find favor in their eyes, never at any time, not even if it contained the greatest treasures of human wisdom ever discovered. For it lacks all speculative theology, including rational psychology, and these, exactly these, are the breath of life for these men, the indispensable condizione of their existence. Above all in heaven and on earth they want their positions, and their positions require, above all in heaven and on earth, speculative theology and rational psychology. Apart from this no salvation can be found. There must and will be theology, from wherever it comes. Moses and the prophets must be upheld as right. This 15 is the supreme principle of philosophy, and thus, too, rational psychology, as is fitting. But now this kind of thing is not to be had from either Kant or me. Indeed, as is well known, the most cogent theological arguments are shattered by his critique of all speculative theology, like a glass thrown against the wall, and by his hands not a splinter of rational psychology remains. And now, even with me, the one who fearlessly continues his philosophy, neither speculative theology nor rational psychology, as is consistent and honest. 6. Conversely, the task of university philosophic is basically to set forth the fundamental truths of the catechism under a mask of abstract, abstruse, and difficult formulas and phrases, tortuously tedious as a result. These truths are always revealed to be the core of the matter, no matter how intricate, colorful, unfamiliar, and bizarre they may appear at first glance. This undertaking may have its uses, even if I do not acknowledge it. I only know this much, that in philosophy, i.e., in the search for the truth, I mean the truth par excellence d, by which are understood the highest, most important disclosures, lying closer to the heart of the human race than everything in the world, one will never advance, not even an inch, by means of such activities. Rather, the course of this search is impeded, for which reason I have long recognized in university philosophy the antagonist of genuine philosophy. Now if, in such circumstances, there once appears a philosophy meant honestly and directed in all seriousness to the truth, and nothing but the truth, would not these men of the philosophical trade 16 feel like theatrical knights in paper armor when suddenly there appears among them one in real armor, under whose heavy tread the light stage floorboards shake? Thus such a philosophy must be bad and false, and it immediately puts the men of the trade into the painful role of those who, in order to appear to be what they are not, must not allow others to appear as they are. Now, however, from all this the most amusing play develops, a play which we enjoy when, after 40 years, these men, since unfortunately their ignoring is now at an end, begin to measure me by their puny standards, as if, because of their positions, they were fully competent to pass judgment on me from the heights of their wisdom, when in fact they are most entertaining when they want to act toward me as if they were respectable persons. A. Kant is despised by them not much less than I am, albeit even more silently, because he has undermined the deepest foundations of speculative theology, as well as rational psychology. These men's breadwinnings, be indeed, among all who understand in earnest, he has brought them to irretrievable ruin. Should these men not despise him? He who has made the philosophical trade so difficult that they can scarcely see how they can proceed honorably. Therefore, we are both bad, and these men take absolutely no notice of us. For nearly 40 years they have not thought me worthy of one glance, and now from the heights of their wisdom they look down on Kant with pity, smiling at his errors. This is very sensible policy and quite profitable. For, completely at ease, as if the critique of pure reason were nowhere to be found, they speak volumes about God and the soul, as if about well-known personalities, particularly intimate to them, and they profoundly and learnedly discuss the relation of the former to the world and of the latter to the body. First just toss the critique of pure reason 17 aside, and then everything will go splendidly. To this end, they have sought for many years gently and gradually to push Kant aside, to make him antiquated. Indeed, they wrinkle up their noses at him, and, one encouraging the other, are now becoming ever bolder at it. 7 They do not have to fear any opposition from in their midst. In fact, they all have the same goal, the same mission, and they make up a huge society whose ingenious members in public c8 bow subserviently to one another on all sides and from all quarters. So bit by bit it has come to the point that the most miserable scribblers of compendia become so audacious as to treat Kant's great and immortal discoveries as antiquated errors. Indeed, they set these aside with the most ridiculous complacency and the most unabashed decrees, which they nonetheless express in the tone of argumentation, trusting that they have before them a gullible public that knows nothing about the subject. And this is done to Kant by writers whose complete incapacity is obvious from every page, one might say from every line, of their deafening, mindless bombast. If this were to continue, soon Kant would present the spectacle of the dead lion being kicked by an ass. Even in France there is no lack of comrades who, inspired by the same orthodoxy, work toward the same goal. In particular in a talk given before the Académie des Sciences Morales in April 1850, One Mr. Barthélemy de Saint-Hilaire is so audacious as to judge Kant 18 from above and to speak of him in the most disgraceful way, but fortunately, in such a way that everyone can immediately see what is behind it. 9. Now still others from our German philosophical trade, in their own efforts to shake off Kant, who is so opposed to their goals, set out never to polemicize directly against his philosophy, but to seek to undermine the foundations on which it is built. Yet in this they are so completely forsaken by all gods and all power of judgment that they attack a priori truths, i.e., truths that are as old as human understanding, truths that constitute the understanding itself, truths which one cannot oppose without declaring war against the understanding. The boldness of these men is just that great. Unfortunately, I am familiar with 3 of them, and I fear that there are still others who work at this undermining, having the incredible arrogance to maintain that space arises a posteriori as a consequence of a mere relation of objects in it, since they assert that space and time are of empirical 19 origin and inherent in bodies, so that first of all, space arises through our perception of the juxtaposition of bodies in space, and in the same way time arises through the successiona of alterations, sancta simplicitas, be as if for us the words juxtaposition and succession could have some sense without antecedent intuitions of space and time imparting meaning to them. 10 Then they assert as a result that if there were no bodies, then neither would there be space, and that, were the former to disappear, then the latter must cease to be, and likewise, that were all alterations to stop, time would come to a standstill. 11. And 50 years after Kant's death such nonsense is seriously proposed. But in fact undermining Kantian philosophy is the goal, and, of course, if any of these men's propositions were true, it would be toppled with one blow. Fortunately, however, they are assertions of the type that are never answered by refutation, but by derision, namely assertions which are a question not of heresy against Kantian philosophy, but of heresy against common sense, and here occur not as an attack on some philosophical dogma so much as an attack on an a priori truth, that as such, comprises human understanding itself, and thus an attack on anyone in his right mind, to whom this truth must be instantly evident, just as 2 times 2 equals 4. Fetch a XX farmer from his plough, make the question intelligible to him, and he will tell you that if all things on heaven and earth were to disappear, space would still remain, and that if all alterations on heaven and earth were to stop, time would still go on. Compared to these German philosophers, the estimable French physicist Poirlet stands out as one who does not concern himself with metaphysics. However, in his well-known textbook on physics, the basis of public instruction in France, he does not fail to incorporate right in the first chapter 2 detailed sections, one on space and another on time, wherein he demonstrates that if all matter were annihilated, space would still remain, as it is infinite, and that if all alterations were to stop, time would take its course, without end. Now in this he does not appeal to experience, as he does everywhere else, because it is impossible, yet he speaks with apodictic certainty. It never occurs to him, as a physicist whose science is absolutely immanent, i.e., limited to empirically given reality, to ask how he knows all this. This did occur to Kant, and it was precisely this problem, dressed in the strict form of the question concerning the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments, which became the starting point and cornerstone of his immortal discoveries and so of transcendental philosophy, which in answering this and related questions demonstrates the nature of empirical reality itself. 12. XXI and 70 years after the appearance of the Critique of Pure Reason, and after its worldwide fame, these men dare to dish up such crass absurdities, disposed of long ago, and to revert to brutish old ideas. If Kant were now to return and were to see such mischief, he would have to feel as Moses did when he returned from Mount Sinai to find his people dancing before the golden calf, whereupon he smashed the tablets in anger. But if he wanted to take it in a tragic way, I would comfort him with the words of Jesus: he who talks to a fool, talks to one asleep. When the talk is over, he will ask, "What's up?" For to these men it is as if the transcendental aesthetic, this diamond in Kant's crown, had absolutely never been, it is tacitly set aside as if nothing had occurred. B. Then why do they think that nature brought into existence its rarest XXII work, a great mind, one out of so many hundreds of millions? If it should be at the discretion of ordinary minds to annul the most important teachings of this great mind by merely asserting the opposite, or even by disregarding these teachings without further acting as if nothing had happened. But this condition of barbarism and brutishness in philosophy, such that now everyone prattles on at random about things that have engaged the greatest minds, is just a result of the fact that, with the help of philosophy professors, that shameless nonsense-monger Hegel has the audacity to promote the most monstrous notions, and thus, for 30 years, has been able to pass in Germany as the greatest of all philosophers. So everyone thinks that he may just confidently dish up whatever runs through his little bird brain. So, as has been said, the men of the philosophical trade are concerned above all to obliterate Kant's philosophy, in order to return to the mud-choked canal of the old dogmatism, and all day long to merrily spin tales about their well-known favorite material, which had been recommended to them, as if nothing had happened and there had never been a Kant anywhere, nor critical philosophy. 13. Therefore, this was the origin of the affected veneration and commendation, for years proclaimed everywhere, for Leibniz, whom they happily make equal with Kant, and even elevate over him, being bold enough in the process to call Leibniz the greatest of all German philosophers. But compared to Kant, Leibniz is a pitifully small light. Kant is a great mind, to whom humanity XXII is indebted for never to be forgotten truths, and among his merits also belongs the fact that he has delivered the world forever from Leibniz and his lies, from pre-established harmonies, monads, and identity of indiscernibles. A Kant introduced seriousness into philosophy, and I continue it. That these men think otherwise is easy to explain. Indeed, Leibniz has a central monad and a theodicy, too, with which to prop them up. This is just the thing for my men of the philosophical trade. With it one can still exist and make an honest living. In contrast, such a thing as Kant's critique of all speculative theology makes their hair stand on end. Thus Kant is wrong-headed and is shoved aside. Long live Leibniz! Long live the philosophical trade! Long live spinning wheel philosophy! These men actually suppose that by the measure of their own petty purposes they can obscure what is good, topple what is great, bring credit to what is false. Probably for a while, but actually not for long, nor with impunity. Still even I have prevailed in the end, despite their machinations and their malicious 40 years of ignoring me, during which time I have come to understand Chamfort's maxim, seeing how idiots act in concert against intelligent people, one might believe one sees servants who have conspired to overthrow their masters. With those whom one does not like, one has little to do. As a result of this antipathy toward Kant, there is thus an incredible ignorance of his theories. Occasionally I encounter such proof of this ignorance that I cannot believe my eyes. So I must verify this by a few examples. First, a real specimen, although it is already a few years old. In Anthropology and Psychology F by Professor Michelet, p. 444, Kant's categorical imperative is given in these words, "You ought because you can." This is no slip of the pen, for in his XXIV History of the Development of Contemporary German Philosophy H published 3 years later, he stated it in just the same way. Thus, apart from the fact that he appears to have conducted his study of Kantian philosophy through Schiller's epigrams, he has turned the matter on its head, expressing the opposite of the famous Kantian argument, apparently lacking the faintest notion of what Kant had wanted to say with his postulate of freedom on the basis of his categorical imperative. I do not know if one of Michelet's colleagues has taken him to task for this matter. 14 Rather we ask this allowance and grant it in turn. C. And just one more, really recent instance of this. In his review of Arsted's book, mentioned above in the note, for the title of which Ars unfortunately acts as godfather, the reviewer bumps into the proposition that bodies are force-filled spaces, which is new to him, having no notion that what is before him is a world-renowned doctrine of Kant's. He regards this as Arsted's own paradoxical opinion, and accordingly, in 2 reviews, Separated by 3 years, he boldly, persistently, and repeatedly polemicizes against it with such arguments as, force can never fill space without some sort of substance d without matter, and 3 years later, force in space does not yet make anything, there must be substance, matter, so that force could fill space. Such filling, however, is impossible without substance. XXV a mere force will never fill. There must be matter so that it may fill. Bravo! So would my cobbler argue. 215, when I see such specimens of erudition I come to doubt whether I have not done the man an injustice by including him among those who strive to undermine Kant. Certainly in doing so I had in view that he says space is only the relation of things in juxtaposition, CFP 899, and further, p. 908, space is a relation in which things stand, things in juxtaposition. This juxtaposition ceases to be a concept when the concept of matter ceases. For in fact he could have written down any case these propositions in sheer innocence in the end, because the transcendental aesthetic was as unfamiliar to him as was the metaphysical foundations of natural science. Of course that would be somewhat shocking for a professor of philosophy. But nowadays one must be prepared for anything. For knowledge of critical philosophy has died out, in spite of the fact that it is the last real philosophy that has appeared, and furthermore a theory that constituted a revolution and an epoch in all philosophizing, indeed in human knowledge and thought as a whole. Since all earlier systems were overthrown by this, and since knowledge of it XXVI has died out, it is the case that for the most part philosophizing no longer proceeds on the basis of any of the theories of any of the preeminent minds of the past, but is purely random prattle, based on everyday education and the catechism. However, perhaps stunned by me, the professors will once again take up Kant's works. Yet, Lichtenberg says, I believe that after a certain age one can no more learn Kantian philosophy than tightrope walking. I would actually not have condescended to enumerate the sins of these sinners, but I must do so, because I am obliged in the interest of truth on earth to indicate the state of depravity in which, 50 years after Kant's death, German philosophy finds itself as a result of efforts of the men of the philosophical trade, and because I am obliged to indicate what the result would be if these small minds, dedicated to nothing but their own purposes, were left undisturbed to curb the influence of the great geniuses who enlighten the world. Thus I cannot be silent. Moreover, this is a case to which Goethe's appeal applies. You who are strong, be not so still. Even if others are shy. Whoever will scare the devil must loudly cry. See. Dr. Luther thought so, too. Hatred of Kant, hatred of me, hatred of the truth, although all for the greater glory of God, inspire those who live off philosophy. Who cannot see that university philosophy has become the antagonist of all that is truly and seriously meant, the progress of which university philosophy feels obliged to oppose? For a philosophy that deserves the name is purely in service of the truth, hence, it is the supreme aspiration of humanity, but not suitable as a trade. XXVII least of all can philosophy have its position at the universities, where the theology faculty is on top, settling the matter for all time before philosophy arrives. It was different with scholasticism, from which university philosophy descended. This scholasticism was acknowledged to be the handmaiden of theology, and then the term fitted the situation. In contrast, current university philosophy denies that this is the case and professes independent investigation. However, it is merely a veiled handmaiden, just as determined as scholasticism to serve theology. But because of this, serious and right-minded philosophy has in university philosophy an alleged assistant, but actually an antagonist. Therefore I said long ago that nothing could be more beneficial for philosophy than that it cease to be a university discipline, and if I then allowed that, along with logic, which absolutely belongs at the university, at most a short, succinct course in the history of philosophy could also be given, then I have rescinded this premature concession because of the publication that a full professor, a writer of thick volumes on the history of philosophy, has given us in the Göttingen Scholarly Reviewed of January 1, 1853, p. 8, it could not be mistaken that Kant's theory is traditional theism and has contributed little or nothing to a transformation of widely held opinions on God and his relation to the world. If this is so, then it is my opinion that the universities are no longer the appropriate place even for the history of philosophy. Their unconstrained purpose reigns. Certainly I had long ago suspected that in the universities the history of philosophy would be taught in the same spirit and with the same grain of salt as philosophy itself. It needed only a nudge XXVII to make it clear to me. Therefore it is my desire to see philosophy, along with its history, disappear from the catalogue of lectures, for I would like to know that philosophy has been saved from the hands of the privy councillors. In this it is in no way my intention to take professors of philosophy away from their profitable activities at the university. On the contrary, I would like to see them raised by 3 ranks of honor and placed in the highest faculty, as professors of theology. Basically, they have been this for a long time and have now served long enough as volunteers. In the meanwhile, I give to youth the honorable and well-intended advice not to waste time with professorial philosophy, but instead to study Kant's works and also those by me. There they will find something solid to learn, that I promise them, and light and order will come to their minds, as far as their minds are able to take it in. It is not useful to collect around a flickering candle in the night, while brilliant torches are at their disposal. Still less, however, should one chase after will-o'-the-wisps. In particular, my truth-seeking young students, do not let privy councillors tell you what is in the Critique of Pure Reason, rather, read it yourself. There you will find things completely different from what they say is suitable for you to know. Generally, today, too much study is devoted to the history of philosophy, when such study, by its very nature suited to putting knowing in place of thinking, is now driven by exactly the intent to make philosophy itself consist of its history. But it is not exactly necessary, indeed not even very fruitful, to gain a superficial half-knowledge of the dogmas of all philosophers going back 2.5 millennia, yet, the history of philosophy, even honest history, does not provide any more. One comes to know philosophers only from their own works, not from the distorted image of their theories that is presented by a commonplace mind. But it is really necessary for order to be brought to the mind by means of some philosophy and at the same time to learn to observe the world without prejudice. But now, given our era and language, no philosophy is as close to us as the Kantian, and at the same time this is one in comparison to which all earlier philosophies are superficial. Thus it is to be preferred without hesitation. But I am aware that the news of Caspar Hauser's escape has already spread among the philosophy professors, for I see that in all sorts of periodicals some of them have given vent to their feelings with venomous and bitter abuses, whereby they make up for what they lack in wit with lies. However, I do not trouble myself about this because I am happy about the cause and enjoy the effect as an illustration of Goethe's verses. The spits from out our stall will always come with us. The loud noise of his barking just proves that we are riding. A. Frankfurt am Main, August 1854. 1. Introduction. For the sake of the few who are ahead of their times and have paid attention to my philosophy, I am breaking a 17-year silence in order to provide some of the corroboration that my philosophy has received from unbiased empiricists who were unacquainted with it, and whose method aimed at mere knowledge from experience, allowed them to discover at its end point just what my theory has presented as the metaphysical point from which experience in general is to be explained. This situation is all the more encouraging because it distinguishes my system from all previous systems, all of which, not excepting even the most recent by Kant, still leave a wide gap between their results and experience, and are very far from reaching down immediately to experience and touching it. My metaphysics proves to itself to be the only one that actually has a common point of contact with the physical sciences, a point at which they meet it by their own means, so that they actually connect and agree with it, and in fact this is not accomplished by twisting and forcing the empirical sciences to suit the metaphysics, nor by secretly abstracting metaphysics ahead of time from the empirical sciences and then, in Schelling's manner, finding a priori what it had learned a posteriori. Rather, by themselves and without conspiring, both meet at the same point. Therefore, my system does not, like all previous ones, float in the air high above all realitic and experience, but descends to this firm ground of actuality where the physical sciences receive the learner in turn. The empirical corroborations from other source to be cited here, all concern the core and principal point of my theory, its metaphysics proper, that is, they all concern that paradoxical, fundamental truth, the truth that what Kant called the thing in itself as opposed to mere appearance, more definitely called representation by me, and considered absolutely unknowable, that this thing in itself, I say the substratum of all appearances and hence of all nature, is nothing other than that with which we are immediately acquainted and precisely intimate, that which we find in our innermost selves as will, that accordingly, far from being, as all previous philosophers assumed, inseparable from and even a mere result of cognition, which is completely secondary and of later origin, this will is fundamentally different from and fully independent of cognition, and so can even exist and express itself apart from cognition in all of nature, from the animal on down, which really is the case, indeed, that this will, the only thing in itself, the only truly real thing, the only original and metaphysical thing in a world where everything else is only appearance, i.e., mere representation, gives to everything, whatever it may be, the power by means of which it can exist and have effect, that accordingly not only the voluntary actions of animal beings, but also the organic drives of their living bodies, even the form and nature of their bodies, and further the vegetative growth of plants. And finally even in the inorganic realm crystallization and any original force anywhere that manifests itself in physical and chemical appearances, indeed gravity itself, all these in themselves and beyond appearance, which merely means apart from our mind and its representation, are simply identical with what we find in ourselves as will, of which we have the most immediate and intimate cognition possible, that furthermore, the particular expressions of this will are set in motion in cognizing, i.e., animal beings, by motives, but no less in the organic life of animals and plants by stimuli, and finally in the inorganic by mere causes in the narrowest sense of the word. This distinction merely concerns appearance, that on the contrary cognition and its substrate, intellect, is a completely different phenomenon from will, merely secondary, accompanying only the higher levels of the objectivation of will, and is not essential to will itself, but is dependent on will's appearance in animal organisms, and thus is physical, not metaphysical, as is will itself, that consequently absence of will can never be inferred from absence of cognition, rather, will can be demonstrated in all appearances of nature that are without cognition, not only vegetable, but inorganic as well, and so, unlike what everyone previously assumed, will is not conditioned by cognition, but cognition by will. And it is this fundamental truth of my theory, which still sounds so paradoxical, that has received corroboration in all its principal points from the empirical sciences, which avoid all metaphysics as much as possible. These corroborations are compelled just as much by the power of truth, but are most surprising given the direction they come from. Indeed, these corroborations first came to light over the course of years after the appearance of my work, but fully independent of it. Now the fact that it is precisely this fundamental dogma of my theory that has been corroborated is advantageous in two respects. First, because this dogma is the principal thought conditioning all remaining aspects of my philosophy, and second, because only for it could there be corroborations from sciences foreign to and completely independent of philosophy. For although the 17 years during which I have been involved with my theory, and constantly occupied with it, have brought countless proofs of other parts of it, the ethical, aesthetic, and deontological, these proofs, by their very nature, immediately shift from the ground of actuality, from which they spring, to that of philosophy itself. For this reason these other aspects cannot have the character of external evidence, and because they have been drawn up by me, are not so compelling, so unequivocal, and so cogent as those which concern metaphysics proper, which ultimately are provided by its correlate, physics, taking the ancients' broad sense of this word. Because it follows its own methods in all of its branches, physics, and thus natural science in general, must ultimately reach a point at which its explanations come to an end. This is precisely the metaphysical be which physics only perceives as its boundary, beyond which it cannot extend, but within which it must remain, and then it relinquishes its object to metaphysics. Thus Kant correctly said, it is apparent that the original sources of the effects of nature must absolutely be the subject of metaphysics, on the true estimation of the vital forces, 1 point 18. So they are wont to describe that which is inaccessible and unknown to physics, at which their investigations end, and which their explanations then presuppose as a given, with expressions such as natural forces, vital forces, and formative drivia, etc., that is to say nothing more than x, y, z. However, when in particularly fortunate cases especially clear-sighted and observant investigators in the realm of the natural sciences succeed at casting a stolen glance beyond the curtain that, as it were, fixes the limits of their science, not just sensing the boundary as such, but also in a way perceiving its constitution, and in a way even peering into the realm of metaphysics that lies on the other side of the curtain, and when physics so favored describes the boundary thus explored precisely and explicitly as that which a metaphysical system, wholly unknown to it at the time and taking its reasons from a completely different realm, has asserted as the true inner essence and ultimate principle 5 of all things, which moreover this metaphysical system recognizes only as appearances, i.e., representations, then the different kinds of investigators on both sides must truly feel like miners who build two tunnels from two widely distant points to meet one another in the bowels of the earth. And after working in subterranean darkness for a long time on both sides, trusting only the compass and the level, finally experience the joy they longed for on hearing the other side's hammering. For these investigators now recognize that they have reached the point of contact, sought in vain for so long, between physics and metaphysics, which, like heaven and earth, it seemed would never come together. They recognize that the reconciliation of both sciences has been initiated and their point of connection has been found. But the philosophical system that experiences this triumph thereby receives such a strong and sufficient external proof of its truth and accuracy, that no greater proof is possible. In comparison with such a corroboration, which can count as an arithmetic proof, the sympathy or antipathy of an era is of no account, least of all when one considers to what end such sympathy has, in the meantime, been directed, and when one finds it to be, like what has been achieved since Kant. The eyes of the public are gradually beginning to open to the game that for the last 40 years has been run in Germany under the name of philosophy, and it will continue to be the case. The time of reckoning has arrived, and it will be seen whether any truth has been brought to light by the endless scribbling and squabbling since Kant. This exempts me from the requirement of discussing unworthy subjects here, especially since what my purpose requires can be produced more briefly and more pleasantly through an anecdote. When, at a carnival, Dante became lost in the crowd of maskers and the Duke of Medici ordered him to be found, those ordered to do so doubted the possibility of finding him, since he was also masked. For this reason, the Duke gave them a question to ask any masker in any way resembling Dante. The question was, "Who knows the good?" After they had received many foolish answers to the question, finally a masker gave this, "Whoever knows the bad." At that they recognized Dante. This is as much as to say that I have found no cause for allowing myself to be discouraged by the lack of my contemporaries' sympathy, because at the same time I could see what their sympathy was directed at. Who these individuals were, posterity will realize from their works, but who their contemporaries were, posterity will realize only from the reception of their works. My theory makes absolutely no claim to the name of philosophy of the present time, the right to which has been claimed by the very amusing adepts of Hegelian mystification, but it does claim to be the philosophy of times to come, the times in which pleasure is no longer found in senseless verbosity, empty phrases, and playful parallelisms, but which instead will demand of philosophy real content and serious conclusions, and will also exempt it from the unjust and absurd demand that it paraphrase the current religion of the country. For it is quite absurd to expect enlightenment from reason and yet to prescribe to it in advance on which side it must come out, Kant, Critique of Pure Reason p. 775, 5th edition. A. It is sad to live in times so degenerate that such a self-evident truth must first be verified on the authority of a great man. But it is ridiculous to expect great things of a philosophy that is shackled, and it is extremely entertaining to see when it sets about the task in all solemn seriousness when everyone knows in advance the short meaning of the long speech. B. However, most of those who are more clear-sighted will have discerned theology cloaked under the mantle of philosophy, calling the tune and in its own way instructing students thirsty for the truth, which reminds us of a favorite scene of the great poet. However, others, whose glance will be more profoundly penetrating, assert that what is hidden under this mantle is no more theology than philosophy, but merely a poor wretch, who, while he pretends with solemn mien and profound seriousness to seek the exalted, elevated seven truth, in fact seeks nothing more than a crust of bread for himself and his future young family, which he could certainly achieve in another way with less effort and more honor. Meanwhile, at this price he is willing to do what is required, and if necessary even to deduce a priori the devil and his grandmother, in fact, if it must be, by intellectual intuition. Here, of course, the high comic effect is to a great extent achieved by the contrast between the loftiness of the alleged aim and the degeneracy of the actual one. Nevertheless, it is still desirable that the pure, sacred ground of philosophy be purged of such tradespeople just as of old the temple of Jerusalem was purged of merchants and money changers. But until that better time has arrived, let the philosophical public direct its attention and sympathy as before. Also as before, alongside Kant, this great mind that nature achieved only once, that illuminated its own depths, let Fichte henceforth always, obligatorily, be called just such a mind without even one voice crying out in the midst. Hercules and his ape, and as before, let Hegel's philosophy of absolute nonsense, 3/4 cash and 1/4 crazy notions, henceforth be called unfathomably deep wisdom, without there being added, as a motto on his writings, Shakespeare's words such stuff as madman, tongue and brain not, or without there being added, as a crest, a cuttlefish, creating around itself a cloud of darkness so that no one can see what it is, with the caption protected by my obscurity. B. Finally, as before, let each new day bring new systems, put together purely out of words and phrases, for use at the universities, along with the scholarly jargon that can be used for days without saying a thing, and let this pleasure never be destroyed by the Arab saying, I hear the clanking of the mill, but I do not see the meal. For all this is appropriate to the time just now and must run its course, just as in every era there was something analogous that, with more or less uproar, occupied the people of the eighth time, and then faded away and disappeared without a trace, so completely that the next generation can no longer say what it was. The truth can wait, for it has a long life ahead. That which is genuine and seriously meant always takes its course slowly, and reaches its goal, indeed almost as if by a miracle, for on its appearance as a rule it is received coldly, indeed, unfavorably, for just the same reasons that afterwards, when it has achieved full recognition and reached future generations, the incalculably great majority of people accept it only on authority, in order not to compromise themselves, while the number of those who value it rightly always remains as few as in the beginning. However, these few manage to hold it in esteem because they themselves are esteemed. Then across the centuries they pass it to one another, hand to hand, over the heads of the incompetent masses. How difficult is the existence of the best inheritance of humanity! In contrast, if, in order to be true, the truth had to ask permission of those in whose hearts completely different things lie, then its cause would certainly be in doubt, then for it the decree might often be the witch's watchword, fair is foul, and foul is fair. But fortunately it is not so, truth does not depend on any favor or disfavor and needs to ask no one's permission, it stands on its own feet, time is its ally, its power is irresistible, its life indestructible. This is what I wrote in the year 1835 as I composed the present book. For I had published nothing since the year 1818, at the close of which the world as will and representation had appeared. The 1830 Latin treatment of my essay on vision and colors, composed for foreigners and incorporated in the third volume of Scriptores Ophthalmologicae Minors, edited by J. Radius, cannot be considered breaking the silence, for On Vision and Colors was originally published in 1816. 9. Physiology and Pathology. Since I classify the empirical corroborations of my theory mentioned above according to the sciences from which they proceed, and thus, as a guide for my discussion, pursue the gradations of nature from highest to lowest, I must first of all speak of a most striking corroboration that my principal dogma has received from the views about physiology and pathology of a veteran of medicine, the physician in ordinary to the King of Denmark, J.D. Brandis, whose essay on vital force, 1795, has already been praised by Rale. In his two more recent works, Experiences in the Application of Cold to Illnesses, Berlin 1833, and Nosology and Therapy of Cachexia, 1834a, we see him state in the most expressive and striking way that an unconscious will is the primary source of all vital functions, derive from this all processes in the drives of an organism, in sickness as in health, and present it as the prime mover of life. I must give evidence of this through literal citations from these works, since only readers of works in medicine would have them at hand. The first of these two works says, p. 8, the essence of each living organism consists in the fact that it will as far as possible preserve its own being against the macrocosm. 10 px, only one living being, only one will, can reside in an organ at the same time. Thus, if a diseased will, one not in harmony with the whole, is present in the cutaneous organ, then cold is able to suppress the diseased will as long as a generation of warmth, a normal will, can be produced by it. P1, if we must satisfy ourselves that a determiner, a will, must have occurred in any vital act through which the formation appropriate to the whole organism is brought about, and any alteration of the form of the parts is conditioned in harmony with the whole individuality and something to be determined or something to be formed etc., P11, with respect to individual life, it must be possible for that which is to be determined to satisfy the determiner, the organic will, if it is to rest content. Even in heightened vital processes occurring in inflammation, something new is formed that expels that which is harmful. Until then, more formative material is supplied through the arteries and more venous blood is carried off until the process of inflammation is completed and the organic will is satisfied. But this will can also become so excited that it cannot be satisfied. This cause of excitement, stimulus, works either immediately on the individual organ, poison, contagion, or it affects the entire living thing, such that this living thing quickly takes the most strenuous efforts in order to get rid of that which is harmful, or to alter the organic will, and incites critical vital activities, inflammations, in particular parts or succumbs to the unsatisfied will. P12, in this way the anomalous will that cannot be satisfied, works destructively on the organism, unless either a, the entire living thing, striving toward unity, tending to adapt means to an end, produces other vital activities requiring satisfaction, crises et lisses, that suppress this will when they bring this to completion, to decisive crises, crises completi, or when they only partially avert will, called crises incompleti, or b, another stimulus, medicine, produces another will, which suppresses the illness. If we put this in one and the same category with the will 11 that we have become conscious of through representations, and keep in mind that there cannot be any question of more or less distant comparisons, then we are convinced that we have secured the fundamental concept of the one life, indivisible and unbounded, which, depending on how it manifests itself in different, more or less endowed and practiced organs, can make hair grow on the human body or make the most sublime combinations of representations. We see that the most violent affect, unsatisfied will, can be suppressed by a stronger or weaker stimulation etc. 19, p18, external temperature is an occasion on which the determiner, this tendency to restore the organism to unity, this organic will without representation, modifies its activity first in the same organ and then in a distant one. Every expression of life, diseased as well as healthy, is but the manifestation of the organic will. This will determines vegetation. In a healthy condition in harmony with the unity of the whole. In a diseased condition it is, occasioned, not to will in harmony with the unity. 20p23, a sudden application of cold to the skin suppresses its function, chilling. A cold drink suppresses the organic will of the organs of digestion and thereby increases that of the skin, and produces perspiration. It is just the same with the diseased organic will. Cold suppresses rashes etc. 21, p33, fever is the participation of all vital processes in a diseased will, and thus in the entire vital process it is the same as inflammation in a single organ, the effort of life to form something determinate in order to satisfy the diseased will and to remove that which is harmful. When this is formed, it is called the crisis or lysis. The first perception of something harmful that occasions the diseased will affects the individuality in the same way as something harmful that is apperceived by the senses before we have brought to representation its entire relation to our individuality and the means to remove it. It brings about terror and its consequences, a standstill of the vital process in the parenchyma and ultimately in the part of the parenchyma that is directed to the external world, in 12 the skin and in muscles moving the entire individuality, the external body shivering, chills, trembling, pains in the limbs, etc. The difference between the two is that in the latter case, that which is harmful immediately or gradually reaches clear representation because it is compared with the individuality by all the senses, which thereby determine its relationship to the individuality, and the means to securing the individuality against it, ignoring, fleeing, repulsing, can be brought to a conscious will. In contrast, in the former case, that which is harmful does not reach consciousness, and only life, here the healing power of nature, makes efforts in order to remove the harmful and thereby to satisfy the diseased will. This is not to be seen as an analogy, rather, it is the true presentation of the manifestation of life. p58, however, always remember that here the cold works as a powerful means of stimulus to suppress or to moderate the diseased will, and instead to arouse a natural will to the ordinary production of warmth. 22. Similar expressions can be found on almost every page of the book. In the second of his books mentioned above, Mr. Brandis no longer so thoroughly mixes the explanation in terms of will into his particular discussions, probably out of consideration that it is actually metaphysical, but he retains it entirely. Indeed, whenever he brings it up, he expresses it all the more definitely and clearly. Thus in 68 ff he speaks of an unconscious will that is not to be separated from the conscious and which is the prime mover of all life, plant life as well as animal life, in which the determiner of all vital processes, secretions, etc., is an externalized desire or aversion in all the organs. 71. All convulsions prove that the manifestation of will can take place without a definite faculty of representation. 72. We encounter everywhere an original activity not communicated, determined now by the most sublime human free will, now by animal desire and aversion, and again by simple, vegetative needs, that rouses in the unity of the individual several activities in order to manifest itself. p96, a creation, an original 13 uncommunicated activity, manifests itself in every expression of life. The third factor of the individual creation is will, the life of the individual itself. The nerves are the directors of this individual creation, by means of them form and mixture are altered according to desires and aversions. p97, the assimilation of foreign matter, makes the blood, is not absorption nor exudation of organic matter, rather, everywhere, the one factor of appearance is the creative will, which cannot be reduced to any kind of communicated movement. When I wrote this in 1835, I was still naive enough seriously to believe that Mr. Brandis had not been familiar with my work, otherwise, I would 23 not have cited his books here, since these would not then be a corroboration, but only a repetition, application, and extension of my theory on this subject. But I believed with certainty that I could assume that he was not familiar with me because he nowhere cites me, and if he were familiar with me, authorial honesty would have absolutely demanded that he not remain silent about the man from whom he borrowed his primary and fundamental ideas, all the more since he then saw that man's suffering and undeserved neglect as his works were universally ignored, a condition which could have been interpreted as favorable to fraud. 24 In addition, to cite me would have been in Mr. Brandis' own literary interest, and hence would have been a matter of prudence. For the fundamental theory he put forth is so striking and paradoxical, that his Göttingen reviewer was amazed by it and did not know what he should make of it, and Mr. Brandis had neither actually grounded such a theory through demonstration or induction nor established it in its relation to all of our knowledge of nature, rather, he merely asserted it. I therefore imagined that through this singular ability for divination, which shows outstanding doctors at the bedside of the patient how to recognize and grasp what is correct, he had arrived at this theory without being able to provide a strict and methodical account of the grounds for its truth, which is actually metaphysical, even if he must have immediately seen that it runs quite counter to existing views. Had he known my philosophy, I thought, which presents the same truth to a far greater extent, making it valid for all of nature, establishing it through demonstration and induction, in connection with Kantian theory from which it proceeds merely by thinking it through to its end, how welcome it must have been to him to be able to refer to it and lean on it so as not to stand alone on an unheard of assertion that remains for him only an assertion. These are the reasons why I believed at that time that I could assume it to be a settled fact that Mr. Brandis actually had not known my work. However, since then I have become better acquainted with the German scholars and Copenhagen academics among whom Mr. Brandis belonged, and I have become convinced that he knew me very well. I have already presented the reason for this in 1844 in the second volume of The World as Will and Representation, ch. 20, p. 263a, and since the entire subject is unpleasant, I will not repeat it here, but I will only add that since then I have had from a trustworthy source the assurance that Mr. Brandis certainly knew my main work and even owned it, since it was found among his possessions. The unwarranted obscurity that an author such as I have endured for a long time emboldens such people to appropriate the fundamental ideas of such authors without naming them. 25. Another medical man took this even farther than Mr. Brandis, in that he not only used the ideas, but even the words. Namely Mr. Anton Rosas, professor in ordinary at the University of Vienna, who in the first volume of his Manual of Ophthalmology of 1830 literally copied his whole 507 from my treatise of 1816, on vision and colors, specifically from pages 14 to 16 of it, 2nd ed., p. 10c, without citing my work or even noting by some other means that someone other than he was speaking here. This sufficiently explains why he had not taken care to cite my work in his index of 21 works on color and of 40 works on the 15 physiology of the eye, which he provides in 542 and 567, except this was all the more advisable since without naming me, he also appropriated a great deal more from my treatise. E.g. 526, what is asserted by one just applies to me. His entire 527 is plagiarized from pages 59 and 60, 2nd ed., pages 46 and 47d, of my treatise, just not word for word. That which in 535 he introduces as obvious without any further note, namely, that yellow is 3/4 and violet is 1/4 of the activity of the eye, had not been obvious to anyone at that time, until I had made it obvious, and even until today it is a truth familiar to few and accepted by even fewer, and so to call it obvious without any further note still requires a great deal, among other things that I be dead and buried, until then the serious examination of the matter will have to be deferred. Because through such an examination it could become really obvious that the genuine distinction between Newton's color theory and mine consists in the fact that his is false and mine is true, a distinction that would be nothing other than vexing for my contemporaries. Therefore, a serious examination of the matter must, wisely and according to ancient custom, be put off for a few years. Mr. Rosas did not recognize this policy, but, because nowhere was there talk of this matter, believed just like the Copenhagen academic Brandes that he could declare it fair game. It can be seen that Northern German and Southern German honesty have still not come to a satisfactory understanding. Furthermore, the entire content of 538, 539, 540 in Mr. Rose's book is taken out of my 13, 2nd ed., 12b, indeed, for the most part is copied literally from it. At one point, however, he feels compelled to cite my treatise, specifically 531, where he needs an authority for a fact. It is amusing how he even introduces the numerical fractions in which, as a result of my theory, I express all the colors. To appropriate this without further ado may have seemed to him to be risky, so on p. 308 he says this: if we wanted to express the above-mentioned relation of colors to white in numbers, and we take white equals 1, then the following proportions can be approximately fixed, as Schopenhauer has already done: yellow equals 3/4, orange equals 2/316, red equals 1/2, green equals 1/2, blue equals 1/3, violet equals 1/4, black equals 0. Now I would still like to know how this could be done casually, without having previously thought out my complete physiological color theory, to which alone these numbers refer and without which they are abstract numbers without significance, and moreover, how this can be done if someone like Mr. Roses acknowledges Newtonian color theory, to which these numbers stand in direct contradiction. Finally, how it happens that for millennia people can think and write without ever arriving at exactly these fractions as expressions for colors in just this sense, except the two of us, me and Mr. Roses. For his words above indicate that he would have presented it in exactly this way even if I had not by chance already done it 14 years earlier and thereby needlessly anticipated him, and from his words it can be seen that it is just a matter of wanting. However, it is only through these numerical fractions that one obtains the secret of colors, the true explanation of their essence and the differences among them. 26. But I would be happy if plagiarism were the greatest dishonesty that defile German literature. There is much more profoundly pervasive and pernicious, to which plagiarism is related no more than pickpocketing is to a capital crime. I mean that base, despicable spirit, in pursuit of which personal interest is the guiding star, when it should be truth, and intenta speaks through the mask of insight. B. Opportunism and sycophancy are the order of the day, Tartuffian comedies are staged in real life, Capuchin sermons resound from halls consecrated to the sciences, the sacred word enlightenment becomes a kind of curse, the great men of previous centuries are defamed, Voltaire, Rousseau, Locke, Hume, these heroes, these jewels and benefactors of humanity, whose fame, spread across both hemispheres, can be extolled if only by the fact that whenever and wherever obscurantists appear, these are their bitter enemies, and not without cause. Literary factions and fraternities are formed for the purpose of praise and blame, and now the bad is praised 17 and trumpeted, the good defamed, or as Goethe says, secreted by an inviolable silence, a type of inquisitional censure in which the Germans have gained proficiency. Day and Year Buchst for 1821. But the motives and considerations from which all this occurs are of too base a type for me to want to occupy myself with their enumeration. What a great difference there is between the Edinburgh Review, written by independent gentlemen for the sake of the subject, which carries with honor the noble motto 27 taken from Publius Syrus, the judge is condemned with the absolution of the guilty F and the purpose of G, fully contrived, desperate, dishonest German literary journals, which for the most part are fabricated for the sake of money by mercenaries, and which should have as motto, come near comrade, and praise so that you are praised when you are away. Now after 21 years I understand what Goethe told me in 1814 in Burka, where I found him reading Stahl's book on the Germancy and in conversation about it said that she exaggerated German honesty, which could mislead foreigners. He laughed and said, yes, certainly, they will not secure their luggage, and they will be ripped off. But then he added seriously, but if one wants to become acquainted with the magnitude of German dishonesty, one must become familiar with German literature. Indeed. But among all the dishonesty of German literature, the most disgraceful is the time-serving J of pretend philosophers, of real obscurantists. Time-serving, the word, when I use a form equivalent to the English, needs no explanation, and the matter needs no proof, for those who have the cheek to deny it would provide strong evidence of my present topic. Kant has taught us to treat a human being only as an end, never as means. He did not believe that. He first had to say that philosophy should only be treated as an end, never as a means. Time-serving out of necessity can be excused in any garb, in the cowl and in 18 ermine, but not in the tribunion, the cloak of the philosopher, for whoever dons this cloak is sworn to the banner of truth, and when it is a matter of service to truth any other consideration, whatever it be, is ignominious treachery. For this reason, Socrates did not avoid the hemlock nor Bruno the stake. The others can be lured away by a piece of bread. Are they so short-sighted that they do not see posterity already close at hand, the history of philosophy sitting alongside, writing with a bronze stylus and firm hand 2 bitter lines of condemnation in its imperishable book? Or does this not trouble them? Certainly after me the deluge may be said out of need, however, after me contempt be is not so easily said. Thus I believe that they will say to this judge, "Ah, dear posterity and history of philosophy, you are mistaken if you take us seriously. We certainly are not philosophers, heaven forbid, no, mere philosophy professors, mere civil servants, mere philosophers in jest. It is as if you wanted to drag a theatrical knight, clad in paper armor, into a real tournament." Then the judge will probably show some consideration, strike out all these names and confer upon them the benefit of perpetual silence. See. From this digression, to which I had been carried away 18 years ago by the sight of time-serving and Tartufianism, though they did not flourish then as they do today, I return to the aspect of my theory corroborated by Mr. Brandes, although he had not developed it himself, in order to add some explanation of it and to connect it with other corroborations it has received from physiology. The three assumptions that Kant criticized in the Transcendental Dialectic under the name of ideas of reason, and so excluded from his transcendental philosophy, have always hindered profound insight into nature until this great man brought about a complete transformation of philosophy. One such hindrance to the subject we are presently considering was the so-called rational 28 idea of the soul, this metaphysical entity in whose absolute simplicity cognizing and willing were bound and fused into an eternally inseparable unity. 19. So long as this was present, there could be no philosophical physiology, all the more since real, purely passive matter necessarily had to be posited along with it, as its correlate, as the substance of the body, as a self-existing being, a thing in itself. 29. This rational idea of the soul 30 was thus responsible for the fact that at the beginning of the previous century the famous chemist and physiologist, George Ernst Stahl 31 had to miss the truth, to which he came quite close, and which he would have reached if in place of rational soul he could have posited the naked will, which is without cognition and which alone is metaphysical. But under the influence of this idea of reason, he could not teach otherwise than that it was the simple, rational soul that constructs the body and directs and carries out all its inner, organic functions, but in doing so, knows and experiences nothing of all this, although cognition is the fundamental determination and, as it were, the substance of its being. In this there was something absurd, which made the theory absolutely untenable. It was replaced by Haller's irritability and sensibility, which indeed can simply be understood empirically, yet are also two occult qualities with which explanation comes to an end. The movement of the heart and the bowels was now ascribed to irritability. But the rational soul remained undisturbed in its honor and dignity as a strange guest in the house of the body where it dwelled in the garret. 32 The truth lies at the bottom of a well, so Democritus said, and the millennia have repeated it, sighing, but it is no wonder, since its knuckles are rapped as soon as it tries to get out. The fundamental feature of my theory, putting it in opposition to all that have ever existed, is the total separation of will from cognition, which all philosophers prior to me have seen as inseparable. Indeed, philosophers prior to me have seen will as conditioned by cognition and most often have even seen it as a mere function of cognition, the fundamental substance of our intellectual being. E20 The separation, however, this analysis of the I or soul into two heterogeneous components, so long taken to be indivisible, is for philosophy what the analysis of water has been for chemistry, even though it will take a while for this separation to be acknowledged. For me, what is eternal and indestructible in humans, what thus also constitutes the principle of life in humans, is not the soul, but, to use an expression from chemistry, the radical of the soul, and this is will. The so-called soul is already compounded, it is the union of will with nu omicron, intellect. This intellect is that which is secondary, the posterius of the organism, and as a mere brain function, is conditioned by the organism. In contrast, will is primary, is the prius of the organism, and the organism is conditioned by it. For will is the very essence in itself that presents itself as one such organic body only through representation, that mere brain function, only by means of the forms of cognition, or brain function, and so only through representation is the body given to each of us as something extended, something with members, something organic, given in no way other than through representation, not immediately in self-consciousness. 33 Just as actions of the body are only individual acts of will imaged in representation, so too their substrate, the form of the body, is its image as a whole, therefore will is the driving force in all organic functions of the body, as well as in its external actions. True physiology, at its best, shows the spiritual in humans, cognition, to be the product of the physical in humans, and Cabanis has realized this as no other. But true metaphysics teaches us that the physical is itself merely a product, or rather an appearance, of something spiritual, of the will, indeed, that matter itself is conditioned through representation, in which alone it exists. Intuition and thought will more and more be explained from the organism, but this will never be the case with will, rather, it is the converse, the organism is explained from will, as I show under the next heading. F34 Thus I first posit will as thing in itself, something completely original, second the body as its mere visibility, objectivation, and third, cognition as merely a function of a part of this body. This part itself is will to cognize objectified, having become representation, 21 since will requires cognition for its ends. 35 But now this function again conditions the whole world as representation, hence, it conditions even the body itself insofar as it is an intuitive object, indeed, it conditions matter in general as that which is present only in representation. 4. Properly considered, an objective world is something absolutely inconceivable without a subject in the consciousness of which it exists. 36 Thus cognition and matter, subject and object, exist only relative to one another and constitute appearance. So through my fundamental alteration things stand as never before. When it works outwardly, has an effect outwardly, directed to a cognized object and so having passed through the medium of cognition, then everyone recognizes will as what is active here, and so it receives its name. But it is no less will that is active in the inner processes that precede those external actions as their condition, creating and maintaining organic life and its substrate, and blood circulation, secretion, and digestion are also its work. 37 Simply because will was only recognized when it proceeds from the individual to the external world, which for just this purpose now presents itself as intuition, cognition has been taken as the essential condition of will, as its sole element, indeed, even as the substance of which it consists, and in this the greatest sigma tau epsilon rho omicron nu pi rho tau epsilon rho omicron nu a that ever has been committed. Above all, however, one must know how to distinguish will from fricho isub and understand that the former can exist without the latter, which, of course, presupposes my entire philosophy. Will is called free choice when it is illuminated by cognition, and when motives, representations, are therefore the causes that move it, expressed objectively, this means when the external influence that causes the act is mediated by the brain. A motive can be defined as an external stimulus, upon whose influence there first arises an image in the brain, through the mediation of which will carries out its particular operation, an external action of the body. But now with the human species a concept can take the place of this image, a concept being abstracted from earlier images of this kind by 22 the removal of their differences, and so no longer intuitive, but merely denoted and fixed through words. 38 Because the influence of motives is generally not limited to contact, their effects can measure their power against one another, i.e., permitting a certain choice. For an animal this choice is restricted to the narrow mental horizon of what lies before it in intuition. In contrast, for humans choice has the latitude of the wide sphere of what is conceivable for them, their concepts. As a result the movements referred to as voluntary are those that do not follow from causes in the narrowest sense of the word like those of inorganic bodies, nor from mere stimuli like those of plants, but from motives. These, however, presuppose cognition which is the medium of motives through which causality works in this case, its complete necessity otherwise remaining intact. Physiologically the difference between stimulus and motive can be described in this way: a stimulus immediately evokes a reaction, since the reaction proceeds from that part on which the stimulus had its effect. In contrast, a motive is a stimulus that must work indirectly through the brain, where an image arises first of all upon the influence of the motive, and this then evokes the resulting reaction, which is now called an act of will and voluntary. 39 The distinction between voluntary and involuntary movements thus concerns not that which is essential and primary, which is will in both, but that which is merely secondary, the evocation of the expression of will, specifically whether this occurs through the guidance of causes proper, or stimuli, or motives, i.e., causes that have passed through cognition. Free choice in the narrowest sense of the word, which I have called elective decision, occurs in human consciousness, which is distinguished from animal consciousness in that it does not merely contain intuitive representations, but also abstract concepts which, independent of time distinctions, work simultaneously and side by side, whereby deliberation, i.e., conflict of motives, has become 23 possible. Nevertheless, elective decision only consists in the fact that the most powerful motive for a given character overcomes other motives and determines the deed, just as one thrust is overpowered by a stronger counter-thrust, and here the result always appears with the same necessity as the movement of a stone that has been thrown. All great thinkers of all times are united and decided on this point, and just as certainly the great masses will never see and will never grasp the great truth that the work of our freedom is to be sought not in isolated actions, but in our existence and being itself. I have presented it most clearly in my prize essay on the freedom of the will. Accordingly, the alleged free choice of indifference of as the distinctive mark of movements proceeding from will, is completely inadmissible, for it is an assertion of the possibility of effects without causes. As soon as will is distinguished from free choice and the latter is considered to be a particular form of the former, or mode of its appearance, there will be no difficulty in seeing will in events without cognition. 2. That all movements of our body, as well as those of vegetative and organic bodies, proceed from will is in no way to say that they are voluntary, since that would be to say that they are occasioned by motives. Motives, however, are representations, the seat of which is the brain. Only the parts that receive nerves from the brain can be moved by it and hence by motives, and this movement alone is called voluntary. In contrast, the movement of the organism's inner economy is controlled by stimuli, like that of plants, except that the complexity of the animal organism requires an external sensorium for the apprehension of the external world and will's reaction to it, and also requires a cerebrum abdominal, the sympathetic nervous system, in order likewise to direct the reaction of will to internal stimuli. The former can be compared to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the latter can be compared to the Ministry of Home Affairs, but will remains the autocratia present everywhere. The 24 advances in physiology since Haller have put beyond doubt that not only external actions accompanied by consciousness, functionals animals, but also the vital processes taking place completely unconsciously, functions vitales et naturals, are throughout under the direction of the nervous system, and the difference, with regard to becoming conscious, depends merely on the fact that the former is directed by nerves coming from the brain, but the latter is directed by nerves which do not directly communicate with the primary center of the nervous system, which is mostly directed externally, but instead communicate with the subordinate, minor centers, the ganglia and their network. These, so to say, preside as governors of the various provinces of the nervous system and guide the inner processes from internal stimuli, as the brain guides the external actions from external motives. They thus sense inner impressions and react in accordance, just as the brain receives representations and decides in reaction to them, except that each of these minor centers is limited to a narrow range of effects. On this depends the particular life ebb of any system, with respect to which Van Helmont said that each organ, so to speak, has its own eye. This explains life's enduring after parts are amputated, as with insects, reptiles, and other lower animals, whose brains do not much predominate over the ganglia of the separate parts. In the same way, after the removal of the brain, many reptiles live for weeks, even months. 40 Now if we know from most reliable experience that in the actions accompanied by consciousness and controlled by the main center of the nervous system, will is the actual agent, which we recognize in our most immediate consciousness and in a completely different way from the way we recognize the external world, then to be sure, we cannot help but assume that the actions that proceed from this very nervous system, but are directed by its subordinate centers and keep the processes of life constantly going, are in all cases expressions of will, especially since we recognize perfectly the reason why they are not accompanied by consciousness like the others, namely because consciousness has its seat in the brain and thus is limited to such parts as have nerves which go to the brain, and in which consciousness also ceases. 25 When these nerves are severed, the distinction between conscious and unconscious, and with it the distinction between voluntary and involuntary movement of a limb, is explained perfectly by this, and no reason remains to accept two completely different sources of movement. Moreover, principles are not to be multiplied beyond necessity. This is all so obvious that, on impartial reflection, it almost appears absurd from this standpoint to want to make the body the servant of two masters by deriving its actions from two fundamentally different sources and ascribing to will movement of the arms and legs, eyes and lips, throat, tongue, and lungs, the face and stomach muscles, while in contrast having the movement of the heart, the arteries, the peristaltic movement of the intestines, the absorption of the intestinal villi and the glands, and all the movements serving secretions proceed from a completely different, unknown, and eternally secret principle, designated by such names as vitality, archeus, spiritus. Animals, vital force. Formative drive, all of which says no more than x 41. It is noteworthy and instructive to see how the excellent Treviranus, in his book Appearances and Laws of Organic Life B Volume 1, pages 178-85, troubles himself to find out which of the motions among the lowest animals, infusoria and zoophytes, are voluntary and which are, as he puts it, automatic or physical, i.e. merely vital. The basis here is his assumption 26 that he is concerned with two different original sources of motion, while in truth the one proceeds from will as much as the other. And the entire difference consists in whether they are occasioned by a stimulus, which can again be merely internal or external, or by a motive. Among the many higher animals, crustaceans and even fish, he considers the voluntary and vital movements as wholly collapsed into one, e.g. locomotion and respiration, a clear proof of the identity of their being and origin. He says on p. 188, in the families of Actinia, Asteria, sea urchins, and Holothuriae, Echinodermata pedida cove, it is apparent that movement of the fluids depends on the will of these creatures and is a means to locomotion. P. 288 says, the throat of mammals has on its upper end a pharynx that expands and contracts through muscles that in their formation resemble voluntary muscles, yet without being under the control of will. It can be seen here how the boundaries of those motions proceeding from will and those assumed to be foreign to it blur into one another. Ibid. P. 293, movements in the stomach chambers of ruminants proceed in such a way that they have all the appearance of the voluntary. However, they are not always limited to a connection with rumination. Even the simple stomach of the human and many animals only allows that which is digestible to pass through its lower orifice, and rejects that which is indigestible by vomiting. 42. There is also still particular evidence that movements from stimuli, the involuntary, as well as from motives, the voluntary, proceed from will. To this belong the cases in which the same motion now follows from a stimulus, now from a motive, as, example, the constriction of the pupil, it follows from a stimulus with increasing light, and from a motive whenever we strain to observe a small object precisely from very close up, because constriction of the pupil enables the clearest close-up vision, which we can even increase if we look through a hole in a card made with a pin. 27. And conversely we dilate the pupil when we look into the distance. 43. The same movement of the same organ cannot arise alternately from two fundamentally different sources. In his paper, Additions to E. H. Weber, Treatise on the Motion of the Irisae, Leipzig, 1823, E. H. Weber explains that he has discovered that merely through free choice he can dilate and constrict the pupil of one eye while the other is closed, so that one and the same object appears first distinct and then indistinct. Johannes Müller, 2, Manual of Physiology, p. 764b seeks to prove that will affects the pupil. 44. The view that the vital and vegetative functions occurring without consciousness have will as their innermost mechanism is further corroborated by the observation that even the conscious, voluntary movement of a limb is just the ultimate result of a great many previous alterations within the limb, which come to consciousness no more than any organic functions and yet are obviously what is first actuated by will and has the motion of the limb merely as a consequence. Nevertheless, this remains so unknown to our consciousness that physiologists seek to discover it through hypotheses like these, that sinews and muscle fibers become contracted through an alteration in the cell tissue of the muscle, which is effected by a precipitation to serum of blood vapor contained in the tissue, but this, however, comes about through the influence of the nerve, and this, by will. The alteration first proceeding from will does not come to consciousness, but only its distant result, and even here this actually comes to consciousness only through the brain's spatial intuition, in which this result is presented together with the entire body. But physiologists would never have arrived at the truth that the final element in the ascending causal series is will by way of their experimental research and hypotheses, rather they recognize it in a completely different way. The solution to the riddle is whispered to them from outside their research, through the fortunate circumstance that in this case the researcher is at the same time himself the object of the research. 28 And so experiences the secret of the inner process on this occasion, otherwise his explanation, just like the explanation for any other phenomena, must come to a stop before an inscrutable power. And conversely, if we had the same internal relation to any natural phenomenon that we have to our own organism, the explanation of any natural phenomenon and all the properties of any body would ultimately be traced back in the same way to a will manifesting itself in them. For the difference lies not in the thing, but in our relation to the thing. Wherever the explanation of the physical comes to an end, it runs into something metaphysical, and wherever this is open to immediate cognition, as here, will reveals itself. That the parts of an organism that are not moved by the brain upon motives, and not voluntary, nonetheless are animated and ruled by will is confirmed by their sympathy with all unusually violent movements of will, i.e., affects and passions, accelerated pulse with joy or fear, blushing with shame, becoming pale with terror or with concealed anger, crying at sadness, erection from erotic ideas. 45 Difficult breathing and increased intestinal activity with great anxiety, salivating at appetizing food, nausea at the sight of disgusting things, strongly heightened blood circulation and even alteration of the quality of bile with anger, and foaming at the mouth with intense rage, the last to the extent that a dog that is angered in the extreme can impart hydrophobia through its bite, without itself being afflicted by rabies or without becoming afflicted by it, which has also been said of cats and enraged cocks. 46 Furthermore, incessant grief most profoundly undermines the organism, and terror, as well as sudden joy, can mortally affect it. In contrast, all the inner processes and alterations which only concern cognition and do not involve will, however great and important they may be, remain without influence on the mechanisms of the organism, except that too strenuous and too protracted intellectual activity tires the brain and gradually exhausts and finally undermines the organism. 29, which once again confirms that cognition is of a secondary nature and merely the organic function of a product of life, but does not constitute the inner core of our being, is not the thing in itself, is not metaphysical, incorporeal, eternal, like will, which does not tire, does not alter, does not learn, does not perfect itself through practice, is in childhood as in old age, always one in the same, and its character is unalterable in everyone. Similarly, as that which is essential, it is also the constanta and thus exists in animals as in us, for it does not depend, like intellect, on perfection of the organization B, but it is essentially the same in all animals and so intimately familiar to us. 47 Hence the animal has all the effects of humans: joy, sadness, fear, anger, love, hate, longing, envy, etc. The great difference between humans and animals consists only in degrees of perfection of intellect. But this is to digress. Therefore, I here refer to the world as will and representation, Volume 2, ch. 2, No. 2.d. Given the clear grounds presented for the view that the original agent in inner mechanisms of the organism is the very will that directs the external actions of the body, and that will reveals its identity in its passing through consciousness only because here it requires the mediation of cognition directed outwards, we will not be surprised that, in the course of their purely empirical research, other physiologists besides Brandis have more or less clearly recognized this truth. In his Archive for Physiology, Volume 5, pages 195-8, Meckel arrives completely empirically and wholly impartially at the conclusion that vegetative life, the formation of the embryo, assimilation of nourishment, the life of plants, may actually be regarded as expressions of will, indeed, that even the striving of a magnet appears to be so. The assumption, he says, of a certain free will in every vital movement can perhaps be justified. Plants appear to go toward light voluntarily, etc. The volume is from 1819, shortly after my work had appeared, and it is at least uncertain whether it had an influence on him or 30 even had been known to him. Thus, I also count these remarks among the impartial empirical corroborations of my theory. Verdake, 2. In his Great Physiology H. Volume 1, 259, p. 388, arrives by completely empirical means at the conclusion that self-love is a force belonging to all things without distinction. He demonstrates it first in animals, then in plants, and finally in inanimate bodies. But what is self-love other than will to maintain existence, will to life? Under the heading Comparative Anatomy, I will cite from the same work a passage that is even more emphatically corroborative of my theory. That this theory of will as the principle of life is beginning to spread in the broader circle of medicine and is accepted by its younger representatives, I am especially happy to see in the theses that Dr. von Segries has defended on his promotion at Munich in August 1835, which begins thus: 1. It is blood that determines the form of an organism and its development. 2. Organic development is determined by the activity of internal life and by will. Finally, we must mention another noteworthy and unexpected corroboration for this part of my theory that Colebrooke has communicated in recent times from ancient Hindu philosophy. In his description of the philosophical schools of the Hindus, which he provides in the first volume of Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Great Britain, 1824, he cites, p. 110, the following as the teaching of the Nyaga school: will, volition, yatna, exertion or expression of will, is a self-determination to action, which gives satisfaction. Desire is its occasion, and perception its motive. We can distinguish two types of perceptible exertion of will: that which originates from desire, which seeks the agreeable, and that which arises from aversion, which shuns the repugnant. Another species, which escapes sensation or perception, but is inferred from analogy 31 of spontaneous acts, comprises animal functions, having for a cause the vital unseen power B. Apparently animal functions is to be understood here not in the physiological but in the popular sense of the word, thus it is indisputable here that organic life is derived from will. 48. A similar statement by Colebrook is located in his commentary on the Vedas, Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, p. 426c, where it reads, Asu is unconscious volition, which occasions an act necessary to the support of life, as breathing etc. d. Moreover, my reduction of life force to will is in no way opposed to the ancient division of its functions into reproductive force, irritability, and sensibility. This division remains as a profound distinction and provides occasion for interesting observations. Reproductive force, objectified in cell tissue, is the principal characteristic of the plant and is the vegetative in humans. If it is excessively predominant in the human, we suspect a phlegmatic, slow, indolent, obtuse temperament, Boeotians, although this supposition is not always confirmed. Irritability, objectified in muscle fiber, is the principal characteristic of animals, and is the animal in humans. If it is excessively predominant in the human, dexterity, strength, and bravery are usually found, thus, a suitability for physical exertion and war, Spartans. Almost all warm-blooded animals, and even the insects, far outstrip the human in irritability. The animal becomes most vividly aware of its existence through irritability, and therefore it exults in the expressions of it. A trace of this exultation still shows itself in humans as dance. 49, sensibility, objectified in the nerves, is the principal characteristic of humans and is actually that which is human in humans. In this no animal can compare by far 32 with the human. If it is excessively predominant, it yields genius, Athenians. Therefore the human being of genius is human to a higher degree. This explains why some geniuses have not wanted to recognize ordinary humans, with their monotonous physiognomies and prevailing stamp of the commonplace, as human beings, for in them they did not find their equals, and naturally mistook their own nature for normal. In this sense, Diogenes looked for humans with his lantern. The genial Kahilith says, among 1,000 I have found one human being, but no woman among all these be, and Gratian in the Critic, perhaps the greatest and most beautiful allegory that has ever been written, says, but the most miraculous was that in the whole land, even in the most populated cities, they met no human beings, rather, everything was peopled with lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, foxes, apes, oxen, asses, swine. Nowhere human beings. Only later did they discover that the few existing humans, in order to protect themselves and not to see what was going on, had withdrawn into that solitude that actually should have been the abode of wild animals, condensed from Chrysi 5 and 6 of the first part. In fact, for the same reason all geniuses are peculiarly inclined to solitude, to which they are driven as much by their difference from others as the inner wealth with which they are equipped, since among humans, as among diamonds, only the uncommonly great are suited as solitaires, the ordinary ones must be set in clusters to produce any effect. Even the three gunas or fundamental properties of the Hindus match the three physiological fundamental forces. Tamasguna, obtuseness, stupidity, corresponds to reproductive force, Rajasguna, vehemence, to irritability, and Sattvaguna, wisdom and virtue, to sensibility. However, when it is added that Tamasguna is the fate of animals, Rajasguna of humans, and Sattvaguna of the gods, then this is to speak more mythologically than physiologically. The subject considered under this heading is handled as well in the 20th chapter of the second volume of The World as Will 33 and Representation, under the heading Objectification of Will in the Animal Organism, which I recommend rereading as a supplement to what is given here. What is in 94 of the second volume of Parerga is also relevant here. It may still be noted here that passages cited on pages 14 and 15 above from my essay on colors refer to the first edition of that work, of which a second edition will soon appear and which will have different pagination. 34. Comparative Anatomy. From my proposition that Kant's thing in itself, or the ultimate substrate of every appearance, is will, I have not only deduced that will is the agent even in all unconscious functions of the organism, but likewise that this organic body itself is nothing other than will appearing in representation, will itself intuited in the form of cognition of space. Consequently, I have said that just as each individual momentary act of will presents itself at once, immediately, and inevitably in the external intuition of the body as an action of it, so every animal's collective willing be the totalitic of all its strivings, must have its true image in the entire body itself, in the nature of its organism, and there must be the most precise agreement between the ends of its will in general and the means that its organization provides for achieving these ends. Or put briefly, the collective character of its willing must stand in exactly the same relation to the form and nature of its body as the relation between the individual act of will and the individual bodily action that carries it out. In recent times, thoughtful zooatomists and physiologists have, for their own part and independent of my theory, recognized this as a fact and accordingly corroborated it a posteriori. Their statements on this lay out 35 natures evidence for the truth of my theory. In the fine copper plate work on the skeletons of predators by Pander and D. Alton, 1822, p. 2, we find just as what is characteristic of the bone structure arises from the character of animals, so this develops in turn from their inclinations and desires. These inclinations and desires of animals, which are expressed so vividly in their whole organization and of which the organization appears only as a mediating expression, cannot be explained from particular fundamental forces, since the inner ground can only be derived from the general life of nature. By this last turn of phrase the author actually affirms that he, like any natural scientist, has here reached the point where he must stop because he bumps up against the metaphysical, and that at this point, however, what is ultimately recognizable, beyond which nature evades his research, is inclinations and desires, i.e., will. The animal is so, because it wills so, would be the brief expression for his ultimate result. No less explicit is the evidence that the learned and thoughtful Burdake provided for my truth in his Great Physiology, Volume 2, 474, where he deals with the ultimate ground for the format iona of the embryo. Unfortunately, I must not conceal the fact that this man, otherwise so excellent, was misled just here, in an hour of weakness, heaven knows how and why, and passes off a few phrases from that completely worthless, powerfully obtrusive pseudo-philosophy about thought being what is original. It is precisely that which is last of all and most conditioned, and yet not a representation, thus a wooden iron. But immediately afterwards, as the influence of his own better self returns, he expresses the pure truth on p. 710, the brain evaginates into the retina because the central part of the embryo wills to receive impressions of the activity of the world, the mucous membrane of the intestinal canal develops into the lung because the organic body wills connection with the elementary substances of the world, the bud of the reproductive organs comes from the vascular system because the individual lives only in the species and the life begun in the individual 36 wills to multiply itself. Burdake's remark, so very consistent with my theory, reminds me of a passage from the ancient Mahabharata, which in this context one cannot help but regard as a mythical expression of the same truth. It is in the third canto of the episode of Sunda and Upasunda in Bap's Arjuna's trip to Indra's heaven, including other episodes of the Mahabharata. 1824b There Brahman had created Tilottama, the most beautiful of all women, and she walked around the assembly of gods. Shiva was so ardent to see her, that as she went around the circle successively, 4 faces arose in him in keeping with her position, and thus with the 4 directions of the globe. Perhaps this is related to the presentation of Shiva with 5 heads, as Panchamukha Shiva. In the same way, on the same occasion, arose the innumerable eyes on Indra's entire body 50, in truth. Each organ is to be viewed as an expression of a universal manifestation of will, i.e., one produced for all time, of a fixed longing, of an act of will, not of the individual, but of the species. The form of any animal is a longing of the will to life, called up by the circumstances, e.g. if it is seized by a longing to live in trees, to hang on their branches, to consume their leaves, without ever warring with other animals or ever treading the ground, this longing presents itself, throughout time, in the form, Platonic idea, of a sloth. It can almost not walk because it is intended for climbing, helpless on the ground, it is agile in trees, and appears like a mossy bough, so that no pursuer will become aware of it. But let us now consider the matter somewhat more prosaically and methodically. The 37 obvious suitability of any animal to its way of life, to the external means of its preservation, extending even to particulars, and the overwhelmingly artful perfection of its organization is the richest material for teleological considerations, which the human mind has applied itself to forever, and which, extended even to inanimate nature, became the argument for the physico-theological proof. The purposiveness without exception, the evident intentionality in all parts of the animal organism proclaims that rather than accidental and natural forces operating without plan, a will has been active, and proclaims it so clearly that it could never have been misconstrued in earnest. But as empirical knowledge and opinion would have it, the work of a will could not be thought of except as accompanied by cognition. For prior to me, as has been discussed in the previous chapter, will and cognition were taken to be absolutely inseparable. Indeed, will was viewed as a simple operation of cognition, this supposed basis of everything intellectual. Accordingly, where will worked, cognition must have led it, so it must have guided it here too. The medium of cognition, however, which as such is essentially directed outward, implies that a will activated by means of cognition can only work outwardly, that is, only from one being on another. Therefore will was not sought where undeniable traces of it had been found, but rather it was transferred outwards, and the animal was made the product of a will foreign to it, of a will guided by cognition, and by a cognition which must have been a very clear, well thought out concept of a purpose that preceded the animal's existence and must have been situated outside of the animal, together with will, whose product the animal is. Hence the animal would have existed in representation earlier than in reality or in itself. This is the basis of the line of thought on which the physico-theological proof rests. This proof, however, is no simple scholastic sophism, like the ontological proof, and it does not contain in itself an indefatigable, natural opponent, such as the cosmological proof contains, in the same law of causality to which it owes its existence. Rather it is really for the 38 scholarly what the seronological proof is for the masses 51, and has such strong plausibility that even minds both most eminent and unprejudiced were thoroughly entangled in it, example Voltaire, who, after having further doubts of all sorts, saw no possibility of escaping it and always returned to it. Indeed, he considered its evidence nearly equal to the mathematical. Even Priestley, too, Disquisitions on Matter and Spirit, Sector 16, p. 188a, declares it to be irrefutable. 52 Only Hume's discretion and acumen stands the test, in his Dialogues on Natural Religion, Part 7, and in other passages, which is well worth reading. This genuine forerunner of Kant calls attention to how there is absolutely no fundamental similarity between works of nature and those works of art produced by design. Now Kant's merit shines more splendidly in the critique of the power of judgment as well as in the critique of pure reason, where he has cut through the nerve of the argument for this very fallacious proof as he did the two others. A rather brief resume of this Kantian refutation of the physico-theological proof is found in my principal work, Volume 1, p. 597. C. Kant has one great merit in doing this, for nothing is more opposed to correct insight into nature and the essence of things than interpreting these as cleverly calculated works. If, therefore, a Duke of Bridgewater has offered large sums as prizes for the purpose of establishing and perpetuating such fundamental errors, then we, without any other reward than the truth, walking in Hume's and Kant's 39 footsteps, will work fearlessly on their destruction. The truth is worthy of honor, not what stands opposed to it. 53 However, in this case Kant confined himself to the negative, but this only had its full effect when it was supplemented by a true positive, since that alone affords complete satisfaction and drives out error, as is consistent with Spinoza's expression, as light manifests itself and darkness, so truth is the standard of itself and of the false. Therefore we first of all say that the world is not created with the aid of cognition. Hence, it is not created from without, but from within, and then we are concerned to establish the salient point of the world egg. See, the physico-theological idea that there must be an intellect that orders and forms nature is just as fundamentally wrong as it is suited to the uneducated understanding. For intellect is only known to us from animal nature, hence, as a completely secondary and subordinate principle in the world, a product of latest origin, therefore, it can never have been the condition of the world's existence, nor can an intelligible world precede the sensible world, since it receives its material solely from the latter. An intellect has not produced nature, rather, nature the intellect. 54 However, will, that which fills everything and immediately reveals itself in all, so that everything indicates itself as appearance of will, appears everywhere as that which is original. Therefore all teleological facts can be explained from the will of the being itself in which they are discovered. 55. Moreover, the physico-theological proof has already been rendered powerless by the empirical observation that the works of the creative drive in animals, the spider's web, the bee's honeycomb, the termite's hill 56 etc., are all constituted as if they were the result of a purposeful concept, as if they originated in far-reaching foresight and rational deliberation, whereas they obviously are the work of a blind drive, i.e., of a will not guided by cognition, from which it follows that the inference from such a nature to such a mode of origin is not certain, as with every inference from consequent to ground. A detailed consideration of creative drives is provided in the 27th chapter 40 of the second volume of my principal work A, and along with that which is under the previous heading, on teleology, it is to be used as a supplement to the entire discussion which concerns us here. If we now look somewhat more closely into the above-mentioned suitability of the organization of every animal to its way of life and its means of preserving its own existence, then ultimately the question arises whether the way of life has conformed to the organization or the converse. At first glance the former appears to be more correct, since chronologically the organization precedes the way of life, and one would think that the animal would have assumed the way of life best suited to its structure and would have best used the organs it has. The bird flies because it has wings, the bull butts because it has horns, and not the converse. Lucretius is also of this opinion, which is always a doubtful sign for an opinion. Nothing arises in the body so that we can use it. But that which arises is the cause of our using it. See. On which he expands, for, pages 825 to 43.57. But with this assumption it remains unexplained just exactly how all the different parts of an animal's organism, taken together, can correspond precisely to the animal's way of life, how no organ interferes with another, and, moreover, how each supports the other, also how none remains unused and how no subordinate organ would be better suited to another way of life, while only the principal organs would have determined the way of life that the animal actually leads. Rather, each part of the animal exactly corresponds to any other as well as to the animal's way of life, e.g. claws are always fit to seize the prey that the teeth are suited to tear up and break and the intestine is able to digest, and the limbs for movement are fit to take the animal where that prey dwells, and no organ ever remains unused. So, example, the anteater not only has long claws on its forefeet in order to rip apart the termite mound, but also, for boring into this mound, it has a long, cylindrical snout with a little mouth and a long thread-like 41 tongue covered with a sticky slime, that it thrusts deep into the termite nest and draws back stuck full of these insects. Conversely, it has no teeth because it needs none. Who does not see that the form of the anteater is related to termites as an act of will is to its motive? Thus, there is such an unparalleled inconsistency between the anteater's complete absence of teeth and its powerful arms and strong, long, curved claws, that, if the earth were to undergo an upheaval, then to the race of rational beings which would then arise, the fossilized anteater would be an insoluble riddle if they did not know of the termite. 58, as a rule, the necks of birds, as those of quadrupeds, are as long as their legs so that they can reach to the ground for their food, but among aquatic fowl the neck is often much longer because these birds, while swimming, fetch their sustenance from under the surface of the water. 59 Wading birds have disproportionately long legs in order to be able to wade without drowning or becoming wet, and accordingly have very long necks and beaks, these last being strong or weak, depending on whether they crush reptiles, fish, or worms, and their intestines always conform to this. But then wading birds have neither claws like those of birds of prey nor webbed feet like those of ducks, for nature's law of parsimony permits no superfluous organ. It is exactly this law, taken together with the contrasting fact that no animal ever lacks an organ required for its way of life, but everything, even the most diverse things, are in harmony and are as if calculated for a specially determined way of life, for the element in which their prey dwells, for pursuit, for subduing, for crushing, and for digesting the prey. That proves that the way of life the animal willed to lead for its maintenance was what determined its structure, but not 42. The opposite, and that things are just this way, as if a cognition of the way of life and its external conditions had preceded the structure, and as if each animal had appropriately chosen its gear before it embodied itself, no less than a hunter, before he proceeds, selects all his equipment, flint, shot, powder, game bag, hunting knife, and clothing, according to the wild animal that he will kill. He does not shoot at the wild sow because he carries a rifle, rather. He took the rifle and not the shotgun because he went out after wild sows, and the steer does not butt just because it has horns, rather, it has horns because it wills to butt. But to supplement the proof we must still add that many animals, while they are growing, express the willful striving that a limb should serve before the limb itself is present, and thus its use precedes its existence. Thus young bucks, rams, and calves butt with just their bare heads before they have horns. The young boar charges, tossing its head around while it still lacks the tusks which correspond to the intended effect. In contrast, it does not use the little teeth which it already has in its mouth with which it could actually bite. Thus its way of defending itself is not directed by an existing weapon, but the opposite. Galen had already remarked on this, on the uses of the parts of animals bi. 1, and Lucretius before him, v. 1032, 9c. Through this we become absolutely certain that will does not use tools as something it happens to find, as something added on, something proceeding from cognition, using the parts just because they and no others exist, but what comes first and originally is the striving to live in this way and to struggle in such a way, which presents itself not only in the use of these tools, but already in the very existence of the weapon, so much so that the former often precedes the latter and thereby indicates that the weapon appears because the striving exists, not the opposite, and so it is with each part generally. Aristotle already expressed this when he said of an insect armed with a stinger, because it has the passion, it has the weapon, on the parts of animals 4, 6d, and further on, ch 12, putting it generally 43. Nature creates the organ for the task, but not the task for the organ. E60 The result is, the structure of every animal is directed by will. This truth forces itself on the thoughtful zoologist and zootomist with such evidence that, if his mind is not at the same time purified by a more profound philosophy, he could be misled into strange errors. This actually happened to a zoologist of the first rank, the unforgettable de Lamarck, who won immortal merit through the discovery of the most profoundly conceived classification of animals into vertebrates and invertebrates. F. For in his Philosophical Zoology G Volume 1, ch 7, and his Natural History of Invertebrates Volume 1, Introduction, pages 180 to 212, he asserts in all seriousness and takes the trouble to demonstrate thoroughly that the form of any species of animals, its characteristic weapons and externally effective organs of all sorts, were in no way present at the species' origin, but gradually came into existence over the course of time and through continued generation, precisely because of the animal's own repeated efforts and resulting habits, as a consequence of the willful strivings evoked in it by the nature of its situation and environment. Thus, he says, aquatic birds and mammals first gradually acquired webbed feet because while swimming they stretched and spread their toes. As a result of their wading birds got long legs and long necks. Horned cattle first gradually obtained horns, because without an effective bite they could only fight with their heads, and this belligerence gradually produced horns or antlers. In the beginning the snail was like other mollusks, without antennae, but from the need to touch objects, Lying before it, such antennae gradually came to be. The whole race of felines first acquired claws through time out of the need to tear up prey, and from the need when walking to preserve and at the same time not to be hindered by their claws. Felines acquired a sheath for their retractile claws. The giraffe, in arid, grassless Africa, depending on the leaves of tall trees, stretched its forelegs and neck so that at 44 acquired its amazing form, with a frontal height of 20 feet. And thus he examines many types of animals, each arising through the same principle, in the process of which he does not notice the obvious objection that before the species of animals had gradually produced the organs necessary for their preservation over the course of countless generations, they would indeed have perished and died out for lack of such organs. That is how blind an accepted hypothesis makes someone. However, here this hypothesis arose through a quite correct and profound grasp of nature, and is an error of genius that despite all its absurdity still does him honor. The truth in it belongs to him as a natural scientist. He correctly saw that the animal's will is what is original and has determined its organization. The falsehood, however, is the responsibility of the backward state of metaphysics in France, where the great and monumental theory of the ideality of space and time and everything presented in them still has not yet reached, and where Locke and his follower, that weakling Condillac, still prevail, so that bodies are considered to be things in themselves and time and space are considered to be qualities of things in themselves. Therefore de Lamarck could not think of his construction of beings in any other way than in time, through succession. See Kant's profound influence has forever banned from Germany errors of this sort, as well as the crass, absurd atomism of the French and the edifying physico-theological considerations of the English. The influence of a great mind is so sustained and beneficial, even for a nation that could abandon it in order to run after windbags and charlatans. However, de Lamarck could never arrive at the idea that the animal's will, as thing in itself, lies outside of time and in this sense could be more original than the animal itself. Therefore he first posits the animal without definite organs, even without definite striving, but merely equipped with perception. This perception makes the animal familiar with the circumstances in which it has to live, and from this familiarity there arises its striving, i.e., its will, and from this ultimately arise its organs, or specific corporeality, even with the help of generations and thus over immense periods of time. Had he had the 45 courage to work it through, he would have had to accept a primordial animal which consequently would have had to be without any form and organs, and then transformed into the myriad forms of animals of all sorts, from gnat to the elephant, according to climatic and local circumstance and its cognition. In truth, however, this primordial animal is will to life. However, as such, it is something metaphysical, not physical. Certainly each animal species has determined its form and organization through its unique will and according to the circumstances in which it willed to live, however, not as something physical in time, but as something metaphysical outside of time. Will did not proceed from cognition, and the latter did not exist along with the animal before will appeared as a mere accident, something secondary, indeed something tertiary. Rather, will is that which is first, is being in itself, its appearance, mere representation in the cognizing intellect, the forms of which are space and time, is the animal, equipped with all the organs that present the will to live under these particular circumstances. Intellect, cognition itself, belongs among these organs and, like the others, is precisely adapted to each animal's way of life, whereas de Lamarck has will first arise from intellect. Let us consider the innumerable forms of animals. How much each animal is simply just the image of its willing, the visible expression of will striving that constitutes its character. The difference among forms is merely the imagia of this difference of character. Deadly animals, destined for fighting and predation, exist with fearsome teeth and claws and with strong muscles. Their sight penetrates great distances, especially if, like the eagle and condor, they have to spot their prey from dizzying heights. 61 The timid animals that have the will to seek their safety not through fight, but through flight, have appeared with slender, speedy legs and acute hearing, instead of any weapons. The most timid among these, the hare, has even needed a striking Lengthening of the outer ear. 62 That which is external corresponds to that which is internal. The carnivores have short intestines, the herbivores have long ones. For a lengthy process of assimilation, vigorous respiration and rapid blood circulation, represented by appropriate organs, are necessary conditions associated with great muscular strength and 46 irritability, and nowhere is it possible to find the opposite. 63 Each particular striving of will presents itself in a particular modification of form. Therefore, the place where the prey dwells determines the form of the pursuer. Now if any prey has withdrawn into an element difficult of access, into a remote hiding place, into night and darkness, then the pursuer assumes the suitable form, and no form is so grotesque that will to life would not assume it in order to attain its end. In order to extract the seed from the scale of the pine cone, the crossbill, Loxia curvirostra 64, appears with its abnormally shaped bill. B. In order to seek reptiles in their marshes, wading birds appear with their very long legs, very long necks, very long bills, the most unusual shapes. To dig out termites, the 4-foot-long anteater appears with short legs, strong, and long, narrow, toothless snout, but with a thread-like, sticky tongue. The pelican goes fishing with a monstrous pouch under its beak in which to pack lots of fish. To strike sleeping animals in the night, the owl flies out with enormous pupils in order to see in the dark, and with very soft feathers, so that its flight is noiseless and it does not awaken the sleeping animals. Silurus, Gymnotus, and Torpedoc even carry a complete electric apparatus for stunning the prey before they can reach it, as well as to use as a weapon against their pursuer. 65 For wherever a living thing breathes, another immediately comes along to devour it. 66 And each is as if aimed at and calculated, even down to the smallest detail, for the annihilation of. 47 Another, e.g., among insects, for the future food of their brood, the ichneumon flies lay their eggs in the body of certain caterpillars and similar larvae, into which they bore a hole with their stinger. Now those that rely on larvae crawling about freely have quite short stingers, about 1/8 inch. In contrast, Pimpla manifestator D, which depends on Chelostoma maxillosa, the larvae of which lie deeply hidden in old wood, into which the others cannot reach, have a stinger 2 inches long, and Ichneumon strobilia have one nearly as long to lay their eggs in. Larvae which live in pine cones, with these stingers, they penetrate to the larva, sting it, and lay an egg in the wound, and the product of the egg later devours the larva. Kirby and Spence, Introduction to Entomology, Volume 1, p. 355. 67 The pursued animal shows its will to escape its enemy just as clearly in its defensive armor. Hedgehogs and porcupines raise a forest of spears into the air. Armored from head to foot, impervious to teeth, beaks, and claws, armadillos, scaly anteaters, and tortoises make their appearance, and it is just the same on a smaller scale with the whole class of crustaceans. Others have sought protection not in physical resistance, but in deception of the pursuer. Thus the sepia has provided itself with the material for a dark cloud that it spreads around itself at the moment of danger. 68 The sloth is deceptively like the moss-covered bough, the tree frog the leaf, and countless insects are the same. The louse on the negro is black, indeed it is the same with our flea. 69 But the flea has relied on its long, irregular hopping, for it has gone to the trouble of making such an unprecedentedly 70 powerful apparatus. But we can make the anticipation that takes place with all of these arrangements comprehensible to ourselves by way of what is apparent in creative drives. See, the young spider and the ant lion do not know their prey when they set their traps for the first time. And it is the same on the defensive. According to Latreille, the insect bombyx kills Panorpe with its stinger, although the silkworm does not eat. 48 The scorpion fly, nor is the silkworm attacked by the scorpion fly, rather, the silkworm does so because the scorpion fly will later lay its eggs in the silkworm's nest and thereby impede the development of the silkworm's own eggs, which it does not know. Such anticipations again prove the ideality of time, which almost always comes up in discussions as soon as will as thing in itself is the topic. In what is considered here, as well as in many other respects, instincts of animals and physiological functions serve to explain one another because in both will is active without cognition. Just as with every organ and every weapon, offensive or defensive, in each form of animal, will has equipped itself with an intellect as a means to preserving the individual and species, therefore, even the ancients called intellect hegemonikon, i.e., the guide and leader. 71 As a result, intellect is determined only for the service of will and is always precisely suitable to this service. Predators needed and obviously have much more intellect than herbivores. The elephant and to a certain degree the horse, too, constitute an exception, but the elephant's most amazing understanding was necessary because, with a lifespan of 200 years and quite scant progeny, it must provide for longer and more secure preservation of the individual, and indeed in areas which teem with the most ravenous, strongest, and agile predators. 72 The horse, too, has a longer lifespan and reproduces fewer young than ruminants, besides without horns, tusks, or trunk. Furnished with no weapons other than perhaps its hoof, it needed more intelligence and greater speed to escape its pursuer. The ape's extraordinary understanding was necessary partly because, along with a lifespan which stretches to 50 years for even those of moderate size, they have few progeny, bearing only one young at a time, but particularly because they have hands, which must be directed by an understanding that makes proper use of them. 73 And they are dependent on the use of these hands for their defense by means of external weapons, such as stones and sticks, as well as for their nourishment, which requires all sorts of artificial means. 74 And generally makes necessary a social and artificial system of looting, passing stolen fruit from hand to hand, posting 49 sentinels, and the like. In addition, this understanding is characteristic of their youth, since in youth muscular strength is still undeveloped. E.g., the young pongo, or orangutan, has a relatively predominant brain and much greater intelligence in youth than in maturity, when muscular strength has reached great development and takes the place of intellect, which correspondingly declines starkly. The same applies to all apes. Intellect vicariously takes the place of what in the future will be muscular strength. This process is explained in detail in summary of the observations of Fr. Cuvier on the instincts and intelligence of animals by Flourens, 1841, from which I have already quoted the relevant passages in the second volume of my principal work at the conclusion of the 31st chapter, which is the sole reason for not repeating them here. In general, among mammals intelligence increases by steps from the rodents to the ruminants, then to the pachyderms, from there to the predators, and finally to the quadrumana, and anatomy shows the gradual development of the brain in the order corresponding to this result of external observation, according to Flourens and Fr. Cuvier. 75 Among the reptiles, snakes are the cleverest, since they can even be trained because they are predators, and especially the venomous ones reproduce 50 more slowly than the others. As it is with respect to physical weapons, so too we find will everywhere as that which is primary, and its tool, intellect, as that which is secondary. Predators do not go on the hunt, nor do foxes go thieving because they have more understanding. Instead, because they will to live by hunting and thieving, they have more understanding, just as they have a stronger bite and claws. The exceeding 76 subtlety of the fox's understanding even compensates for what the fox lacks in muscular power and strength of bite. The case of the dodo bird Bedidus ineptus, on Mauritius Island provides a specific illustration of our principle. The species of this bird, as is known, is extinct, and as its Latin species name certainly indicates, it was extraordinarily dumb, which explains its extinction. Thus it is apparent that here nature for once went too far in following its law of parsimonic, and to a certain extent brought forth, as it does so often in individual cases, an abortion of a species which as such could not have survived. 77 If on this occasion someone would pose the question of whether nature should at least have provided as much understanding to insects as is necessary for them not to fly into a candle flame, then the answer is, certainly, except it was not known to nature that human beings would make candles and light them, and nature does nothing in vain. Thus insects' understanding is insufficient only in an unnatural environment. 78 Of course intelligence generally depends first of all on the cerebral system, and this stands in a necessary relation to the rest of the organism. Therefore, cold-blooded animals lag far behind the warm-blooded, and invertebrates far behind the vertebrates. But the organism is simply will become visible, and since will is what is absolutely first, everything is always referred back to it. Its needs and aims, in each appearance, provide the measure for 51 the means, and these must accord with one another. Plants have no apperception because they have no locomotion, for of what use would this be to them if as a result they would not be able to seek that which is of benefit to them or flee that which is harmful? And conversely, locomotion could be of no use to them, since they have no apperception to guide it. Therefore, in the plant there still does not appear an inseparable duality of sensibility and irritability, rather they slumber in what is fundamental to the plant, the power of reproduction, in which power alone will objectifies itself here. The sunflower, and all plants, will light, but their movement towards light is not yet separated from their perception of light, and both coincide with the plant's growth. Human understanding, so superior to that of any other, supported by the addition of reason, the capacity for non-intuitive representation, i.e., concepts, reflections, faculty of thought, still is only partly related to humans' needs, which greatly exceed those of animals and increase infinitely, and is partly related to humans' complete lack of natural weapons and natural covering, and humans' relatively weak muscular power, in which they are by far behind apes of similar size 79, as well as humans' inability to flee, since they are far outstripped in running by all four-footed mammals, 80, finally owing to human slow reproduction, lengthy childhood, and long lifespan, which require secure preservation of the individual. All these great requirements must be met by intellectual powers, which is why these are so predominant here. But everywhere we find intellect to be that which is secondary, subordinate, and merely determined to serve the aim of will. True to this determination, as a rule intellect remains always in the service of will. Nonetheless, I have shown in detail in the third book, the aesthetic part, of my principal work 52 and discussed later in Parerga and Paralipomena, Volume 2, 50-57 and 206, how in individual cases, through an abnormal preponderance of cerebral life, it escapes the subservience, and purely objective cognition which rises to the level of genius makes its appearance. Now, given all these observations on the precise correspondence between will and the organization of any animal, and starting from this standpoint, if we examine a well-ordered osteological collection, then it will probably seem as if we were looking at one and the same being, de Lamarck's primordial animal, more correctly, will to life, changing its shape according to the circumstances and bringing about a multiplicity of forms from the same number and ordering of its bones by stretching and shortening, strengthening, and stunting them. That number and ordering of bones, which Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, Principles of Zoological Philosophy 1830, has called the anatomical element, remains, as he demonstrates thoroughly, essentially unaltered in the whole array of vertebrates and is a constant quantity, absolutely given in advance, irrevocably fixed by unfathomable necessity, and I would like to compare this immutability to the permanence of matter through all physical and chemical alterations. I will return to this soon. But along with this immutable number and ordering, these bones have the greatest mutability, adaptiveness, and pliancy with regard to their size, their shape, and the end they are applied to, and we see these determined by will with original power and freedom according to the ends that the external environment forces on it. It makes of them whatever its current needs demand. If as an ape it wants to climb around in trees, it at once grasps at the branches with four hands and thereby stretches the ulna along with the radius to great length. At the same time it lengthens the os coccygus to a prehensile tail and L long in order to hang on branches with it and to swing from one bough to another. 81 In contrast, these same arm bones are shortened until they cannot be recognized when it crawls in the muck as a crocodile or swims as a seal or burrows as a mole, in the last of which the metacarpus and the phalanges are enlarged into disproportionately large shovel-like paws at the expense of all the other bones. But if it wants to fly across the air as a 53 bat, then not only the os humeri, radius, and ulna will be extended to unprecedented length, but the carpus, metacarpus, and phalanges digitorum, otherwise so small and secondary, are extended, as in the vision of Saint Anthony, to a monstrous length, greater than that of the animal's body, in order to span the webs between them. If, as a giraffe, it has put itself on unprecedentedly high forelegs to be able to nibble on the crowns of Africa's high trees, the same 7 cervical vertebrae, which never vary in number and were compressed in the mole to the point of being unrecognizable 82 are now proportionally lengthened so that here, as generally, the length of the neck equals the length of the forelegs, so that the head can reach down to drink water. But if it appears as an elephant, a long neck cannot possibly bear the burden of an enormous, massive head made even heavier by 6-foot tusks, so the neck remains exceptionally short, and as an expedient the trunk extends to the earth to raise up its food and water and also to reach to the crowns of the trees. In all of these metamorphoses we also see the skull, the receptacle of the intelligence, extend, develop, and become domed, depending on whether the degree of difficulty in providing subsistence requires more or less intelligence b, and to the practiced eye the different degrees of understanding clearly show from the arched forms of skulls. Of course, in this, the anatomical element mentioned above as fixed and immutable, remains a riddle insofar as it does not fall within the teleological explanation, which begins with the presupposition of this element, while in many instances the intended organ could have come about and been just as appropriate given another number and ordering of the bones. E.g., it can be clearly understood why the human skull is assembled out of 8 bones, just so that by means of the fontanelles it can be pushed together during birth, but it is not understood why the chick, which breaks through its egg, must have the same number of skull bones. Thus we must assume that this anatomical 54 element rests in part on the unity and identity of will to life and in part on the fact that the archetypest of animals proceed one from another, Pererga, Volume 2, 91, and hence the fundamental type of the entire stock was retained. It is this anatomical element which Aristotle understands with his necessary nature F, and he calls the mutability of its forms each according to its purpose, nature according to purpose G. See Aristotle on the Parts of Animals 3, ch. 2, towards the end, the necessary way of nature, etc. G, and explains from this that among horned cattle the material for the upper incisors is transformed into the horns, quite correct, since only the hornless ruminants, that is camels and musk deer, have upper incisors while they are absent in all those that have horns. 83. Both the complete suitability of structure to the animal's ends and external life condition, illustrated here by the skeleton, and the quite amazing purposiveness and harmony in the animal's inner mechanism, can be made comprehensible by no other explanation or assumption, not even remotely, than by the truth, already firmly established by other means, that the body of the animal is just its will itself, intuited in the brain as representation, and hence subordinate to the forms of space, time, and causality. 84, thus, the mere visibility, objecthood of will. For given this assumption, everything in and of the animal must cooperate towards the final end, the life of the animal. For in the animal nothing useless, nothing superfluous, nothing lacking, nothing unsuitable, nothing insufficient or imperfect in its kind can be found, rather, everything necessary must be there, exactly as much as it is necessary, but no more. For here the master, the work, and the material are one and the same. Therefore, every organism is a remarkably perfect masterpiece. Here the will did not first harbor the intent, recognize the end, and then suit the means to it and subdue the material, rather, its willing is immediately the end and immediately the achievement. Thus, it required no external means that first had to be mastered. Here willing, doing, and achieving are one in the same. Therefore the organism stands forth as a miracle, and 55 it cannot be compared to any work of human artifice effected by the lamplight of cognition. 85. Our amazement at the infinite perfection and purposiveness in the works of nature fundamentally rests on the fact that we consider them in terms of our own works. First of all, among our own works the will to work and the work are two different things. Then between these two lie still two others. First, the medium of representation, that as such is foreign to will, but through which it has to pass before it is actualized here, and second the material that is foreign to will working here, on which a foreign form must be forced, and which the material resists because it already belongs to another will, namely, its natural character b its substantial form c. The Platonic idea that is expressed in it. So it must first be overpowered and still it will always intrinsically resist, no matter how profoundly the artificial form may have been forced on it. It is completely different with works of nature, which, unlike the former are not mediated, but are immediate manifestations of will. Here will works in its originality thus without cognition, will and 56 work are not distinguished by any mediating representation, they are one. And even the material is one with it, for matter is the mere visibility of will. For this reason we find matter here to be completely permeated by form, but they are rather of quite the same origin, only existing mutually and to this extent as one. That we separate them here, as in an artifact B is a mere abstraction. Pure matter, absolutely without form and property C which we think of as the material of a natural product, merely exists in thought and cannot occur in experience. In contrast, the material of an artifact is empirical matter, hence, matter already formed. Identity of form and matter is the character of natural products, their diversity, of artifacts 86 because in a natural product matter is the mere visibility of form, we also see form appear empirically as the mere offspring of matter, issuing forth from within matter in crystallization, in vegetable and animal spontaneous generation which is at least not to be doubted among Epizoa 87, for this reason, it can be assumed that nowhere, on no planet or satellite, can matter lapse into a state of endless rest, rather, its intrinsic forces, i.e. will, of which it is the mere visibility, will always put to an end any rest that occurs, always awaken from their sleep in order to begin their acting anew as mechanical, physical, chemical, organic forces, since these always await their opportunity. 88. But if we want to understand the working of nature, then we must not attempt to do so through comparison with our works. The true essence of any animal form is an act of 57 will lying outside of representation, and hence also outside its forms of space and time, an act of will that for just this reason knows no succession nor juxtaposition, but absolute unity. But now if our cerebral intuition grasps that animal form and if the scalpel even dissects its insides, then that which was originally and inherently foreign to this cognition and its laws is revealed to the light of cognition, but that which was foreign must now present itself in accord with the forms and laws of cognition. The original unity and indivisibility of that act of will, of this truly metaphysical being, now appears to be pulled asunder into a juxtaposition of parts and a succession of functions, which, however, present themselves as closely bound to one another through the strictest relation for their mutual assistance and support, as means and end coordinated. The understanding that apprehends in this way is filled with wonder at the profoundly conceived arrangement of parts and combination of functions, because the understanding also assumes that the way it became aware of the original unity re-establishing itself out of plurality, which had first been brought about by the understanding's cognitive form, is the origin of this animal form. This is the sense of Kant's great theory that purposiveness is first brought to nature by the understanding, which then marvels at the miracle that it itself has first created. 89. If I may be permitted to explain such a lofty subject through a trivial analogy, this is the same as if the understanding were astonished that when the single digits of any of the products of multiplication of 9 are added together, they again yield 9, or a number whose digits, when added together, make 9, although the understanding itself had prepared this miracle in the decimal system. The physico-theological argument has it that, prior to the world's real existence, it existed in an understanding, and the argument states, if the world is supposed to be purposive, it must have existed previously as a representation before it came into existence. But I say, in Kant's sense, if the world is supposed to be a representation, then it must present itself as purposive, and this occurs first of all in our intellect. Certainly 58. From my theory it follows that every being is its own work. Nature, which can never lie and is naive like a genius, says exactly the same thing, insofar as every being kindles the spark of life in another exactly like it, and then, before our eyes, makes itself, taking the material for this from the outside, and taking the form and motion from itself, which process is called growth and development. As such, every being stands before us empirically as its own work. But the language of nature is not understood because it is too simple. 59. Plant physiology. The corroborations I have to cite concerning the appearance of will in plants come primarily from the French, a nation with a decidedly empirical bent, not wanting to go a single step beyond that which is immediately given. Moreover, the one reporting the information, Cuvier, by insisting on the purely empirical, gave occasion for the famous dispute between himself and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. Thus it should not surprise us if here we do not encounter such definite language as in the German evidence cited earlier, and if we see every concession made with cautious reserve. In his History of the Progress of Natural Science from 1789 to the present, Volume 1, 1826, Cuvier says, p. 245, plants have certain apparently spontaneous, spontanes, movements that they show under certain circumstances and that are sometimes similar to those of animals, so that on account of this, a kind of sensation and will might be attributed to plants, which might be done especially by those who want to see a similarity to the movements of the internal parts of animals. In this way the tops of trees always tend toward the vertical, except when they incline toward the light. Their roots reach for rich soil and moisture and deviate from a straight path 60 to find these. But these various directions are not explicable from the influence of external causes unless an inner natural tendency is assumed, one which is capable of being stimulated and is different from mere inertia in inorganic bodies. De Candolle has performed noteworthy experiments that indicated to him a type of tendency among plants that is overcome by artificial light only after a certain amount of time. Plants enclosed in a cellar continually lit by lamps did not cease for several days to close upon the onset of night and open in the morning. And there are even other tendencies that plants can acquire and cannot give up. Flowers that close in wet weather in the end remain open when the rain persists for too long. When Mr. Desfontaines took a sensitive planta with him in a wagon, at first it contracted because of the shaking, but finally upon complete rest it re-extended. Thus here light, moisture, etc. work by means of an inner tendency, which can be eliminated or altered through the exercise of such activity itself, and the vital force of plants is, like that of the animals, subject to fatigue and exhaustion. The Hedysarum gyrancebe is especially noted for the movements which its leaves undergo day and night without requiring any occasion for it. If any sort of appearance in the plant kingdom can deceive us and remind us of the voluntary movements of animals, then it is certainly this. Broussonnet, Silvestre, Sells, and Halley have described it thoroughly and shown that its activity alone depends on the plant's healthy condition. See. In the third volume of the same work, 1828, p. 166, Cuvier says, Mr. Dutrochet adds physiological observations as a result of the experiments that he himself has conducted and which, according to his opinions, demonstrate that the movements of plants are spontaneous, i.e., dependent upon an internal principle that immediately senses the influence of external agents. However, because he is reluctant to attribute sensibility to plants, he substitutes the word nervomodulite for it. I must note here that what we understand by the concept of 61 spontaneity, when more closely examined, always amounts to an expression of will, of which that concept would then only be a synonym. The only difference is just that the concept of spontaneity is derived from external intuition, whereas that of expression of will is derived from our own consciousness. A remarkable example of the power of the impulse of this spontaneity, even in plants, is provided by the Cheltenham Examiner, which the Times repeats on the 2nd of July, 1841, last Thursday in one of our most crowded streets. 3 or 4 enormous mushrooms performed a heroic feat of a new kind by lifting up a huge paving stone in their strenuous effort to break through to the visible world. D90. In the Memoirs of the Academy of Sciences for the year 1821, Volume 5, Paris, 1826, Ecuvier says on p. 171, for centuries botanists have sought to explain why a germinating seed, regardless of the position in which it is planted, always sends its roots downwards and its stem upwards. This has been attributed to moisture, air, and light, but none of these causes explains it. Mr. Dutrochet has planted seeds in holes which were bored in the base of a container filled with moist soil and hung this from the rafters of a room. Now one would think that the stem would have grown downwards, but this did not occur. The roots grew downwards into the air and the stems extended through the moist soil until they could penetrate the upper surface. According to Mr. Dutrochet, plants take their direction by means of an inner principle and not at all by the attraction of the bodies to which they turn. A mistletoe seed was attached to the point of a completely mobile needle fastened to a peg and was germinated. However, a small board was put in its vicinity. Soon the seed directed its root to the board and reached it in 5 days, without the needles having made the least movement. Onion and leek stems with their bulbs, stored in dark places, right themselves, although more slowly than in light. They right themselves even when stored in water, which adequately demonstrates that neither air nor moisture 62 take part in their orientation. However, in his prize essay crowned by the French Academy of Sciences in 1839, on plant circulation, Ch. Schultz says that he has germinated seeds in a dark box with holes in the bottom, and caused the plants to grow in reverse orientation, crowns below and roots above, by placing a mirror to reflect the sun under the box. 91. In the Dictionary of the Natural Sciences B, the article, Animals says, if in their search for sustenance animals show desire and in the selection of their sustenance show the capacity for discrimination, then it can be seen that plant roots take their orientation from the direction in which the earth is richest in moisture, even seeking among rocks the smallest fissures which could contain some sustenance. Their leaves and branches carefully orient toward the direction in which they find the most air and light. If a branch is bent so that the upper surfaces of its leaves are turned down, then the leaves even twist their stems in order to return to the position, i.e. smooth side up, that is most conducive to carrying out their functions. Is it known for certain that this goes on without consciousness? F. J. E. Mayen, who, in the third volume of his new System of Plant Physiology c. 1839, has devoted a most detailed chapter, entitled On the Movement and Sensation of Plants, to the subject of our present consideration, says, p. 585, towards summer, potatoes stored in deep, dark cellars may not infrequently be seen to shoot forth stems that always turn to the openings through which light comes into the cellar, growing long enough until they reach the place that is directly illuminated. The stems of such potatoes have been seen to be 20 feet long, whereas otherwise, even under the most favorable conditions, these plants shoot forth stems hardly 3 or 4 feet high. It is interesting to observe more precisely the path that the stem of such a potato, growing in the dark, will take finally to reach the opening through which light penetrates. The stem tries to approach the light by the shortest path. Since it is not strong enough to grow straight through the air without support, it falls to the ground and creeps along a path 63 to the closest wall, which it then climbs up. This botanist, OPCIT, p. 576, is also led by his data to the statement that if we observe the free movements of algae and other lower plants, then there is likely nothing else to attribute to these creatures than a kind of will. 92. A distinct proof of the expression of will in plants is provided by the climbing plants, which, when there is no nearby support for climbing and they are seeking such support, always direct their growth to a shady location, even toward a piece of darkly colored paper, wherever it may be placed. In contrast, they avoid glass because it shines. In the Philosophical Transactions of 1812, which can be found translated in Bibliothèque Britannique, section Sciences et Arts, volume 52, Thomas Andrew Knight reports on very clever experiments in this, especially with Ampelopsis quinquefoliata, although for his part, he takes pains to explain the matter mechanically and does not want to admit that it is an expression of will. I refer to his experiments, not to his judgment. A number of unsupported climbing plants should be planted in a circle around a post to see whether all of them creep to the post centripetally. On 6 November 1843 Dutrochet presented a paper on this subject to the Academy of Sciences B on the spontaneous, revolving movements among plants C, which is well worth reading, setting aside its great prolixity, and is printed in the proceedings of the sessions of the Academy of Sciences. D. The result is that the leaf stem of Pisum sativum, green peas, Bryonia albi, and Cucumis sativus, cucumber, bears tendrils, labril, that describe a very slow circular movement in the air, completing an ellipse in 1 to 3 hours, depending on the temperature, and thereby randomly seek fixed bodies around which, when found, the tendril wraps itself so as to bear the plant that otherwise cannot stand on its own. In this way they do the same, only much more slowly, as the eyeless caterpillar that describes circles in the air with its upper body, seeking a leaf. But in the aforementioned article Dutrochet cites much about other plant movements, e.g. the Stylidium graminifolium in 64 New Holland has a column in the middle of the corolla that bears the anthers and stigma and which alternately bends downwards and stands up again. This is related to what Trevorana cites in his book Phenomena and Laws of Organic Life, Volume 1, p. 173, in Parnassia palustricebe and Ruta graviolensk the stamens incline toward one another, in Saxifraga tridactylius they incline in pairs toward the stigma, and then right themselves in the same order, but concerning the above subject, shortly beforehand in the same book, he says, the most common of vegetative movements, which appear to be voluntary, are the attraction of branches and the upper side of leaves to light and moist heat, and the creepers winding around a support. Especially in the last phenomenon something similar to the movement of animals is expressed. Indeed, left to itself, in its growth, the climbing plant describes circles with the tips of its branches, and by means of this type of growth it reaches an object that is nearby. Yet it is really no mere mechanical cause that brings about the adaptation of its growth to the form of the object that it reaches. The cuscuity winds itself not around any sort of support, not around parts of animals, dead vegetables, metal and other inorganic material, but only around living plants and again, not around just any sort of plant, e.g. not around moss, but only around those of a kind from which it can draw appropriate sustenance through its papillae, and it is drawn to these from some distance. 93, but particularly relevant to the subject 65 is the following special observation communicated in the Farmer's Magazine, under the title Vegetable Instinct, repeated in the Times of July 13, 1848, if a dish of water is placed within 6 inches of any side of the stalk of a young pumpkin or of a large garden pea, then in the course of the night the stalk will approach the dish and in the morning the stalk will be found with one of its leaves floating in the water. This experiment can also be conducted every night until the plant begins to set fruit. If a stick is put about 6 inches from a young convolvulus, then this plant will find the stick even if its position is changed daily. If the plant has wound itself around and up the stick, and it is unwound and again wound around the stick in an opposite direction, then it will return to its original position or die trying. Nevertheless, if 2 of these plants grow near one another without a stick around which they can wind themselves, then one of them will alter the direction of its spiral and the plants will wind themselves around one another. Duhamel put some kidney beans in a cylinder filled with moist soil. After a short time they began to germinate and naturally set plumula upwards toward the light and radicula downwards into the earth. After a few days the cylinder was given a quarter turn in its circumference, and this was done again and once more until the cylinder was completely rotated. Now the beans were taken from the soil, whereupon it was discovered that with each rotation both plumula and radicula had bent in order to adapt, the former striving to climb vertically, the latter to go downwards, so that they formed a perfect spiral. But although the natural striving of roots is to go downwards, if the soil below is dry and a moist substance lies above, the roots strive upwards to reach the moist substance. 94. In 66 Furiops Notice Essebe for the year 1833, number 832, there is a short article on plant locomotion. In poor soil near good soil, many plants will send a branch into the good soil, afterwards, the original plant withers, but the branch thrives and will now become the plant itself. By means of this process a plant has climbed down a wall. In the same periodical, from the year 1835, number 981, may be found the translation of a communication by Professor Daubeny from Oxford, from the Edinburgh New Philosophical Journal, April-June 1835, that through recent and very careful experiments it has been ascertained that the roots of plants, at least to a certain degree, have the ability to choose among the soil materials presented to their surfaces. 95. Finally, 67. I will not fail to mention that Plato already attributed to plants pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha, desires a, that is, will, Timaeus, p. 403 bip. However, I have already discussed the teachings of the ancients on this subject in my principal work, Volume 2, ch. 23, which is generally to be used as a supplement to the present chapter. The hesitation and reserve we see in the above-mentioned writers as they go about attributing will to plants, when after all it makes itself known empirically, stems from the fact that they too are biased by the antiquated opinion that consciousness is the requirement and condition of will, but plants obviously have neither. It never occurs to them that will is primary, and hence is independent of cognition, which is secondary, and with which consciousness first occurs. Plants only have a surrogate for cognition, an analog of cognition, or representation, but they actually have will itself immediately, since, as the thing in itself, it is the substrate of their, as of any, appearance. Proceeding realistically and thus starting from the objective, it can also be said that what lives and moves in plant nature and in the animal organism gradually climbs the scale of being until the light of cognition 68 immediately falls on it, presents itself as will to the consciousness which has now arisen, and then is known more immediately, and so better, than anywhere else. Such cognition thus must provide the key to understanding everything lower on the scale. For in this cognition the thing in itself is no longer veiled in any other form than that of the most immediate perception. It is this immediate perception of one's own willing that has been called inner sense. In itself will is without perception and remains so in the inorganic and plant kingdoms. Just as the world would remain dark despite the sun if there were no bodies there to reflect its light, or just as the vibration of a string requires air and even some kind of sounding board in order to resonate, so will first knows itself through the appearance of cognition. Cognition is, as it were, the sounding board of will, and consciousness is the tone that thereby arises. This becoming conscious of itself by the will has been attributed to the so-called inner sense because it is our first and immediate cognition. Only the various impulses of one's own will can be the object of this inner sense, since the process of representation cannot itself be perceived, but can only be brought to consciousness afterwards in rational reflection. This second power of representing, that is, in the abstract. Be therefore simple representing, intuiting, is related to actual thinking, i.e. to cognition in abstract concepts, as willing itself is related to inner awareness of willing, i.e. to consciousness. For this reason, completely clear and distinct consciousness of one's own existence, like that of another's existence, first appears with reason, with the faculty of concepts, which as greatly elevates humans over animals as the mere faculty of intuitive representation elevates animals over plants. Now that which, like the plants, has no representation, we call without consciousness, and we consider it to be hardly different from the non-existent because it actually has its existence only in the consciousness of another as another's representation. Nevertheless, the plant does not lack that which is primary in existence, will, rather, it merely lacks what is secondary, but without this it seems to us that what is primary, which is indeed the being of the thing in itself, passes over into nothing. We do not immediately 69 know how to distinguish clearly an existence without consciousness from non-existence, although deep sleep provides us our own experience with this. If we recall from the previous chapter that among animals the cognitive faculty, like any other organ, occurs only for the benefit of the animal's preservation and thus stands precisely related in innumerable degrees to the needs of each species of animal, then we will understand that plants, since they have far fewer needs than animals, finally require no cognition at all. For this reason, as I have often said, cognition, because of the movement in response to motives that is conditional upon it, is the true character of animality that indicates its essential limit. Where this animality ceases, real cognition, whose essence is so familiar to us from our own experience, disappears, and from this point on we can only comprehend by analogy what it is that mediates the influence of the external world on the movement of beings. Conversely, will, which we have recognized as the basis and the core of any being, always and everywhere remains one and the same. Among the lower levels of the plant world, just as among vegetative life in animal organisms, stimulus now appears as a surrogate of cognition, as the means for determining the individual expressions of this omnipresent will, and as the intermediary between the external world and the alteration of such a being, and ultimately in the inorganic world, physical effect as such takes the place of cognition, and when considered, as in this case, by proceeding from the higher to the lower levels of being, physical effect presents itself as a surrogate for cognition, and hence as its mere analog. We cannot say that plants actually perceive light and sun, but we see that they repeatedly detect the presence or absence of these, and that they incline and turn to these, and certainly if for the most part this movement coincides with that of their growth, as does the rotation of the moon with its orbit, then the one exists no less than the other, and the direction of the former's growth is determined and systematically modified by light, just as an action is by a motive, just as the growth of the creeping and climbing plants is determined 70 by the placement and form of the supports they encounter. Thus because the plant generally does have needs, though not such as would require so much as a sensorium and intellect, some sort of analog must take their place in order to make will effective, if not to seek, at least to seize such satisfaction as is offered it. Now this is receptivity for a stimulus, which is different from cognition, I would say, in that with cognition the motive presented as representation and the resulting act of will remain distinctly separated from one another, and indeed the more perfect the intellect, the more distinct the separation. In contrast, with mere receptivity for a stimulus, the receptivity is no longer readily distinguished from the willing occasioned by it, and the two fuse into one. Finally, in inorganic nature, even a receptivity for stimuli, a receptivity unmistakably analogous to cognition, ceases. However, there remain various reactions of each body to various influences. These now present themselves as surrogates for cognition, in the descending path of observation from higher to lower levels. If a body reacts differently, then the influence must also be different and must evoke a different affection in the body, which, for all its dullness, is still distantly analogous to cognition. Thus, example, if water is dammed up and finally finds a breach, which it eagerly uses, rushing tumultuously down, then certainly it does not recognize the breach any more than the acid perceives the added alkali for which it abandons the metal, or the scrap of paper perceives the amber to which it springs, but nonetheless we must admit that what occasions such sudden changes in all these bodies must always have a certain similarity with that which happens in us when an unexpected motive appears. Earlier I used observations of this type to demonstrate will in all things. However, now I cite these observations in order to indicate the sphere to which cognition belongs when it is considered, not as is usual, from within, but when it is considered realistically from a standpoint lying external to itself as something foreign, thus gaining for it the objective 71 point of view that is of greatest importance for supplementing the subjective. We then see that cognition presents itself as the medium of motives, i.e., as the medium of causality upon cognizing beings, and thus as what receives the external alteration from which internal alteration must follow, that is, as the intermediary between the two. Now the world as representation is poised on this narrow line, i.e., this whole corporeal world, extended in space and time, the world which, as such, can never be present except in brains be no more than dreams, which, for a while, exist in just the same way. 96 As the medium of motives, what cognition does for animals and humans, receptivity for stimuli does for plants, and receptivity for all sorts of causes does for inorganic bodies. Put precisely, all these are simply differences of degree. 4. Solely as a consequence of this, among animals receptivity for external impressions enhances in proportion to their needs until a nervous system and brain must develop, and as a function of this brain consciousness arises, and in consciousness the objective world arises, the forms of which, time, space, and causality, are the way this function is carried out. Thus we find that cognition is originally calculated solely for the subjective, determined simply for the service of will, hence, it is of a quite secondary and subordinate form, indeed, as if appearing only accidentally as a condition of the effects of mere motives, instead of stimuli, that became necessary at the level of animality. The image of the world in time and space arising on this occasion is merely the scheme by which motives present themselves as ends, it also conditions the spatial and causal connections among intuited objects, nonetheless, it is merely that which mediates between motive and act of will. What a leap it would be to regard this image of the world, arising in such a way, accidentally, in intellect, i.e., in the brain function of animal beings, the image by which the means to their ends present themselves, so as to light up the path of such an ephemeral being upon its 72 planet, to regard this image, I say, this mere phenomenon of the brain, as the true, ultimate being of things, thing in itself, and to regard the concatenation of its parts as the absolute world order, relations of the thing in itself, and to accept that all of that would also exist independently of the brain. Here this assumption must appear to us as rash and presumptuous to the greatest degree, and yet it is the foundation on which all systems of pre-Kantian dogmatism were built, since it is the tacit presupposition of all their ontology, cosmology, and theology, and all the eternal truths to which they then refer. But this leap has always been made tacitly and unconsciously. To have brought it to consciousness is exactly Kant's immortal achievement. 97. At present, through our realistic way of looking at things, we thus unexpectedly achieve the objective point of view for Kant's great discoveries, and by way of empirical and physiological observation come to the point from which his transcendental critical philosophy proceeds. This philosophy takes the subjective as its standpoint and considers consciousness as a given, but from consciousness itself and its a priori given lawfulness it achieves the result that what occurs in consciousness can be nothing more than mere appearance. In contrast, from our realistic, external standpoint, which takes the objective, the natural being, as that which is simply given, we see what intellect is as to its end and origin, and to which class of phenomena it belongs. From this we recognize, to this extent a priori, that it must be limited to mere appearances, and we see that what presents itself in intellect can at all times only be something primarily conditioned subjectively, that is, along with the order of the nexusa of its parts, which are likewise subjectively conditioned. It can only be a world as phenomenon be, but there can never be knowledge of things as they are in themselves and how they might be connected. Specifically, in the nexus of nature we have found the cognitive faculty to be something conditioned, whose pronouncements for just this reason cannot have unconditional validity. After the study of the critique of pure reason, which is essentially foreign to our standpoint, it must nonetheless appear to those 73 who understand it as if nature has intentionally determined intellect to be a distorting mirror playing hide and seek with us. But now we follow our realistic objective method, i.e., proceeding from the objective world as a given, arriving at the same result as Kant arrived at in his idealistic subjective method, i.e., by observing intellect itself as it constitutes consciousness, and this has shown us that the world as representation is poised on a narrow line between external cause, motive, and the elicited effect, act of will, in cognizing, animal, beings, in which there first begins the clear separation between the two. Thus one thing casts light on another. D having now been attained by two completely opposite methods, having been illuminated from two sides, Kant's great result becomes quite distinct for the first time, and its complete meaning becomes clear. Our objective standpoint is a realistic one and thus is conditioned, since it accepts the beings of nature as given, and in the process overlooks that their objective existence presupposes an intellect in which they are first found as representations. But Kant's subjective and idealistic standpoint is similarly conditioned, since he starts with intellect which itself certainly presupposes nature insofar as intellect can only occur as a result of the development of nature to the level of animal beings. If we firmly maintain this realistic objective standpoint of ours, we can also characterize Kant's theory as follows: according to Locke, in order to know things in themselves through things as they appear, we have to remove the contribution of the sensory functions, given the name secondary qualities. Kant, with infinitely greater profundity, removed the incomparably more considerable contribution of the brain functions, which includes exactly Locke's primary qualities. Point 98. But here I have only shown why all this must be so, since I indicated the place that intellect occupies in the nexus of nature if one proceeds realistically from the objective as given, but in doing so takes the will that is uniquely present to consciousness with complete immediacy, this genuine place to stand for metaphysics, for one's point of support, as that originally real thing of which everything else is only appearance. The following serves to supplement this. I-74 mentioned above that where cognition takes place, the motive appearing as representation and the act of will following from it remain more distinctly separated from one another the more perfect the intellect, that is, the higher we climb the scale of beings. This requires a more precise explanation. Where mere stimulus incites the activity of will and no representation occurs, as with plants, receiving the impression is still not at all separate from being determined by it. Among the lowest of all animal intelligence, among radii, rotifers, acephala, and the like, it is hardly different. A feeling of hunger, an attentiveness incited by it, a perception of prey and the capture that follows, here constitute the whole content of consciousness, but this is nonetheless the first dawning of the world as representation, the background to which, i.e., everything except the motive effective at a given time, still remains completely dark here. Correspondingly, the sense organs are also highly imperfect and incomplete since they have to deliver only the most meager data for intuition to an embryonic understanding. However, wherever there is sensibility, an understanding already accompanies it, i.e., the capacity to refer the experienced effect to the external cause. Without this, sensibility would be superfluous and only the source of meaningless pains. 99 Higher up the scale of animals, increasingly more perfect senses appear until all five exist, which first occur among a few invertebrates, but fully occur only in vertebrates. The brain and its function, the understanding, develop in the same way. The object presents itself more distinctly and completely, as already standing in connection with other objects, because for the service of will the relationships of objects have to be grasped, and through this the world of representation acquires some scope and background. But apprehension goes only so far as is required for the service of will. Perception and the appeal to interest are not clearly separated in this, but the object is apprehended only insofar as it is a motive. Even the most intelligent animals see in the object only what concerns them, i.e., what has reference to their will, or in any case what can have such reference in the future, as in this regard. 75 Example: cats strive to acquire precise knowledge of their locale and a fox sniffs out the hiding places of future prey. But to everything else they are unreceptive. Perhaps an animal never gazed at the starry heavens. My dog leapt up in alarm when it accidentally caught a glimpse of the sun for the first time. Among the most intelligent and trained animals there appears the first feeble trace of a disinterested apprehension of their environment. Dogs convey this by staring. They can be seen in the window attentively gazing at everything going on before them. Sometimes apes look around as if they were trying to make sense of their environment. It is in human beings that motive and actions, representations and will, first appear completely distinct from one another. But this does not immediately set aside the subservience of intellect to will. Common people quite distinctly apprehend only the things that have some sort of direct or indirect reference to themselves, interest to them. The dullness of their intellects for everything else cannot be overcome, therefore, it remains in the background, never coming to consciousness with full, radiant distinctness. For them, philosophical astonishment and artistic inspiration remain forever foreign. Whatever else they might do, to them everything seems fundamentally self-evident. Complete detachment and separation of intellect from will and from its service is the privilege of genius, as I have already shown in detail in the aesthetic part of my work. A genius is objectivity. Pure objectivity and distinctness with which things are presented to intuition, this fundamental and content-rich cognition, actually stand at each moment in inverse relation to the interest will takes in the same things, and will-less cognition is the condition, indeed the essence of all aesthetic apprehension. Why does a common painter, despite all efforts, portray the landscape so badly? Because he does not see it as any more beautiful. And why does he not see it as any more beautiful? Because his intellect is not sufficiently separated from his will. The degree of this separation indicates great intellectual differences among humans, for the more cognition is freed from will, the more pure and, as a result, more objective and correct 76 it is, just as that fruit is best which does not taste of the soil in which it is grown. This relation, as important as it is interesting, deserves our raising it to greater distinctness by reflecting on the whole scale of being. We picture the gradual transition from the unconditionally subjective to intellect's highest degree of objectivity. Thus inorganic nature is unconditionally subjective, as in it there exists absolutely no trace of consciousness of the external world. Stones, boulders, or ice floes, even when they collide or strike and shear one another, have no consciousness of one another nor of an external world. However, they undergo an external influence in proportion to which their position and motion alters, and thus, they can be considered as the first step toward consciousness. Now although plants, too, have no consciousness of the external world, the mere analog of consciousness present in them is to be thought of as an obscure self-enjoyment. Thus, we see that they all seek light, and many of them diurnally rotate their flowers or leaves towards the sun, vines creep up to a support not contacting them, and finally, individual species even express a form of irritability. Thus, there indisputably exists a connection and relation between their movements and their environment, even when it does not immediately contact them, which as a result we must call a feeble analog of perception. With animality, a definite perception first appears, i.e., consciousness of other things in contrast to a distinct self-consciousness that first arises with it. The character of animality consists just in this, in contrast to the nature of plants. In the lowest classes of animals, consciousness of the external world is very limited and dull. It becomes more distinct and extensive with increasing degrees of intelligence, which are still directed to the degrees of animals' needs, and so it goes along the entire ascending scale of animals up to the human, in whom consciousness of the outer world reaches its pinnacle, and accordingly the world presents itself more distinctly and completely than anywhere else. 77 But even in this case clarity of consciousness has innumerable degrees, namely from the dullest, empty mind to the genius. Even among average minds, objective perception of external things always has a considerably subjective tinge. Cognition still altogether bears the character that exists merely for the assistance of willing. The more eminent the mind is, the more it loses this, the object releases itself more and more from the subject, and so the more the external world presents itself as purely objective, until ultimately, in the genius, it reaches complete objectivity 100, by virtue of which the Platonic ideas of individual things separate out from those things because the mind that apprehends them rises to the level of pure subject of cognition. For since intuition is the basis of all cognition, all thinking and all insight can be traced to the fundamental distinction in the quality of it, from which arises the complete difference between the common mind's and the eminent mind's entire method of apprehension, a difference that can be noticed at every opportunity, and thus can also be seen in dull, ordinary minds that cognize merely for the benefit of willing, even approaching the seriousness of animality, in contrast to the constant play of the surfeit of cognition that enlivens the consciousness of superior minds. The hyperbolic 101 German expression Klotz, as applied to human beings, blockhead in English, appears to result from consideration of the two extremes of the great scale depicted here. Yet another consequence of the distinct separation of will from intellect that first occurs in humans, and consequently of the distinct separation of motive from action, is the deceptive illusion of a freedom in individual actions. In the inorganic case where causes evoke the effect, and in the vegetative where stimuli do so, because of the simplicity of the causal connection, there is not the least illusion of freedom. But with animal life what was cause or stimulus up to this point now occurs as motive, hence now there exists a second world, that of representation, and the cause lies in one realm, the effect in another, so the connection between the two, and with it necessity, is no longer so apparent as it was in the inorganic and vegetative. Meanwhile among animals, for which mere intuitive representation is a middle ground between 78 organic functions resulting from stimuli and the deliberate actions of humans, necessity is always unmistakable. With the presence of intuitive motives, the actions of animals are inevitable when there is not an equally intuitive counter-motive, or training, to work against the motive, and yet the animal's representation is already separate from the act of will and occurs for it only in consciousness. But in humans representation has risen even to concepts, and now they carry a wholly invisible world of thought, providing motive and counter-motive for their actions and making them independent of the present and intuitive environment, so this connection can no longer be observed from without and is knowable even from within only through abstract and mature reflection. For, when observed from without, any motivation through concepts impresses the stamp of premeditation on human movements, whereby they gain a semblance of independence that apparently differentiates them from those of animals. However, fundamentally these movements only furnish evidence that humans are actuated by a species of representations which animals do not share, and in self-consciousness the act of will is recognized in the most direct way, but in contrast the motive is mostly recognized quite indirectly and often even intentionally and carefully veiled to prevent self-knowledge. 102 Thus this process, in conjunction with consciousness of that genuine freedom that is attributed to will as thing in itself and is outside of appearances, produces the deceptive illusion that even the individual act of will depends on absolutely nothing and is free, i.e., is groundless, while in truth, with a given character and cognized motive, it still follows with just as strict necessity as alterations which the laws of mechanics teaches, and to use Kant's expression, if character and motive were precisely known, then it could be calculated as certainly as a lunar eclipse, or, to call on a quite different authority as well, as is stated by Dante, who is older than Buridan. Between two foods, distant and appetizing, in equal measure, a free man would die of hunger 79. Before he would bring one of them to his teeth. 80 Physical astronomy. For no part of my theory was I entitled to have less hope for a corroboration from the empirical sciences than that part which applies to inorganic nature, the fundamental truth that Kant's thing in itself is will, and presents what is active in all nature's fundamental forces as simply identical with what we know in ourselves as will. I have been all the more pleased to see that an extraordinary empiricist, overcome by the power of truth, has come to pronounce this paradoxical proposition in the context of his science. This is Sir John Herschel, in his treatise on astronomy, which appeared in 1833 and in 1849 has been published in a second, expanded edition under the title Outlines of Astronomy. 103 As an astronomer who knows gravity not merely from the one-sided and really crude role it plays on Earth, but from the more genteel role that devolves on it in the universe, where planets play with one another, betraying attraction, as if flirting, but not going so far as crude groping, and instead maintaining their proper distance as they continue to dance their minuet decorously to the harmony of the spheres. Thus in the 7th chapter, where he arrives at the statement of the law of gravity, p. 371 of the first edition, Sir John Herschel declares all bodies with which we are acquainted, when raised into the air 81 and quietly abandoned, descend to the earth's surface in lines perpendicular to it. They are therefore urged thereto by a force or effort, the direct or indirect result of a consciousness and a will existing somewhere, though beyond our power to trace, which force we term gravity. 104. As an Englishman who above all is concerned that the Mosaic account, which lies closer to his heart than any insight or truth in the world, not be imperiled. 105 Herschel's reviewer in the Edinburgh Review, October 1833, taking great offence at this passage, correctly notes that apparently here it is not a question of the will of Almighty God who has called into being matter with all of its properties, but absolutely does not want to give credence to the statement and denies that it follows from the preceding paragraph, by which Herschel wished to establish it. I am of the opinion that the statement would certainly follow from this, because the source of a concept 82 determines its content, but that the premise itself is false. For it is the assertion that the source of the concept of causality is experience, and moreover the experience that we produce while we affect the bodies of the external world through our own effort. Only where the day of Kantian philosophy has not yet dawned, as in England, could the origin of the concept of causality be thought of as deriving from experience, except among professors of philosophy who throw Kant's theories to the winds and consider me not worth their attention. 106 However, least of all could one think so if one knows my proof of the a priority of this concept, a proof that is completely different from Kant's and based on the fact that knowledge of causality is the necessary prerequisite of intuition of the external world itself, which comes to be as the understanding makes a complete transition from sensation in the sense organ to its cause, with the cause now presenting itself as an object in space, which itself is intuited a priori. Since intuition of objects must precede our conscious effect on them, experience cannot be the source of the concept of causality, for before I act on things, they must have acted on me as motives. I have thoroughly discussed everything relevant to this in the second volume of my principal work, ch. 4, pages 38 to 42, and in the second edition of the Treatise on the Principle of Reason, 21, wherein, on p. 74 the assumption adopted by Herschel is specifically refuted. Thus, here I need not go into it anew. 107 But such an assumption can even be refuted empirically, in that it would follow from this assumption that a human being born without arms and legs would have no knowledge of causality, and hence could not gain any intuition of the external world. However, nature has factually refuted this by means of an unfortunate case of this sort which I have reproduced from the source in the chapter of my principal work which I just cited, p. 40.b. Herschel's claim, which is in question here, could again be a case in which a true conclusion was drawn from false premises. This always occurs when we immediately 83 see a truth through a correct insight. See but fail to find out its grounds and make them distinct so that we are not able to be fully aware of them. For with any original insight conviction comes prior to proof, which is devised afterwards. Because all of its parts can be displaced, fluid matter makes immediate expression of gravity more obvious than can solid matter. Therefore, in order to share in the above insight D, which is the true source of the Herschelian claim, carefully observe how powerfully a stream falls over rock masses, and ask yourself whether such decided striving, such raging, can go on without effort, and whether an effort can be thought of without will. And in just the same way, whenever we become aware of something originally moved by an immediate, primary force, we are compelled to think of its inner essence as will. This much is certain, that here Herschel, like all the above-mentioned empiricists of different specialties, had been led by his investigation to the boundary where the physical has behind it only the metaphysical, which brings him to a stop, and that he too, like all of these empiricists, could see only will on the other side of the boundary. Moreover, like most of those empiricists, Herschel here labors under the opinion that will is inseparable from consciousness. Since above I have sufficiently spoken my mind about this error and corrected it with my theory, it is unnecessary to go into this anew. 108. Since the beginning of this century there have been those who have wanted to attribute life to the inorganic, but quite falsely. Alive and organic are convertible concepts, and with death the organic ceases to be organic. 109 But in all of nature no boundary is so sharply drawn as that between the organic and inorganic, i.e. between that in which form is essential and permanent, matter is accidental and changeable, and that to which exactly the reverse applies. Here the boundary does not fluctuate, as perhaps it does between animals and plants, between solids and liquids, gases and vapors. Thus to want to suspend this boundary means intentionally to confuse concepts. 84 In contrast, I was the first to say that a will is to be attributed to the inanimate, the inorganic. Since for me, unlike with previous opinions, will is not an accident of cognition and hence of life, but life itself is appearance of will. On the contrary, cognition is actually an accident of life and life is an accident of matter. But matter is merely the perceptibility of the appearances of will. Therefore willing is to be recognized in any striving that proceeds from the nature of a material being and that genuinely constitutes this nature, or manifests itself as appearance of through this nature, and hence there is no matter without expression of will. See the lowest and therefore most universal expression of will is gravity, so it has been called a fundamental force essential to matter. 110. The usual view of nature assumes that there are two fundamentally different principles of movement, that movement of a body could have two types of origin, namely that it either proceeds internally, when it is attributed to will, or externally, in which case it arises through causes. This fundamental view is usually assumed to be self-evident and only occasionally expressly emphasized. Still, for the sake of total certainty, I want to cite some passages where this contrast occurs, from the most ancient to the most recent times. Plato, in the Phaedrus, p. 319 Bip. already posits the contrast between that which is moved internally, soul, and that which receives motion externally, bodies. Tau phi alpha upsilon tau omicron kappa iota nu omicron upsilon mu nu omicron nu kappa alpha tau, xi omega theta epsilon nu tau kappa iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. D. And in the 10th book of the Laws, p. 85, we again find the same antithesis. After him, Cicero repeated it in the last two chapters of Scipio's Dream. F111 Aristotle advances the same principle in Physics 7, 2. Everything in motion is either moved by itself or by another. In the book that follows, chs 4 and 5, he returns to the same contrast in connection with detailed inquiries, during which he is led into great confusion as a result of the falsity of the contrast. 85 Maclaurin, 2, in his account of Newton's discoveries AP 102, presents this fundamental view as his starting point. 112, and still more recently, J. Rousseau very naively and artlessly comes close to the same contrast in the famous Profession of Faith of the Savoyard priest, that is, in Émile, 4, p. 27, Bip. In bodies I observe two types of motion, communicated motion and spontaneous or voluntary motion. In the first case the cause that moves is foreign to the body that is moved, in the second, the cause dwells in the body itself. But even in our times, and in their bombastic, turgid style, Burdake opines as follows: Physiology, Volume 4, p. 323. The ground of determination of a movement lies either within or without that which moves. Matter is external existence, has forces of motion, but puts these into effect only in accord with certain spatial relations and external oppositions. Only the soul is always internally active, and only bodies with souls find the occasion for motion in themselves, independent of external mechanical relations, and move themselves of their own power. 113. But here I must say, as Abelard once said, although all the Church Fathers say so, I do not say so. For no matter how old and universal this fundamental view might be, in contrast my theory has it that there are not two fundamentally different origins for movement, that movement does not either proceed from within, where it is attributed to will, or without, where it arises from causes, rather, that the two are inseparable and with each movement of a body both take place simultaneously. For movement admittedly arising from will always presupposes a cause. For cognitive beings this cause is a motive, yet without a cause movement is impossible, even in this case. And conversely, the movement of a body admittedly from an external cause is in itself certainly an expression of its will, an expression which is merely evoked by the cause. Hence there is only a single, uniform, universal principle of all movement. 186 Without exception, its internal condition is will, its external occasion is cause, which, depending on the nature of what is moved, can occur in the form of a stimulus or a motive. Everything that is known of things only empirically, only a posteriori, is in itself will. In contrast, as far as things are determinable a priori, they belong solely to representation, to mere appearance. Therefore the intelligibility of natural phenomena decreases in proportion as will manifests itself more and more distinctly in them, i.e., as they stand higher and higher on the scale of being. In contrast, they are more readily intelligible, the less their empirical content is, because they remain all the more in the realm of mere representation, whose forms, known to us a priori, are the principle of intelligibility. Accordingly things are completely, thoroughly comprehensible so long as one keeps entirely to this realm, that is, so long as one has before oneself mere representation, without empirical content, mere form. Thus in the a priori sciences, in arithmetic, geometry, physiognomy, and in logic, everything is comprehensible to the highest degree, insights are completely clear and satisfying and leave nothing to be desired in that it is just impossible for us to think that something could be otherwise. All this comes from our being concerned with only the forms of our own intellect. 114 Thus the more intelligibility there is in a relation, the more it consists in mere appearance and does not concern the essence in itself. 115 Applied mathematics, that is, mechanics, hydraulics, etc., concern themselves with the lowest levels of the objectivation of will, most of which lies in the realm of mere representation, but still has an empirical element in which complete comprehensibility, transparency, becomes opaque and in which that which is inexplicable appears. For the same reason, only some parts of physics and chemistry still admit mathematical treatment. Higher up the scale of being this completely disappears precisely because the content of the appearance outweighs the form. This content is will, the a posteriori see the thing in itself, that which is free, that which is groundless. Under the heading Plant Physiology I have shown how among living and cognizing beings the motive and the act of will. 87 The representing and willing, split apart more and more distinctly and separate from one another the higher one ascends on the scale of being. Now in the same way, in the inorganic realm, cause increasingly separates from effect as the purely empirical, which is just the appearance of will, appears more distinct, but at the same time, intelligibility decreases. This deserves a detailed discussion, to which I ask my reader to give his undivided attention, since such a discussion is especially suited to cast the brightest light of both comprehensibility and evidence on the fundamental ideas of my theory. In this, however, consists all that I am able to do. In contrast, I am not able to make my contemporaries more ready to welcome ideas than verbiage, but I only console myself that I am not a man of my times. At the lowest levels of nature, cause and effect are quite homogeneous and proportionate, which is why we most thoroughly understand the causal connection here, e.g. the cause of movement of a ball which is struck is that of another ball, which loses just as much motion as the first receives. Here we have the greatest possible comprehensibility of causality. The mystery in this is limited to the possibility of the transmission of motion, of something incorporeal, from one body to another. In this case, the receptivity of bodies is so insignificant that the effect to be produced must completely transfer from the cause. The same applies to all purely mechanical effects, and if we do not comprehend them all instantaneously, this is simply because circumstances surrounding the effects obscure them from us or the complicated connection of many causes and effects confuses us. In itself, mechanical causality is at all times readily comprehensible, indeed in the highest degree, because here cause and effect are not qualitatively distinct, and where they are quantitatively so, as with the case of the lever, the matter can be made clear from mere spatial and temporal relations. However, as soon as weights become involved, a second mysterious thing enters in, the force of gravity. If elastic bodies operate, then elasticity, too. It is quite different when we ascend the scale of appearances. 88 A bit. Heating as cause, and expansion, liquefaction, evaporation, or crystallization as effect are not homogeneous, therefore, their causal connection is not intelligible. The comprehensibility of causality has ceased. What became liquid through a little heat is evaporated by an increase in heat, what crystallizes at a lower level of heat, is melted at a greater level. Heat makes wax soft, clay hard, light turns wax white, silver chloride black. And still further, when two salts decompose one another, forming two new ones, then the elective affinity is to us a profound mystery, and the properties of the two new bodies are not the combination of the properties of their separate constituents. However, the combination from which the new bodies arise can still be traced and demonstrated, and that which was combined can be separated again, thereby restoring the same quantity. Thus between cause and effect here a marked heterogeneity and incommensurability have occurred, causality has become mysterious. Both are all the more so when we compare the effects of electricity or of voltaic piles with their causes, with rubbing of glass or stratification and oxidation of plates. Here all similarity between cause and effect already disappears, causality covers itself with a dense veil that men like Davy, Ampere, Faraday have made the most strenuous efforts to lay bare to some extent. Only the laws of the mode of effect can still be observed, and communication, distribution, shock, ignition, decomposition, charge, insulation, discharge, electrical current, etc. can be brought under a scheme, such as plus E and E, to which we reduce and direct the effect as we please, but the process itself remains an unknown, an X. Thus here cause and effect are completely heterogeneous, their connection unintelligible, and the bodies show great receptivity for a causal influence, the essence of which remains for us a secret. Also as we ascend higher on the scale of appearances, more seems to lie in the effect and less in the cause. 116 Thus all of this is even more the case when we ascend to the organic kingdoms, where the phenomena of life is apparent. When, as is common in China, a pit 89 is filled with rotting wood and this is covered with leaves of the same tree and a saltpetre solution is repeatedly poured on it, an abundant crop of edible mushrooms grows. Some hay moistened with water provides a world of fast-moving infusoria. Here the effect and cause are very heterogeneous, and so much more seems to lie in the former than in the latter. 117 Between the seed, a century old, indeed millennia old, and the tree, between the soil and the specific, highly varied sap of countless plants, wholesome, poisonous, nourishing, born by one soil, shone on by one sunlight, watered by one rain, for us there is no longer similarity and therefore no intelligibility. For causality here occurs at a higher potency, namely, as stimulus and receptivity for stimulus. Only the schema of cause and effect remains for us, we recognize this as cause, that as effect, but absolutely nothing of the manner of causality. And we find no similarity between the cause and the effect, but also no quantitative relation, more and more the effect appears more observable than the cause. 118 Then, 2. The effect of a stimulus does not increase in proportion to its intensity, often it is the reverse. But if now we enter the realm of cognizing beings, then between the action and the object that, as representation, evokes such an action, there is neither any similarity nor relation. Meanwhile with animals limited to intuitive representation the presence of the object that works as motive is still necessary, but the motive then works instantaneously and inevitably, setting aside training, i.e., habit enforced by fear, for animals cannot have a concept that would make them independent of present impressions, that would give them the possibility of reflection and would make them capable of intentional action. Humans can do this. Thus when it finally comes to rational beings, motives are no longer something present, intuitive, proximate, real, but just concepts present in the brain of the one acting, drawn from all kinds of intuitions from previous years' experience, or even communicated verbally. The 90 separation between cause and effect has become so great, and compared to cause, effect has grown so great 119 that to the uneducated, since absolutely no cause appears to be present, the act of will seems to depend on nothing, to be groundless, i.e., free. For this reason, if we reflectively view the movements of our body from the outside, they present themselves as something that just happens without cause, i.e., actually as a miracle. Only experience and reflection teach us that these movements, like all others, are possible only through a cause, here called a motive, and that in each gradation, the cause lags behind the effect only in material reality, whereas, in dynamic reality, in energy, it keeps pace with the effect. 120, thus at this level, the highest in nature, the intelligibility of causality forsakes us more than anywhere else. Only the mere schema, taken universally, remains, and it requires mature reflection to recognize here too the applicability and necessity that this schema everywhere entails. But just as in the grotto of Posillipo, where one goes farther and farther into the darkness until, once one has gone past the midpoint, daylight from the other end begins to illuminate the path again, here, too, after the outwardly directed light of understanding, with its form of causality, has more and more been overcome by darkness until it ultimately casts only a weak and uncertain glimmer, just then, an enlightenment of a completely different sort, from a completely different side, out of our own inner being, comes to meet it through the fortuitous circumstance that we, the ones judging, are ourselves the object here to be judged. For external intuition and the understanding active in it, the intelligibility of the causal connection, so clear at the outset, gradually became so difficult that finally in animal actions the causal connection almost became so doubtful that it could even be viewed as a kind of miracle, but just then, from a completely different side, from the observer's own self, came the immediate lesson that will is the agent in every action, will, which is more familiar 91 and more trustworthy to the observer than anything that external intuition could ever provide. For the philosopher this cognition alone must become the key to insight into the interior of all natural processes that occur without cognition, those processes for which the causal explanation was indeed more satisfying than for the ones last observed, and all the clearer, the further they lie from those last observed, but which even there left over an unknown X, and could never fully illuminate the interior of these processes, not even for those bodies struck by another or drawn down by gravity. This X has extended itself farther and farther, and finally, on the highest levels, has completely repressed the causal explanation, but then, when causal explanation could achieve very little, this X reveals itself as will, like Mephistopheles, who appears under scholarly attack out of a poodle grown colossal, whose core he was. A121 As a consequence of the observation worked out here, it is quite unavoidable that we recognize the identity of this X, even at the lowest levels, where it appeared only feebly, then at the higher levels, where it extended its obscurity more and more, finally in the highest, where it overshadows everything, and ultimately at the point at which, in our own appearance, it becomes manifest to self-consciousness as will. Be at this point the two originally different sources of our cognition, the outer and the inner, must be connected through reflection. Comprehension of nature and that of our own self arises solely from this connection, but then the interior of nature is disclosed to our intellect, to which on its own only the exterior is otherwise accessible, and the secret that philosophy has so long sought is revealed. For then it becomes clear what actually the real is and what the ideal is, the thing in itself and appearance, and then the primary question around which philosophy since Descartes turns, is settled, the question as to the relation between these two, whose totally diverse-natured Kant had shown in the most fundamental way, with unmatched profundity, and whose absolute identity windbags asserted straight afterwards on the credit of intellectual intuition. If on the contrary, one evades the insight that is actually the sole and narrow portal to the truth, then one will never comprehend the 92 inner being of nature, to which there is absolutely no other path, rather 122 one will henceforth fall into impenetrable error. Specifically, as I said above, one will maintain two fundamentally different primary principles of motion, between which there stands a firm partition, movement by causes and movement by will. As to its interior, the first of these then remains eternally unintelligible because all its explanations leave behind the inscrutable X, which embraces all the more the higher the object under consideration stands, and the second, movement by will, stands as completely withdrawn from the principle of causality, as groundless, as freedom of individual actions, thus as completely in opposition to nature and absolutely inexplicable. In contrast, if we carry out the unification demanded above, of external and internal cognition at the point where they contact, then despite all accidental differences, we recognize two identities, one of causality with itself at all levels, and the other of what was formerly the unknown X, i.e. natural forces and phenomena of life with will in us. I say we recognize first the identical essence of causality in the different forms it must assume at the different levels, now showing itself as mechanical, chemical, physical causes, as stimulus, as intuitive motive, as abstract motive of thought. We recognize it as one and the same where the body that strikes another loses as much movement as it communicates, and where thoughts struggle with thoughts and the prevailing thought, as the strongest motive, sets the human being in motion, a motion that follows with no less necessity than that of the ball that is struck. Now when we ourselves are the ones moved, and so we know the inner nature of the process intimately and thoroughly, instead of being blinded and confused by this inner light and thus estranged from all the other causal connections lying before us everywhere in nature, and instead of always closing off the insight in us, if we connect this new internal cognition with the external cognition, its key, we will recognize the second identity, the identity of our will with that formerly unknown X. That remains in all explanations of causes. As a result, we then say that even where the most 93 palpable cause produces an effect, the mysterious something, the X, the real interior of the process, the true agent, the in itself sea of appearance is still at hand, given to us after all only as representation, according to the forms and laws of representation, and it is essentially the same as that which is given to us in the actions of our body as intuition and representation, known to us intimately and immediately as will. This is, say what you will, the foundation of true philosophy, and if this century will not see it, then many future centuries will. Time, if no other, is a man of honor. Just as, on the one hand, we recognize the essence of causality, which is most distinct only at the lowest levels of the objectification of will, i.e. nature, again at all levels, even the highest, so, on the other hand, we also recognize the essence of will again on all levels, even the lowest, although we immediately receive this knowledge only from the highest of all levels. The old error says, where there is will, there is no longer causality, and where there is causality, there is no will. But we say, wherever there is causality, there is will, and will never acts without causality. Thus the point of controversy is whether will and causality could and must exist simultaneously and together in one and same process. What makes it difficult to know that this is always so is the circumstance that causality and will are recognized in two fundamentally different ways. Causality is always recognized from the outside, always mediately, always by the understanding. Will is recognized completely from the inside, completely immediately, and that, therefore, in any given case, the clearer the cognition of the one, the more obscure is the cognition of the other. Therefore we recognize that where causality is the most comprehensible, the essence of will is the least comprehensible, and where will undeniably reveals itself, causality is so obscured that the uneducated could dare to deny it. But now, as we have been taught by Kant, causality is nothing more than the a priori knowable form of the understanding itself, thus the essence of representation as such, which is one side of the world, the other side is will, it is the thing in itself. The extent to which causality and will become distinct stands in inverse relation, and this alternation 94 of the two depends on the fact that the more a thing is given to us merely as appearance, i.e., as representation, the more distinctly the a priori form of representation, i.e., causality, shows itself, so it is with inanimate nature, but conversely, the more immediately will is known to us, the more the form of representation, causality, recedes, so it is with us. Thus, the closer one side of the world approaches, the more we lose sight of the other. Even Copernicus already said the same, Equidem existimo, gravitatem non aliat esse, quam appetentium quandam naturalem, partibus indidum a divina providentia epiphysis universorum, ut in unitatem integritatem suum se conferant, in formam globi coens. Quam affectionem credibile est entium soli, luni ceteris arentium fulguribus, in s, ut ejus efficacia, in ea qua esse representant rotunditate permanient, qui nihil minus multis modis suos officiunt circuitus. I believe that gravity is nothing but a natural longing, instilled in all parts by the divine providence of the Creator of all things so that they attain their unity and perfection by entering into their spherical form. Such striving appears also to dwell in the sun, moon, and the rest of the glowing planets, by means of which striving they endure in the rotundity in which they represent themselves, despite the fact that they carry out their circuits in many ways. Nicole. Copernici Revel. Book I, ch. 9. Cf. Exposition de découvertes de Mle Chevalier Newton Parm Maclaurin, Traduit de l'Anglois Parm Lavarat, Paris, 1749, p. 45. Below, pages 392 ff. Schopenhauer cites the second edition of the original English work by Maclaurin. Evidently Herschel has understood that if we do not, like Descartes, want to explain gravity by an impulse from without, we certainly must assume a will inherent in bodies. Non dater tertium, there is no third possibility. 95 Linguistics. Under this heading I have merely to report an observation that I have made myself in recent years, one that appears to have escaped notice previously. However, Seneca's dictum provides evidence that my observation is worth considering. The suitability of expression for many things is astonishing, and the use of language handed down from the ancients expresses many things effectively. A Epistle 81. And Lichtenberg says, if one thinks much oneself, then one will find much wisdom carried in language. Obviously, one does not introduce everything oneself, but much wisdom lies in language. B. In very many, perhaps in all languages, the action of bodies without cognition, even inanimate ones, is expressed by willing. Thus, a will is attributed to them from the outset. However, cognizing, representing, perceiving, thinking is never attributed to them. I know of no expression which might contain any of these. Thus Seneca says, Quaestiones naturals 2, 24, of the fire of lightning hurled down from above, it is for fire, as for trees, whose supple crowns can be pulled down so far that they even touch the ground, but when you let them loose, they spring back to their own place. It is therefore not fitting to have in mind for a thing a position not in accordance with its will. If fire is allowed to go where it will, it goes back to the sky. See in a more general 96 sense, Pliny says, in any part of nature, not reason, but will, is to be sought. Natural History 37, 15. We have no fewer examples from Greek. Aristotle, in explaining gravity, says, on the heavens too, ch. 13, a particle of earth, raised in the air and let loose, moves and wills not to remain. B. And in the following chapter, but one must say of a thing, that it is as it wills according to its nature, but it is not what it is by force and contrary to its nature. See, it is very significant, and it is much more than mere linguistic significance, that where the topic is expressly about inanimate entities, fire, which strives upward, and earth which strives downward, as well as about animals, Aristotle says in the Great Ethics I, ch. 14, that they could not be compelled to do something against their nature or against their will. Thus he quite correctly puts against nature as a paraphrase of against their will. F 123, in the 29th Adeganacreon, as he orders a portrait of his beloved, says of her hair, let the freely curling locks fall unarranged as they want. In German, Berger says, the brook wills downwards, not upwards. And in everyday life we frequently say, when water boils, it wills to overflow, the vessel wills to burst, the latter does not will to stand. The fire does not will to burn. J. The cord, once turned, always wills to rewind. K. Even in English, the verb to will has become the auxiliary of the future tense of all other verbs, whereby it is expressed that will lies at the basis of every action. But besides, the striving of inanimate things not having cognition is still expressly indicated by to want l, which is the expression for any human desiring and striving. The water wants to get out, the steam wants to make itself way through. It is the same in Italian, vuol piovere, quest orologio non vuol ender. And besides, the concept of willing is so deeply impressed on this language that it is applied in indicating anything required, Anything necessary 97 6 voul un contrapeso. 6 voul pachenza.a. We even find in the Chinese language, which differs fundamentally from all languages originating from the Sanskrit stem, a quite explicit example that is applicable here, for according to Father Regis' precise translation, in the commentary to the I Ching it says the yang, the celestial material, always wills to return to heaven, or, to use the words of Dr. Ching-tse, it wills again to be in a superior place, since its nature entails this or it is so by innate law. I Ching, ed. Jamal, Volume I, p. 341, b. It is decidedly more than something linguistic, rather an expression of the course of events intimately understood and felt in a chemical process. When Liebig in his chemistry in its application to agriculture cp 394 says, aldehyde is formed, which, with the same desire as sulfurous acid, binds directly with oxygen to form acetic acid, and again in his chemistry in application to physiology aldehyde, which with great desire draws oxygen from the air. Since he twice uses the same expression in speaking of the same phenomenon, it is not accidental, but because only this expression suits the subject. 124. 99 Animal Magnetism and Magic. When my principal work appeared in the year 1818, animal magnetism had just begun to fight its way into existence. But as regards the explanation of it, although some light had been cast on the passive side, that is, on what happens to the patient, where the contrast between the cerebral and ganglionic systems, which had been advanced by Rayleigh, had been made the principle of explanation, still the active side, the actual agent by means of which the magnetist evokes this phenomenon, remained in the dark. People groped among all kinds of material principles of explanation, types such as Mesmer's all-penetrating world ether, or the skin respiration of the magnetist which von Stieglitz assumed to be the cause, etc. At best, nerve spirit had been advanced, which, however, is only a word for an unknown thing. The truth had hardly begun to dawn on a few who had been profoundly initiated through practice. But I was still far from hoping to receive from magnetism a direct corroboration of my theory. But time is a great teacher, and so since that time the great schoolmaster, experience, has brought to light that the profoundly effective agent, which, proceeding from the magnetist, produces effects that appear to be so completely contrary to the law-governed course of nature that the long-standing doubt about them, the obstinate 100 incredulity, the condemnation of a commission with Franklin and Lavoisier among the members, in short, everything that was opposed to magnetism in the first, as well as in the second period, except the ignorant and stupid condemnation, carried out without inquiry, that prevailed in England until recently, is all completely excusable. But, I say, experience has brought to light that this agent is nothing else than the will of the magnetist. I do not believe that nowadays any doubt at all prevails about this among those who combine practice with insight, and I take it to be superfluous to cite the numerous magnetist statements that confirm it. 125 Thus Puisségurs and the older French magnetists' rallying cry, Veillez et croyez, i.e., will with confidence, has not only been proved by time, but has developed into a correct insight into the process itself. 126 From Kieser's Tellurism is still probably the most fundamental and thorough manual on animal magnetism. It is sufficiently clear that no magnetic act is effective without will. In contrast, mere will, without external action, can produce every magnetic effect. Manipulation appears only to be a means to fix the act of will and its direction and at the same time to embody it. In this sense, Kieser says, Tellurism, Volume 1, p. 379 insofar as the hands of the human being, as those organs that most visibly express the effective activity of the human being, i.e. will, are the organs at work in magnetism, magnetic manipulation arises. De Lausanne, a French 101 magnetist, expresses himself more precisely about this in the Annals of Animal Magnetism B 1814-16, p. 4, as he says, to be sure, the activity of the magnetist depends only on will, but since the human being possesses an external and sensible form, then everything that is for the human's use and everything that will affect the human must necessarily possess such a form, and so that will can act, it must employ a method of action. C. 127. Since according to my theory, the organism is the mere appearance, visibility, objecthood of will, indeed, actually only will itself intuited in the brain as representation, then the external act of manipulation also coincides with the inner act of will. But where it works without this 128, it happens to a certain extent artificially, in a roundabout way, in that the imagination replaces the external act, and sometimes even the person's presence, so it is much more difficult and rarely achieved. Thus Kieser continues that the loud cry sleep, or you should, works more effectively on the somnambulist than the mere inner willing of the magnetist. In contrast, manipulation and the external act in general is actually an infallible means for fixing and activating the magnetist's will, just because external acts are absolutely impossible without any will, because the body and its organs are nothing but the visibility of will itself. This explains the fact that the magnetists sometimes magnetize without being conscious of the effort of their will and almost without thinking, but still are effective. Generally it is not consciousness of willing, reflection upon it, but the pure willing itself, separated from all possible representation, which makes magnetism effective. Therefore we find in the instructions for the magnetist that Kieser provides, Tellurism, Volume 1, pages 400 ff, that all of the doctors as well as the patients thinking and reflection about everything they mutually do and suffer, all external impressions that excite representations, all conversation between the two, all presence of strangers, even daylight, etc. are expressly prohibited, and it is recommended that everything as far as possible proceed unconsciously, as applies also to sympathetic cures. The true basis of all of this is that here will is effective in its primacy, as thing in itself, which requires that representation, as a realm different from it, a secondary one 102 be closed out as far as possible. In all recent and better works on magnetism one can find actual evidence of the truth that what really works in magnetism is will, and that every external act is only its vehicle, and it would be an unnecessary prolixity to repeat them here. However, I will present one here, not because it is especially striking, but because it originates in an extraordinary man and is of special interest as his testimony. It is Jean Paul, who, in a letter, printed in Truth from Jean Paul's Life B. Volume 8, p. 120, says, in a large group, I have almost put a Mrs. Von K to sleep twice merely by looking at her with the resolute will of which no one knew. Before that I brought on heart palpitations and pallor until S had to assist her. Today merely taking and holding the patient's hand while looking at the patient fixedly is often substituted for the usual manipulation with great success, just because this is also suitable to fix will in a determinate direction. This immediate power that will can exercise over others is revealed more than anything by the wondrous experiments of Mr. Dupotet and his students, which took place in Paris, even in public, and in which merely through his will, supported by a few gestures, he directs and determines a stranger as he pleases, indeed, compels her to the most amazing contortions. A brief report on this informs a little work appearing to be quite honestly written, A First Glance into the Wonderful World of Magnetism by Carl Scholl, 1853. 129. 103. Another sort of example of the truth in question is provided in Communications from the Somnambulist Augusta K. in Dresden 1843, by what she herself says, p. 53, I found myself in a half-sleep. My brother wanted to play a piece familiar to him. Because the piece did not please me, I asked him not to play it. He nevertheless attempted to do so, and I managed with my resolutely opposing will to make it so that despite all his efforts, he could no longer remember the piece. But the busyness reaches its highest climax when the immediate power of will is extended even to inanimate bodies. As incredible as this appears, there are nonetheless two reports about this issuing from completely different sources. 104. Specifically, the book just mentioned, pages 115 to 16 and 318, reports with the testimony of witnesses that one time the somnambulist turned the needle of a compass 7 degrees and another time 4 degrees, and indeed, she repeated this experiment 4 times solely through her will by fixing her sight on the needle without using her hands at all. Then it is reported by the English journal Britannia, Galignani's Messenger, of October 23, 1851, that the somnambulist Prudence Bernard from Paris, in a public session in London, merely by turning her head back and forth compelled the needle of a compass to follow this movement, to which Mr. Brewster, the son of the physicist, and 2 other men from the audience acted as jurors. B. 130. Now when, in animal magnetism and in other things, we see will, which I have presented as the thing in itself, as the only real thing in all existence, as the core of nature, achieving through the human individual things not to be explained by causal connection, i.e., by the law of the course of nature, indeed, things that to a certain extent suspend this law and actually exert action at a distance, see revealing a supernatural, i.e., metaphysical mastery of nature, then I know of no more factual corroboration of my theory that could still be required. There is even a magnetist, who without a doubt is unfamiliar with my philosophy, Count Saperi, who, as a result of his own experiences, added to the title of his book, A Word About Animal Magnetism, Soul Bodies, and Vital Essence, 1840, these remarkable words by way of elucidation, or physical proof that the animal magnetic current is the element and will is the principle of all spiritual and corporeal life. D. 131, so animal magnetism appears positively as practical metaphysics, as that which Bacon of Verulam already designated as magic in his classification of the sciences, the Great Instauration. Book 3. It is empirical or experimental metaphysics. Moreover, because will appears as thing in itself in animal magnetism, we see the 105 Principium Individuationis, space and time, which belongs only to appearance, immediately defeated, its boundaries, separating individuals, are breached, spaces between the magnetist and the somnambulist are no separation, community of thought and movement of will occur, the state of clairvoyance sets aside relations belonging to mere appearance conditioned by space and time, proximity and distance, present and future. As a result of such factual evidence, despite so many opposing reasons and prejudices, the opinion gradually gained credence, indeed almost reached certainty, that animal magnetism and its phenomena are identical with part of the magic of former times, of that notorious, occult art that all ages were thoroughly convinced is real, not just the Christian centuries, which so vigorously persecuted it, but all peoples of the whole earth, not excluding the savage peoples, and for the pernicious application of such magic, the 12 tables of the Romans 132, the books of Moses, and even the 11th book of Plato's laws impose the death penalty. How seriously it was taken, even in the most enlightened Roman times under the Antonines, is shown by the fine speech Apuleius made in court in his defense against the charge raised against him, threatening his life, Oration on Magic AP 1904 Bip ed., where he is simply concerned to deflect the charge, but nowhere to deny the possibility of magic. Rather, he goes into such trifling details as usually figured in the witch trials of the Middle Ages. 133 in Europe only the previous century constitutes an exception to this belief in magic, and in fact this exception is the result of Balthazar Becker B. Tomasus and some others who, with the good intention of closing the door forever on the cruel witch trials, maintain that magic is impossible. This opinion, favored by philosophers of that same century, gained the upper hand at that time, however, only among those of learned and educated station. The people have never ceased to believe in magic, not even in 106 England, where the educated classes, in contrast, know how to combine a degrading blind faith in religious matters with an unshakable doubting Thomas or doubting Tomasus attitude towards all facts that transcend the laws of action and reaction or acid and alkali, and do not want to let it be said by their great countrymen that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. C. 134, a branch of ancient magic has even been maintained among the people through daily practice, even in public, which is permitted because of its beneficial purpose, namely sympathetic cures, whose reality is scarcely to be doubted. The most common is the sympathetic cure for warts, the effectiveness of which the cautious and empirically minded Bacon 135 of Verulam already confirmed from personal experience, Silva Silvarum, 997, then, 2. Charming away erysipelas is so frequently done with success that it is easy to convince oneself of it, likewise, charming a fever often succeeds, etc. 136, given what has been said above of magnetism, there is no need for explanation that in this the actual agent is not the senseless words and ceremonies, but, as with magnetism, the will of the healer. Those unfamiliar with such cases may find examples of sympathetic cures in Kieser's Archives for Animal Magnetism of Volume 5, Number 3, p. 106, Volume 8, Number 3, p. 145, Volume 9 107 Number 2, p. 172, and Volume 9, Number 1, p. 128. Also the book by Dr. Most, on Sympathetic Means and Cures, 1842, is useful for a preliminary familiarity with the subject. 137, thus these two facts, animal magnetism and sympathetic cures, empirically confirm the possibility of a magical, as opposed to a physical effect, a possibility which the previous century had so peremptorily discarded because it did not want to give credence to any other effect than the physical, brought about in accord with the comprehensible causal nexus. It is a fortunate circumstance that the correction of this view that has arrived in our day stems from medical science, because this science ensures at the same time that the pendulum does not again receive too strong an impulse towards the opposing side, and that we could not be cast back into the superstition of ignorant times. Also, as I said, it is only a part of magic whose reality is vindicated by animal magnetism and sympathetic cures. Magic is still comprised of much more, a large part of which for the present remains subject to the ancient condemnation, while another part, through its analogy with animal magnetism, must be thought of at least as possible. For animal magnetism and sympathetic cures provide only beneficial effects intended to heal, similar to those which in the history of magic appear in Spain as the work of the so-called Salud Teresa, Del Rio, Disquisitions on Magic B. Book 3, p. 2, 4 Quetzales, p. 7, and Bodinus, on Demonic Magicy 3, 2, but which nonetheless were condemned by the Church. In contrast, magic was much more often turned to with pernicious intent. However, by analogy it is likely that the inherent power that can exercise a healing influence when it works immediately on the other individual will be at least as powerful in affecting them injuriously and destructively. If therefore any part of ancient magic, besides that which can be traced back to animal magnetism and sympathetic cures, was 108 real, then it is certainly what is designated as maleficium and fascinatio and directly gave rise to most of the witch trials. D. In Most's book, cited above, can be found a few facts that are definitely to be attributed to maleficium, specifically pages 40-1 and NOS 89, 91, and 97, also in Kieser's archive, in the thorough account of the illness of Ben Benson that proceeds through volumes 9-12, there can be found cases of transmitted diseases, especially of dogs that have died of them. We see from Plutarch's Symposium Questions FV, 7, 6, that fascinatio had already been recognized by Democritus, which he attempted to explain as factual. If these explanations are taken as true, then we have the key to the crime of witchcraft, the zealous persecution of which would thus not be without reason. Although in most cases this persecution was based on error and abuse, then we still should not hold our forebears to be so completely deluded that they prosecuted a crime that was absolutely impossible with such cruel severity over so many centuries. From this point of view we can also understand why until today the people in all countries obstinately ascribe certain cases of illness to maleficium and cannot be convinced otherwise. 138. Now if by the process of time we are moved to view a part of this notorious art as not so empty as the past century assumed, nonetheless nowhere is it more necessary than here that we be cautious to fish isolated truths out of the confusion of lies, deceit, and nonsense, which we find preserved in the Writings of Agrippa von Netzheim, Wurus, Bodinus, Del Rio, Binsfeld, et al. For lies and deception, common everywhere in the world, nowhere have such free play than where the laws of nature are admittedly forsaken, and indeed are declared to be suspended. And so, built on the slim basis of the little truth there may have been in magic, we see a tower of the most incredible fables, the wildest fictions reaching to the heavens, and as a result of these the most bloody cruelties practiced for centuries. When we consider these, we are overcome by the psychological reflection on the susceptibility 109 of the human intellect to the most incredible, indeed boundless, nonsense, and the readiness of the human heart to set the seal on it through cruelties. What has modified the judgment on magic today in Germany among the educated is, however, not solely animal magnetism, rather, the way for this change was prepared at a more profound level by the transformation of philosophy brought about by Kant, which in this, as in other areas, set up a fundamental difference between German and other European education. In order to ridicule all occult sympathy or even magical effect out of hand, one must find the world highly, indeed absolutely, intelligible. But this can be done only if the world is looked into with an extremely superficial gaze that allows no notion of the fact that we are awash in a sea of riddles and mysteries and that we neither know nor understand either things nor ourselves immediately through. The opposite way of thinking to this is just what makes it the case that almost all great men, regardless of age and nation, have shown a certain tinge of superstition. If our natural way of cognizing were such that it immediately revealed to us things in themselves and, consequently, the absolutely true relations and connections of things, then certainly we would be justified in rejecting a priori, and thus unconditionally, all foreknowledge of the future, all appearance of those who are absent, dying, or even dead, and all magical effects. But if, as Kant taught, what we cognize is merely appearances, the forms and laws of which do not extend to things in themselves, then such a rejection is patently premature, since it rests on laws whose a priority restricts them just to appearances and leaves things in themselves, to which our own inner self too must also belong, untouched by these forms and laws. But just these things in themselves could have a relation to us from which the above-named events could arise, and the decision about this relation would then be something to be awaited a posteriori, and not to be anticipated. That the English and French obstinately persist in the rejection a priori of such events fundamentally consists in the fact that they are essentially 110 in thrall to Lockean philosophy, according to which we know things in themselves merely by removing sensation. Hence, the laws of the material world would then apply unconditionally and no other influence than a physical influence could be admitted. Thus the English and French believe only in a physics, but not in any metaphysics, and so they accordingly accept no other magic than the so-called natural magic, an expression that contains the same contradiction in terms as supernatural physics, but the former expression is used countless times in earnest, whereas the latter is used only once as a joke, by Lichtenberg. In contrast, with their constant readiness to believe in supernatural influences in general, the people in their own way express their conviction, albeit only felt, that the things we perceive and apprehend are merely appearances, not things in themselves. A passage from Kant's groundwork of the metaphysics of morals may verify that this is not saying too much. To make this remark requires no subtle reflection, but it may be assumed that the most common understanding can make it, though in its own way, by an obscure discrimination of judgment that it calls feeling, that all representations that come to us involuntarily, such as those of the senses, enable us to cognize objects in no other way than as they affect us, whereby what they may be in themselves remains unknown to us, so that, concerning this type of representation, even with the most strenuous attentiveness and distinctness that our understanding can ever bring to them, we can achieve only cognition of appearances, never of things in themselves. As soon as this distinction is once made, then it immediately follows that we must admit and assume behind appearances something else that is not appearance, namely things in themselves. 3rd edition, p. 105. C. When one reads D. Tiedemann's History of Magic, under the title Disputation on the Question of What is the Origin of the Art of Magic D. Marburg, 1787, a prize essay crowned by the Göttingen Society. One will be amazed at the tenacity with which humankind has clung to the idea of magic everywhere and at all times despite so many failures, and one will 111 conclude from this that it has a deep basis at least in the nature of the human being, if not in things generally, but it could not be an arbitrarily created whim. 139 Although the definition of magic differs among authors, still the fundamental idea can never be mistaken. The dominant opinion at all times and in all countries has been that in addition to the regular way alterations are produced in the world by means of the causal nexus of bodies, there must be still another completely different way, one not at all based on the causal nexus. Thus its means would obviously appear absurd if construed in the same way as the other kind, in that the applied cause would so obviously be ill-suited to the intended effect and the causal nexus between the two would be impossible. But the presupposition made about this was that beyond the external connection between the appearances of this world, the external connection which is the basis for the physical nexus, there must be still another, proceeding through the essence in itself of all things, a subterranean connection, so to speak, whereby one point of appearance would be able immediately to affect any other by a metaphysical nexus, be that therefore it must be possible to affect things from within, instead of from without, as is usual, an effect of appearance on appearance by means of the essence in itself that is one and the same in all appearances, that, just as we act causally as created nature C, we would also be capable of acting as creating nature D, and for the moment the microcosm would assert itself as macrocosm, that the partitions of individuation and separation, no matter how firm, could still occasionally permit a communication, as it were, behind the curtains, or like a secret game under the table. And just as there is a suspension of the isolation of the individual's cognition in somnambulistic clairvoyance, there could also be a suspension of the isolation of the individual's will. 140 Such an idea cannot originate empirically, nor can it be corroborated through experience that has maintained it throughout all time in all countries, since in most cases experience must be directly 112 opposed to it. I am thus of the opinion that the origin of this ineradicable idea, so universal among humankind, despite common sense and so much experience to the contrary, must be sought quite deeply, specifically in the inner feeling of the omnipotence of will itself, that will which is the inner essence of the human being and at the same time all of nature, and in the connected presupposition that just once, in some way or another, this omnipotence could be asserted by the individual. What might be possible for will as thing in itself could not be investigated and separated from what might be possible for will in its particular appearances, rather it was assumed beforehand that under certain circumstances, will was capable of breaking through the barriers of individuation, for that inner feeling tenaciously opposed the knowledge pressed upon it by experience, that the God who in my breast abides profoundly stirs my inner being, who over all my powers presides, cannot move an outer thing. According to the fundamental idea presented here, we find that in all attempts at magic the physical means applied are always taken as a vehicle for something metaphysical, in that otherwise it could obviously have no relation to the intended effect. The same is true of foreign words, symbolic actions, drawn figures, wax images, etc. And according to this primitive feeling we see that what was born by such a vehicle was ultimately always an act of will connected to it. The very natural occasion for this was the fact that in the motions of our own bodies we became aware at every moment of a completely inexplicable, that is, obviously metaphysical, influence of will. Could this, it was thought, not be extended to other bodies? To find the way to this, to suspend the isolation in which will finds itself in every individual, to achieve an increase of the immediate sphere of will beyond the body of the one willing, that was the task of magic. However, this fundamental idea, from which magic really 113 appears to have arisen, was far from passing into clear consciousness and being recognized abstractly, and magic was far from understanding itself. As I will soon make evident through citations, It is only among some thoughtful and learned authors of earlier centuries that we find the clear idea that the magical effect lies in will itself, and that the fantastic signs and acts, along with the senseless words that accompany them, that served as means for exorcising and binding demons, are merely vehicles and means to fix will, so that the act of will that is to work the magic ceases to be a mere wish and becomes a deed, receiving a corpus. As Paracelsus says, and to an extent these writers offer the positive explanation that the individual will now asserts itself as universal will, as will in itself. For in any magic act, sympathetic cure, or whatever it be, the external action, the means of binding, is just what Pasanga is in magnetic. Thus, external action is actually not what is essential, but is the vehicle whereby will, which alone is the real agent, gets its orientation, is fixed in the physical world and steps into reality. Therefore it is, as a rule, indispensable. 141, among the rest of the writers of that time, their settled purpose is to exercise at will an absolute mastery over nature, as is consistent with that fundamental idea of magic. But they cannot rise to the idea that it must be an immediate mastery, rather, they thought of it only as mediated. For religions of all countries placed nature under the mastery of gods and demons. Now to direct these in conformity to his will, to move them into his service, indeed to compel them, was the endeavor of the magician, and he ascribed to them anything that he might achieve, just as at the beginning Mesmer ascribed the success of his magnetizing to the bar magnets that he held in his hands, instead of to his will, which was the true agent. All polytheistic peoples took the matter to be this way, and even Plotinus 114 and especially Iamblichus understood magic in this way, that is, as theurgy, an expression Porphyrius was the first to use. Polytheism, that divine aristocracy, was favorable to this interpretation because it had divided the mastery over different forces of nature among a like number of gods and demons, who at least for the most part were just personifications of natural forces, and the magician won over or subjected to his service first this one and then that one. But in the divine monarchy, in which all of nature is submissive to a single god, it would have been too bold an idea to conclude a private alliance with this god or to want to exercise a mastery over him. Therefore, where Judaism, Christianity, or Islam prevailed, the omnipotence of the one God stood in the way of that interpretation, and the magician did not dare to challenge that omnipotence. So there remained nothing left for him but to take refuge with the devil, and he now concluded an alliance with this rebel, or most likely the immediate descendant of Ahriman, to whom still belonged some power over nature, and thereby assured himself of assistance. This was black magic. Its opposite, white magic, was that through which the sorcerer did not befriend the devil, but sought permission, or even the cooperation of the one God himself to petition the angels. Yet more frequently the sorcerer mentioned rarer Hebrew names and titles of God, such as Adonai and the like, to invoke devils and compel them to obey without his having to promise the devil anything. Coercion of hell. All these mere interpretations and dressings up of the matter were taken to be the essence of it, and to be objective events, to the extent that all the writers who knew magic not from their own practice but only second-hand, such as Bodinus, Del Rio, Binsfeld, etc., define the essence of magic as an effect, not through natural force nor in a natural way, but through the assistance of the devil. This was and still remains the prevailing universal belief, modified locally according to the religion of the country. The belief was also 115 the basis of laws against sorcery and of witch trials. Challenges to the possibility of magic were as a rule also directed against this belief. But such an objective conception and interpretation of the subject must necessarily occur because of the decided realism which prevailed throughout Europe both in antiquity and in the Middle Ages, and was first shaken by Descartes. Until then the human being had still not learned to direct speculation toward the secret depths of his own inner being, rather, he sought everything externally. And even to make the will that he found in himself into the master of nature was such a bold idea that he would have been terrified. Thus, it was made into imaginary beings to whom the prevailing superstition had granted power over nature so as at least to make it indirectly into the master of nature. Moreover, All kinds of demons and gods are always hypostases by means of which the faithful of any stripe and sect make understandable to themselves the metaphysical, that which lies behind nature, that which imparts to nature its being and permanence, and therefore has mastery over it. Thus if it is said that magic works through the assistance of demons, then the sense lying at the basis of this idea is still that it is an effect not by a physical root, but by a metaphysical one, not a natural, but a supernatural effect. But now if we recognize in the few facts that speak for the reality of magic, specifically animal magnetism and sympathetic cures, nothing but an immediate effect of will that here expresses power outside the willing individual, which otherwise would be expressed inside, and if we see that, as I will soon show and illustrate through definite and unambiguous citations, those more deeply initiated in ancient magic derived all magical effects from the will of the magician, then this is certainly a strong, empirical confirmation of my theory that the metaphysical as such is the only thing existing beyond representation, the thing in itself of the world, is none other than that which we know in ourselves as will. Now if these magicians thought the immediate mastery that 116 will may occasionally exercise over nature is merely a mediated mastery with the help of demons, then this would be no hindrance to their work wherever and whenever such work may generally have taken place. For precisely because will in itself is active in things of this type in its originality and thus separated from representation, false concepts of intellect cannot then thwart its work. On the contrary, theory and practice here lie very far apart, the falsity of theory does not stand in the way of practice, and the correct theory does not enable practice. Mesmer at first ascribed his effectiveness to bar magnets that he held in his hands and afterwards explained this wonder of animal magnetism by a materialistic theory of a fine fluid permeating everything, but he was none the less effective with amazing power. I knew a squire whose peasants had been accustomed for ages to having their attacks of fever driven away by the gentleman's conjuring. Although he was now fully convinced of the impossibility of all things of this sort, he did what the peasants wanted in the traditional way out of goodwill and frequently with favorable result, which he then attributed to the peasants' firm confidence. 142 Without considering that such confidence must frequently make quite useless medicine effective for many trusting patients. Now as is consistent with what has been described above, if theurgy and magic mediated by demons was simple interpretation and dressing up of the matter, a mere outer shell at which most writers stop, there was yet no lack of people who, on glancing inward, recognized quite well that what works in occasional magical influences was absolutely nothing other than will. But we are not to seek these profoundly insightful people among those who approach magic as strangers, even with hostility, and most books on magic are by such people. These are people who know magic merely from courtrooms and the interrogation of witnesses, and who thus describe merely the outside of magic. Indeed, in order not to spread the terrible vice of sorcery, they are cautiously silent about the actual procedures of magic, when such procedures perhaps became familiar to them through confessions. Bodinus, Del Rio, Binsfeld, and many others are of this type. In contrast, for information concerning the actual essence of the matter, we must seek among the philosophers and natural scientists. 117 From those times of prevailing superstition. But from their statements it becomes most clear that with magic, precisely as with animal magnetism, the actual agent is nothing other than will. To document this, I must bring up some citations. Roger Bacon, in the 13th century said when an evil-minded human being with all of his power thinks of injuring another, ardently longing to do so, and intending to do so with determination, and is also firmly convinced that he can injure another, there is no doubt that nature will obey the intentions of his will. Opus Majus B. London, 1733, p. 252. But in particular it is Theophrastus Paracelsus who provides more information about the inner essence of magic than perhaps any other, and even does not shy away from giving an exact description of its processes, particularly, according to the Strasbourg edition of his works in 2 folios, 1603, in Volume 1, pages 91, 353 ff and 789, Volume 2, pages 362, 496. He says in Volume 1, p. 19, observe the following about wax images: if in my will I bear hostility toward another, then this hostility must be expressed through a medium, i.e., a corpus. Thus it is possible for my mind to stab or wound another using my sword without my body's help, through fervent desire. Thus it is also possible for me, through my will, to put the spirit of my opponent into the image and then deform or paralyze him as I please. You should know that the effect of will is an important point in medicine. For one who begrudges another all good, and even hates him, it is possible that if he curses him, this curse will take effect. For cursing comes from a pronouncement of the spirit. Thus it is possible that images can be cursed into illnesses, etc. Such an effect occurs also in cattle, and actually much more readily than in humans, since the human spirit offers more resistance than that of cattle. p. 375, from this it follows that one image casts a spell on another, not from the force of character, or the like, through 118 the virgin beeswax, rather, the imagination overcomes its own constellation so that it becomes a means to fulfilling its heaven's will, i.e., that of its human. p. 334, all human imagining comes from the heart is the sun in microcosm. And all human imagining proceeds from the little sun of the microcosm to the sun of the large world, into the heart of the macrocosm. Thus imagination of the microcosm is a seed which becomes material, etc. p. 364, it is sufficient for you to know what the strict imagination does, which is a beginning of all magical works. p. 789, thus my thought, too, is my looking at an end. Now I must not turn my eye in that direction with my hands, but my imagination turns it wherever I desire. Thus, as is to be understood of walking, I desire, I propose to myself, and so my body moves, and the firmer my thought is, the more certain it is that I go. Thus imagination alone is a mover of my going. p. 837, imagination that is used against me may be used so rigorously that I might be killed by the imagination of another. Volume 2, p. 274, imagination is from longing and desire. Longing produces envy and hatred, since they do not occur unless you have the longing for them. As soon as you have longing, the work of the imagination follows. This longing must be as quick, eager, lively, as that of a woman who is pregnant, etc. A common curse commonly comes true. Why? It comes from the heart, and the seed lies and is born in this coming from the heart. Thus, too, curses of father and mother come from the heart. The curse of the poor is also imagination, etc. The prisoner's curse, also only imagination, proceeds from the heart. So, too, if someone wants to stab someone, paralyze someone, etc. through his imagination, he must first attract to himself the thing and the instrument, then he may impress it, for what comes in, may also go out again through the thoughts as if it were done with the hands. Women excel over men in such imagining, since they are more heated in revenge. p. 119-298, magic is a great occult wisdom, just as reason is great public folly. No armor protects against sorcery, since it injures the inner person, the spirit of life. Some sorcerers make an image in the form of a human being whom they have in mind and drive a nail in the sole of its foot. The person is invisibly struck and paralyzed until the nail is pulled out. p. 307, we should know that solely by faith and our forceful imagination, we may bring any human spirit into an image. No exorcism is required, and the ceremonies, making of circles, fumigations, seals, etc., are just monkey business and seduction. Homunculi and images are made, etc., in which all operations, powers, and will of humans are carried out. The human mind is so great that it is not possible for anyone to express it. Just as God himself is eternal and imperishable, so too is the human mind. If we humans really knew our minds, then nothing on earth would be impossible for us. The perfect imagination which comes from the stars arises in the mind. p. 513, Imagination is confirmed and perfected by the belief that it really occurs, since every doubt shatters its work. Faith should confirm the imagination, for faith determines will, but that the human does not always imagine perfectly, believe perfectly, has the result that the arts must be called uncertain, however certainly and well they may exist. A passage from Campanella, in his book on sensory things and magica, will serve as explanation of the last passage. Another person's influence can have the effect that a man cannot carry out the act of procreation if he just does not believe he can do so, for he cannot do what he does not believe he can do. Book 4, ch. 18, point 143. In the same sense, Agrippa von Netzheim says in On Occult Philosophy B. Book I, ch. 66, the body is no less subject to the influence of another's mind than to the influence of another's body. C and ch. 67, everything that the soul of a very hate-filled person dictates has the effect of harming and destroying, and it is similar with everything else that the soul desires with a very great longing. For everything that such a person then does and dictates by means of written symbols, figures 120 words, gestures, and the like, all this supports the soul's longing and achieves certain miraculous powers, whether through the one who acts at the time when a powerful longing of this kind especially fills the soul, or through a celestial influence that then raises the soul to such excitement. Ch. 68, in a person's soul there dwells a certain power to determine things and people and to bind them to that which it desires, and all things obey it when it is deeply stirred by some sort of passionate energy to such a degree that it overpowers those whom it binds. The cause of a binding of this sort is the violent and immoderate excitement of the soul itself. Likewise Julius Caesar Vanini, on the Wondrous Secrets of Nature F. Book 4, Dialogue 5, p. 434, a vehement imagination, which obeys spirit and blood, can really affect a thing conceived in the mind, not only inwardly, but also outwardly. A 144. Just so says Johann Baptist van Helmont, who takes pains as much as possible to argue away the devil's influence in order to attribute it to will. From the large collection of his works, The Origin of Medicine B, I quote several passages, citing individual writings. Recepta Injecta, 12. As the enemy of nature, the devil, is unable to effect the application itself on his own, he awakens in the sorceress the 121 notion of a strong desire and hatred, so that by borrowing those mental and arbitrary media, he may transfer his will, through which he intends to influence everything. 145. And for this purpose he prescribes for these his extremely repulsive beasts, even execrations, with the idea of desire and terror. 13. For just as that longing is a passion in the imagination, so it also creates a notion not merely void, but acts and occasions enchantment. 19. As I have already shown, the main power of enchantment depends on the sorceress's natural idea. De Injectis Materialibus, 15. By means of her natural being, the sorceress forms in her imagination a voluntary, natural, and harmful idea. Sorceresses work by means of their natural power. Human beings send out from themselves a strange, emissive, impervious medium that has the effect of enchanting a person, which medium is the idea of a strong desire. It is inseparable from a desire to move to that which is desired. B. De Sympatheticis Mediis, 2. The ideas of desire are cast into their object, however remotely it may be located, on the path of celestial influences. They are directed by the desire that specifies an object. C. De Magnetica Vulnerum Curatione, 76. Therefore there is to be found in the blood a certain ecstatic power. When this has once been excited by a burning desire, it is carried across even to an absent object through the spirit of the outer person. This power is latent and exists potentially. It does not become active unless it is excited through the kindling of the imagination by a burning desire or similar means. 98. The soul, which is absolutely and entirely spirit, would never be able to move or excite the breath of life, which is thus corporeal, and still less flesh and bones, unless a certain power naturally inherent in it, yet magical and spiritual, descended from the soul into the spirit and body. Tell me, in what way could the bodily spirit obey the command of the soul, unless such a command existed to move the spirit, and thereafter the body? But you will at once object to this magical 122 power of movement, that it must remain within what is peculiar to it and within its natural domain. Therefore, you will say that although we call it magical, this is only a misrepresentation and misuse of the name, for a true superstitious magic cannot derive its basis from the soul, since this very soul would not in any way be able to change or excite something outside its body. I respond that the power which in magic is natural to the soul, operating outwardly, lies already hidden and obscured in humans by virtue of God's image. They slumber, after the fall, and require stimulation, but although they are always present within us in a drowsy and intoxicated form, they are always sufficient to carry out the functions in our own body. Consequently, magical knowledge and power are asleep, and only in stimulation do they become effective in humans. 102. Therefore it is Satan who excites this magic power, which usually slumbers and is impeded by the person's outer consciousness, in those who have sold themselves to him, and it is at their command as is a sword in a powerful hand, that is, that of the sorceress. And actually Satan contributes nothing further to murder except to stimulate the slumbering force. 106. The sorceress can kill a horse in a distant stable. A certain natural, effective force comes from the spirit of the sorceress and not from Satan, and this force is capable of repressing and choking off the horse's life breath. 139. I describe as the patron spirit of magnetism, not those who descend from heaven, and even less do I speak of those from the infernal, rather, I speak of those arising in humans themselves, just as a fire originates in a flintstone. Thus a little of the influential vital spirit is drawn from the human will, and it is just that which assumes an ideal entity, or essentially a form, so to speak, in order to complete itself. After the spirit has attained this completion, the spirit assumes a middle state between the corporeal and incorporeal. But it can be sent where the will directs it, and so that ideal entity is not stopped by any barrier of place, time, or distance. It is not a demon, or the effect of such, but a spiritual effect of the thing in question, which is for us quite natural and familiar. 168. To this point, I have refrained from proclaiming the immense mystery, thus from showing clearly that there resides in a human being an energy in virtue of which one is able by mere will and imagination to act outside himself and to express force, so also an influence, which persists and can reach an object, however remote. P. Pomponatius, on Incantations Works, 1567, p. 44, also says, and so it happens that there are humans who have 123 in their power such forces, and when these forces become evident through imagination and appetitive power, such virtue comes into action and influences blood and spirit. By exhalation such forces press outward and produce effects like this. Jane Led, a student of Portage, a mystical theosophist and visionary from Cromwell's time in England, has given quite remarkable explanations of this sort. She arrives at magic through a quite singular path. As it is the fundamental characteristic of all mystics that they teach the unification of their own self with the God of their religion, so too does Jane Led. But now according to her, as a consequence of the unification of the human will with the divine, the former also shares the omnipotence of the latter, thus acquiring magical power. So what other magicians believe they owe to a pact with the devil, she ascribes to her unification with her God. Therefore, her magic is in an eminent sense white magic. But in fact this makes no difference in result and in practice. She was reserved and secretive, as was necessary at her time, but still it can be seen that for her the matter is not merely a theoretical corollary, but has originated from other kinds of knowledge and experiences. The most important passage is in her Revelation of Revelations, German translation, Amsterdam, 1695, from pages 126 to 151, especially on the pages that are headed Power of the Calm Will. From this book in his Library of Magica Volume 1, p. 325, Horst quotes the following passage, which, however, is more a paraphrase than a literal quotation and is primarily taken from p. 119, 87 and 88. Magical power puts one who possesses it in the position to rule over and renew creation, i.e., the plant, animal, and mineral kingdoms, so that, if many cooperated in one magical power, nature could be recreated into a paradise. How are we to achieve this magical power? In rebirth through faith, i.e., through the harmony of our will with the divine will. For faith subjects the world to us insofar as the harmony of our will with that of God has the effect that everything, as Paul says, is ours, and 124 must obey us. Thus far Horst's paraphrase. On p. 131 of the above-mentioned work, J. Led explains that Christ performed his miracles through the power of his will, as when he said to the leper, "I will be cleansed." See, sometimes, however, he left it to the will of those he recognized as having faith in him, as he said to them, "What do you will that I do for you?" And then no less was done for them than what they longed in their wills to have their Lord do. These words of our Savior deserve our careful attention, since the greatest magic lies in will, insofar as our will is in unity with the will of the highest. When these two wills fit one another and become one, so to speak, they are etc. 146, on p. 132 she says, "For what could withstand a will that is unified with God's will? Such a will has the power to carry out its purpose everywhere. It is no naked will, devoid of its clothing, of power, rather, it carries in itself an insuperable omnipotence, whereby it can uproot and plant, kill and bring to life, bind and loose, heal and injure, a power collected and concentrated in its entirety in the royal, freeborn will, a power we will come to know after we make ourselves one with the Holy Ghost, or are united as one spirit and being." On p. 133 we must quench or drown altogether the many and manifold wills that arose out of the mixed essence of souls, and lose them in the abysmal depths out of which the virgin will then arise and make its appearance, which has never been something enslaved, belonging to the degenerate human, but is completely free and pure, standing in unity with the omnipotent power, and will unfailingly produce fruits and results like unto itself, from which the burning oil of the Holy Ghost flares up in the magic that casts its sparks. 147. Jacob Boehme, 2, in his explanation of 6 points E under point 125v, speaks of magic absolutely in the sense presented here. Among other things, he says, magic is the mother of the being of all beings, for it makes itself and is understood in desire. True magic is not a being, but the desiring spirit of the being. In sum, magic is action in the spirit of will. 148. As a corroboration, or in any case, as an explanation of the view presented here of the will as the true agent of magic, this may be the place for a strange and fitting anecdote that Campanella repeats in On the Sense of Things and Magica Book 4, ch. 18, following Avicenna. Some women had arranged to go to a pleasure garden. One of them did not come. As a joke, the others took an orange and pierced it with sharp needles, saying, "Thus we pierce the woman who has refused to come with us." Thereupon they threw the orange in a well and went off. They then found that woman in pain because she had the feeling as if she were being pierced by sharp needles since the very hour in which the others had pierced the orange, and thus she was in great pain until the others extracted the needles from the orange while wishing her good health and well-being. B. In his Trip Around the World, edition in 12 degrees, 1812, pt 1, pages 249 ff, Krusenstern provides a very remarkable, exact description of deadly sorcery that the priests of the savages on the island of Nukuhiva practice, allegedly with success, and the procedures of this sorcery are wholly analogous to our sympathetic cures. 149. This description is particularly noteworthy insofar as the matter 126 appears to be just the same here, far removed from all European tradition. This should particularly be compared to what Ben Benson says in Kieser's Archives for Animal Magnetism, Volume 9, pt 1, in the note on pages 128 to 32, about headaches that he himself has conjured up in another by means of a lock of hair. He concludes the note with the following words: "The so-called witch's art, so far as I have been able to find out, consists in nothing other than the preparation and application of harmful magnetic means in connection with an evil influence of the will. This is the loathsome pact with Satan 150. The agreement of all these authors, both with one another and with the convictions that animal magnetism has led to in recent times, and finally also with what could be a result of my speculative theory in this regard, is truly a phenomenon to be carefully considered. This much is certain, that an anticipation of my metaphysics underlies all of the attempts at magic that have been made, be they successful or unsuccessful, as in them the awareness was expressed that the causal law is only the bond of appearance, but the essence in itself of things remains independent from this law, and that, if from this essence, that is, from within, an immediate effect on nature is possible, it could be brought about only through 127 will itself. But even if one wanted, following Bacon's classification, to assert magic as practical metaphysics, then it would be certain that the theoretical metaphysics that could be correctly related to it could be no other than my resolution of the world into will and representation. The cruel zeal with which the Church has at all times persecuted magic, and to which the papist witches' hammer bears terrible witness, seems not merely to be based on the criminal intent often connected to it, nor on the presupposed role of the devil in it, but rather to proceed in part from a dark presentiment and apprehension that magic assigns the original power to its correct source once again, whereas the Church had assigned it to a position outside of nature. 151. This suspicion is corroborated by the hatred of animal magnetism on the part of the highly cautious English clerics. 152. As well as by their active, zealous opposition to table turning, which in any case is harmless, yet against which the clergy in France as well as in Germany continue to cast their anathema for the same reason. 153. A dies diem docet, literally one day teaches another day. B. Agans. I will mention only one very recent work that has the express purpose of proving that the will of the magnetist is actually what is working, Schoekle magnetism. What is magnetism? By E. Gromier, Leon, L. Biotel, 1850. But in 1784 Puisségur already said lorsque vous avez magnétise le malade, votre but état de l'endermer, et vous y avez réussi par le seul acte volant, c'est de même par un autre acte volant que vous le révélez. If one has magnetized the patient, then the purpose was to put him to sleep, and one achieved this simply through one's own act of will, and likewise one again awakens the patient through a new act of will. Puisségur, Magnétisme animal, 2nd ed., 1820, Catechism. Magnétique, pages 150-71. A System de Tellurismus oder Theorisken Magnetismus. Ein Handbuch für Naturforscher und Arzt, System of Tellurism or Animal Magnetism. A Handbook for Natural Scientists and Physicians, Volume 1, Leipzig, Herbig, 1822. B. Annales du Magnétisme Animal. C. L'action du magnétisme dépend de la seule volonté, il est vrai, mais l'homme ayant un fermi extérieur et sensible, tout ce qui est à son usage, tout ce qui doit agir sur lui, doit nécessairement en avoir un, et pour que la volonté agisse, il faut employer un mode d'action. Die Objektitat. Unbewusst. Bewahret aus Jean-Paul's Leben. In 1854 I had the good fortune to see the extraordinary feats of this kind by Mr. Regazzoni of Bergamo near Frankfurt. In these feats the immediate, that is, magical, power of his will over others was unmistakable and astonishing to the greatest degree, and none could remain in doubt of their authenticity, except those to whom nature has completely denied all capacity for comprehending pathological conditions. However, there are such subjects, who must be made lawyers, ministers, merchants, or soldiers, but for heaven's sake not doctors, for the result would be fatal, since in medicine diagnosis is the primary thing. He could put his somnambulist, who was under his influence, into complete catalepsy. In fact, merely through his will, without gestures, he could make her fall backwards as she walked forward and he stood behind her. He could paralyze her, put her in a state of tetanus starkrampf, with dilated pupils, completely insensible, and the unmistakable signs of a completely cataleptic condition. He had a lady from the audience play the piano, and then standing 15 paces behind her, through his will, with gestures, paralysed her so she could not play. Then he put her against a column and charmed her so that she could not move from the spot despite the greatest effort. According to my observation, almost all of his tricks can be explained from the fact that he isolates the brain from the spinal column, either completely, whereby all sensible and motor nerves are paralysed and complete catalepsy occurs, or the paralysis affects only the motor nerves, while sensibility remains, so that the head retains consciousness atop a body apparently dead. Strychnine works in just the same way. It paralyzes only the motor nerves to the point of complete tetanus, leading to death by suffocation, yet it leaves the sensible nerves, hence also the consciousness, undisturbed. Regazzoni does the same through the magical influence of his will. The moment of that isolation is clearly visible through a certain characteristic shuddering in the patient. Concerning Regazzoni's feats and their authenticity, which is undeniable to anyone for whom nature has not closed off all sense for understanding organic nature, I recommend a small French work by Lav Dubourg, Antoine Regazzoni of Bergamo in Frankfurt am Main, Frankfurt, November 1854, 31 pages 8 degrees. In the Journal du Magnétisme, Journal of Magnetism, ed. Dupotet, of August 25, 1856, a review of a work de la catalepsie, Memoire courant en catalepsie, crowned essay, 4 degrees, 1856, Morin, the reviewer, wrote La plupart de caractères qui distinguent la catalepsie peuvent être obtenus artificiellement et sans danger sur les sujets magnétiques, et c'est même la un de exercices les plus ordinaires de séances magnétiques. Most symptoms that constitute catalepsy can be produced artificially and without danger in the magnetized subject, and this is even one of the most common practices in magnetic sessions. Erklärung von 6 Punkten. Krusenstern says, a universal belief in witchcraft, regarded by all islanders as very important, appears to me to have some connection to their religion, for it is only the priests who, according to their claim, have mastery over this magical power, although it is said that some of the people pretend to possess the secret, probably to be able to make themselves frightful and extort gifts. This sorcery, which they call kaha, consists of some means of slowly killing someone against whom they have a grudge, 20 days being the fixed term for this. Here is how they go about this. Whoever wants revenge through magic tries to obtain some of the saliva, urine, or excrement of his enemy. This he mixes with a powder, burying the mixed substance in a bag that has been woven in a special way. The most important secret consists in the art of correctly weaving the bag and in the preparation of the powder. As soon as the bag is buried, the effects show themselves in the one on whom the spell was cast. He becomes sick, more feeble day by day, ultimately completely losing his strength, and after 20 days he certainly dies. However, if he tries to deflect his enemy's revenge, and uses a pig or some other important gift to ransom his life, then he can still be saved, even on the 19th day, and then as the bag is dug up, the attacks of the disease immediately cease. He gradually recovers and in a few days is completely restored. 128 Sinology. Nothing speaks so directly for the high standing of the civilization of China than the almost unbelievable size of its population, which, according to Guzlov's statement, is now estimated at 367 million inhabitants. 154.4. If we wish to compare ages or countries, we will see that on the whole civilization keeps pace with population. The obtrusive eagerness of the 17th and 18th century Jesuit missionaries to teach their own comparatively new religious doctrines to ancient peoples, along with their zealous striving to seek earlier traces of these doctrines in China, prevented them from becoming thoroughly informed about the religious doctrines prevailing there. 129 Therefore Europe did not gain knowledge of the state of religion in China until our times. We know that there is first of all a national worship of nature which is embraced by all and which stems from ancient times, allegedly even from times when fire had not yet been discovered, and so animal sacrifices were offered up raw. To this worship belong the sacrifices that the emperor and great dignitaries publicly offered at set times or after great events. Above all, these sacrifices are devoted to the blue skies and the earth, the former at the winter solstice, the latter at the summer solstice, and after that to all possible natural powers, such as the sea, mountains, rivers, winds, thunder, rain, fire, etc., in each of which there presides a genius for whom there are numerous temples. These are also dedicated to the presiding genius of any province, city, town, street, even a family burial plot, indeed, sometimes a shop. These latter obviously receive only private worship. But besides, public worship is offered to the great, former emperors, the founders of dynasties, as well as heroes, i.e. all those who through teaching or deed had been benefactors of Chinese humanity. These too have temples. Confucius alone has 1,650 of them. Thus there are many small temples all over China. This worship of heroes is connected to private worship, which every respectable family offers to its forebears at the graveside. 155. Besides this general nature and hero worship, and for more dogmatic purposes, there are three religious doctrines in China. First, the doctrine of the Doci, founded by Lizi, an older contemporary of Confucius. It is the doctrine of reason, as the inner world order or inherent principle of all things, the Great One, the lofty gable beam, Teiki, that bears all the rafters and yet stands over them, actually the all-pervading world soul, and the Tao, i.e. the way, namely to salvation, i.e. to redemption from the world and its misery. A description of this teaching was given to us in the year 1842 by Stanislas Julian in the translation of Litsu Dotking, from which we see that the sense and spirit of the doctrine of the Tao completely agrees with that of Buddhism. 130. Nonetheless, this sect now appears to have receded into the background and its teachers, the Doci, to have been scorned. Secondly, we find the wisdom of Confucius, of which scholars and statesmen are especially fond. To judge from the translation, it is a broad, commonplace, and predominantly political and moral philosophy, without the support of metaphysics, and there is something quite specifically dull and tedious about it. Finally, for the great masses of the nation, there is the sublime and loving doctrine of Buddha, whose name, or perhaps title, in China is pronounced Fo or Fa, while in Tartary the victoriously perfect one is called more by his family name, Shakyamuni, but also Burkhanbakshi. Then among the Burmese and in Ceylon he is mostly called Gautama, also Tathagata, but was originally called Prince Siddhartha. 156. This religion, which, for 131 its 157 intrinsic excellence and truth, as well as to its overwhelming number of followers, is to be considered the most distinguished on earth, prevails in the greatest part of Asia and, according to Spence Hardy, the most recent researcher, numbers 369 million faithful. 158. Thus by far more than any other religion. 159. These three religions of China, of which the most widespread, Buddhism, much to its credit, supports itself through its own power without any protection of the state, are far 132 from being hostile towards one another, but coexist peacefully, indeed. Perhaps through reciprocal influence, they are in a certain harmony with one another, so that there is even a proverbial saying that the three teachings are just one. The emperor, as such, professes all three. However, many emperors, down to the most recent time, have been especially devoted to Buddhism, as is evidenced by their profound reverence for the Dalai Lama and even for the Tesca Lama, to whom they give unfailing preeminence. 160. None of these three religions is either monotheistic or polytheistic, and Buddhism at least is also not pantheistic, since Buddha did not regard a world sunk in sin and suffering, whose beings are all subject to death, to be a theophany. Moreover, the word pantheism actually contains a contradiction, indicating a self-defeating concept of which those who understand it seriously have never taken in any other way than as a euphemism, For this reason it never occurred to the clever and acute philosophers of the previous century not to consider Spinoza an atheist just because he calls the world Deus. Rather, the discovery that he is not this was reserved for the comic philosophers of our time who know nothing but words, who pride themselves on this, and who accordingly speak of a cosmism, the clowns. But I would humbly advise that words be allowed to have their meaning, and when something else is meant, use a different word, thus call the world world and God's gods. 161. The Europeans who took the trouble to acquire knowledge of the state of religion in China went about this as is usually the way, and as the Greeks and Romans did earlier in analogous circumstances. 162. First through points of contact with their own indigenous faiths. Now since to their way of thinking the concept of religion is almost identical with, or at least had become so closely connected with that of theism, it was not easy to separate them. Moreover, before there was more accurate information about Asia the quite false opinion was spread in Europe, for the purpose of the argument by agreement of the people see that all peoples 133 of the earth worshipped a single God, or at least a supreme God and creator of the world, which is the same as if the Chinese were made to believe that all the princes of the world paid tribute to their emperor. 163. And since they found themselves in a country where they saw temples, priests, large numbers of monasteries and religious customs in frequent practice, they started from the strong assumption that they had to find theism here, too, although in a very strange form. But once they saw their expectation disappointed and found that there was no concept of such things, that there were even no words to express them, it was natural, given the spirit in which they conducted their inquiries, that their first information about these religions consisted more in what they did not contain than in their positive content, of which, for many reasons, it must have been very difficult for European minds to make much sense, because, example, they had been brought up in optimism, whereas in Asia, in contrast, existence is seen as an evil and the world as a scene of misery in which it would be better not to appear, and because of the essential, decided idealism of Buddhism, as well as Hinduism, a view that is known in Europe as a paradox of certain eccentric philosophers, hardly to be taken seriously, but which in Asia is even incorporated in popular belief, since in Hindustan it is generally accepted as the doctrine of Maya, and in Tibet, the principal seat of the Buddhist Church. It is even presented in an extremely popular way, with a religious comedy being performed on an occasion of great solemnity, in which the Dalai Lama is presented in controversy with the archfiend, the former upholding idealism, the latter realism, saying among other things, what is perceived through the five sources of all cognition, the senses, is no delusion, and what you teach is not true. After a long dispute, the matter is finally decided by casting dice. The realist, i.e., the devil, loses and is chased away to general derision. 164. If these fundamental differences 134 in the whole way of thinking are kept in mind, it is excusable, even natural to find that, as they researched the religions of Asia, the Europeans at first held to a negative standpoint, one actually foreign to the matter, which is why we find numerous remarks referring to the negative, but absolutely not advancing positive knowledge, all of which amount to the fact that monotheism, obviously a decidedly Jewish doctrine, is foreign to the Buddhists and to the Chinese in general. 165 e.g. in Lettres Edifiantes, edition of 1819, volume 8, p. 46, we find, Buddhists, whose opinion on the transmigration of souls has been universally accepted, are accused of atheism, and in Asiatic Researches, volume 6, p. 255, the religion of the Burmese, i.e. Buddhism, shows that they are a people already far removed from the ignorance of savagery, and in all of their actions in life are under the influence of religious opinions, but nevertheless have no knowledge of a supreme being, the creator and sustainer of the world. However, the moral system that their fables recommend is perhaps just as good as any of those that are preached among the religious doctrines prevailing among the human race. And in the same, p. 258, Gautama's, i.e. Buddha's, adherents are, to put it precisely, atheists. And in the same, p. 180, Gautama's sect regards faith in a divine being who created the world as highly irreligious, impious. And in the same, p. 268, Buchanan mentions that the Zaradu, or the high priest of the Buddhists in Ava, Achalai, in an article on his religion that he submitted to a Catholic bishop, counts among the 6 damnable heresies the doctrine that there is a being who created the world and all things in the world and who alone is worthy to be worshipped. In his description of the Burmese Empire, Rome, 1833, p. 81, Sanger Mano reports exactly the same thing, and he concludes his account of the 6 grave heresies with the words, "The last of these impostors taught that there exists a supreme being, the creator of the world and all things 135 in it, and that he alone is worthy of adoration." In his essay on the philosophy of the Hindus, found in the Transactions of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 1, and also printed separately in his Miscellaneous Essays, Colebrook also says, p. 236, the sects of Jain and Buddha are actually atheistic because they do not recognize a creator of the world or a supreme, governing providence. J. J. Schmidt likewise says, in his investigation of the Mongols and Tibetans, p. 180, the system of Buddhism does not know a single, divine being, eternal and without origin, who existed before all time and created everything visible and invisible. This idea is completely foreign to Buddhism. And not the slightest trace of it can be found in Buddhist texts. 166, no less do we see the learned sinologist Morrison in his Chinese Dictionary, Macau, 1815b, and the following years, Volume 1, p. 217, eager to discover any trace of a god in Chinese dogmas and ready to put the most favorable light possible on everything that seems to indicate as much. However, finally he admits that there is clearly nothing of the sort to be found in them. And in the same place, pages 268 ff, on explaining the words thung and sing, i.e., rest and motion, on which the Chinese cosmology is based, he renews this investigation and closes with the words, "Perhaps it is impossible to absolve this system of the accusation of atheism." Still more recently, Upham says in his History and Doctrine of Buddhism, London, 1829, p. 102, Buddhism presents to us a world without a moral ruler, guide, or creator. 167. The German sinologist Neumann also says in his essay, cited more specifically below, pages 10 and 11, in China, in whose language neither Muslims nor Christians found a word to refer to the theological concept of the Godhead, the Chinese language knows absolutely nothing of the words God, soul, spirit, as something independent of matter and governing it at will. This train of thought is so intimately connected with the language that it is impossible without lengthy circumlocution to translate the first verse of Genesis into 136 Chinese in such a way that it is actually Chinese. Sir George Stanton, 1848, has published a book about just this, entitled An Inquiry into the Proper Mode of Rendering the Word God in Translating the Sacred Scriptures into the Chinese Language. 168. With this discussion and these quotations, my intention has been solely to introduce and make more intelligible the highly noteworthy position that it is the purpose of the present chapter to impart, by making present to the reader the standpoint from which those investigations took place and thus explaining their relationship to their subject matter. For when the Europeans researched in China by the method and in the sense mentioned above, with their questions always directed to the supreme principle of all things, the power having dominion over the world, etc., they were often told about what is indicated by the word Tian, English Tihin. Now the closest equivalent to this word is heaven, as Morrison also states in his dictionary. Only it is sufficiently well known that the word is also used figuratively and then receives a metaphysical sense. Already in the Lettres Edifiantes, edition of 1819, volume 11, p. 461, we find this explanation of the point: Hingtian is material and visible heaven, Chintian the spiritual and invisible heaven. Sun Arat 137-2, in his Journey to East India and China says, as the Jesuits disputed with other missionaries whether the word Tian means heaven or God, the Chinese viewed these foreigners as an unruly people and chased them to Macau. In any case, this word first enabled the Europeans to hope they were on the tracks of the long-sought analogy between Chinese metaphysics and their own faith, and investigations of this sort are without a doubt what led to the result that we find imparted in an article entitled Chinese Theory of Creation, in the Asiatic Journal, Volume 22, in 1826. A note about Zhi, also called Zhi, mentioned in this article, that he had lived in the 12th century of our calendar and is the most renowned of all Chinese scholars because he brought together and systematized the collective wisdom of his predecessors. His work is the basis of present Chinese instruction and his authority is of the greatest weight. 169 in the place cited above it also says the following on pages 41 and 42, the word teen would seem to denote the highest of the great or above all what is great on earth, but in practice its vagueness of signification is beyond all comparison greater than that of the term heaven in European languages. Chu Fuzi tells us that heaven has a man, i.e. a sapient being, there to judge and determine crimes, should not by any means be said, nor, on the other hand, must it be affirmed that there is nothing at all to exercise a supreme control over these things. The same author being asked about the heart of heaven, whether it was intelligent or not, answered, it must not be said that the mind of nature is unintelligent, but it does not resemble the cogitations of man. According to one of their authorities, teen is called ruler or sovereign, Chu, from the idea of the supreme control, and another expresses himself thus, had heaven, teen, no designing mind, then it must 138 happen, that the cow might bring forth a horse, and on the peach tree be produced the blossom of the pear. On the other hand, it is said, that the mind of heaven is deducible from what is the will of mankind. By the exclamation mark, the English translator wanted to express his astonishment. I give the text. B. The agreement of this last statement with my theory is so striking and astonishing, that, had this passage not been printed fully 8 years after the appearance of my work, it could well be claimed that I had taken my fundamental idea from it. For as is well known, there are 3 main bulwarks of defense against new thoughts: to pay no heed, to give no credence, and finally to assert that it had already long existed. But the independence of my fundamental thought from this Chinese authority is established by the reasons given, for one would hope it would be believed that I am not familiar with the Chinese language. 139 So I am not in a position to derive thoughts from original Chinese works unknown to others for my own use. On further investigation I have discovered that the passage cited above quite probably, indeed, almost certainly has been taken from Morrison's Chinese Dictionary, where it is to be found under the character Tian. I lack only the opportunity to verify it. 170, Ilgen's Journal for Historical Theology of Volume 7, 1837, contains an article by Newman, The Chinese Philosophy of Nature and Religion, according to the works of Zhi, in which, on p. 60-63, there are passages that obviously have a common source with those cited here from the Asiatic Journal. But they are written with the indecisiveness, so common in Germany, that prevents clear understanding. Moreover, it can be noted that the translator of Zhi has not completely understood his text. However, he is not to be reproached considering the very great difficulty of this language for Europeans and the inadequacy of the aids in learning it. Still, from it we cannot gain the enlightenment we desired. We must, therefore, take solace in the hope that with increasingly unrestricted intercourse with China, some English person will give us more precise and thorough information about the dogma, mentioned above, which has been communicated with such lamentable brevity. 171. According to an official Chinese census report printed in Beijing, which the English found in 1857 when they invaded Canton and the palace of the Chinese governor, China had 396 million inhabitants in 1852, and with steady growth 400 million can now be assumed. The Moniteur de la Flotte reported this at the end of May in 1857. According to the report of the Russian spiritual mission to Beijing, the official count of 1,842 gave China's population at 414,687,000, according to the Revue Germanique. According to the official tables published by the Russian embassy in Beijing, in the year 1849 the population amounted to 415 million, Postzeitung 1858. A Nationalen Naderkultus. For the benefit of those who want to gain closer acquaintance with Buddhism, I will list here those publications from the relevant literature in European languages which, because I own and am familiar with them, I can truly recommend. Some others, for example those by Hodgson and A. Ramusat, I omit on purpose. 1. Dzanglun, Oder der Weise und der Thor, in Tibetan and German, by J. Sock Jakob Schmidt, St. Petersburg, 1843, 2 volumes, 4 degrees, contains in the preface to the first, i.e. Tibetan, volume from pp. XXXI to 38, a very short but excellent summary of the entire teaching, very useful for a first acquaintance with it. Also, the entire book is to be recommended as a part of the Kanshur, canonical books. 2. By the same excellent author, there are several German lectures about Buddhism, held between 1829 and 1832, and later given in the Academy of St. Petersburg, to be found in the relevant volumes of the Proceedings of the Academy. Since they are extremely valuable for knowledge of this religion, it is very desirable that they be printed together and be published in Germany. 3. By the same author, Forskungen im Gebiet der Alteren Religiosen, Politischen, und literarischen Bildungsgeschichte der Völker Mittelasiens, Vorzüglich über die der Tibeter und Mongolen, St. Petersburg, 1824. 4. By the same author, über die Verwandtschaft der Gnostisch-Theosophischen Lehren mit den Religionssystem des Orients, Vorzüglich dem Buddhismus, 1828. 5. By the same author, Geschichte der Ostmongolen und ihres Fürstenhauses Verfass von Sanangsitzen Chungtadske der Ordurs, St. Petersburg, 1829, 4 degrees, very instructive, especially in the explanations and the appendix, which provide lengthy extracts from religious writings, in which many passages clearly present the profound sense of Buddhism and breathe its genuine spirit. 6. 2 essays by Franz Anton Schiffner, in German, in the Mélanges Asiatiques Tiers du Bulletin Historico-Philologique de l'Académie de St. Petersburg, Volume I, 1851. 7. Samuel Turner's Kapitains in Dienstender Ostend. Company Gesandtschaftsreisen den Hof de Teschulama Dirkbuten und ihnen Thiel von Tibet, translated from the English, Hamburg, B. J. Hoffman, at the end of 1801. 8. Jean-Jacques Bockinger, Sur la connexion de la vie contemplative ascetique et monastique chez les Indus et chez les peuples bouddhistes, avec les phénomènes semblables que pressentit l'histoire de l'islamisme et du christianisme, Strasbourg, 1831. 9. In Volume 7 of the Journal Asiatique, 1825, there is an extremely fine biography of the Buddha by Michel-Ange André Deshoteres. 10. Eugene Berneuve, Introduction à l'Histoire du Bouddhisme Indien, Volume 1, 4 degrees, 1844. 11. Recherche Ralpertia Tcher Rol Pa, au développement de Dieu, concernant l'histoire du Bouddha Kyamuni, translated from the Tibetan by Philippe-Edouard Foucault, Paris, 1848, 4 degrees. This is the Lalita Vistara, i.e., Buddha's life, the Gospel of the Buddhists. 12. Foucault Ki, Relation de Royaumes Bouddhiques, translated from the Chinese by Jean-Pierre Abel Ramusat. 1836 4 degrees. 13. Description du Tibet, translated from the Chinese into Russian by Hyacinth Bichaurin and from Russian into French by Heinrich Julius Klaproth Paris, 1831. 14. Heinrich Julius Klaproth, Fragments Bouddhiques, off-print from the Nouveau Journal Asiatique, March 1831. 15. Friedrich Spiegel, Kamavakya, Liber de Officia Sacerdotum Buddhicarum, edited and translated into Latin Königsberg, 1841. 16. By the same author, Anecdota Pallica, Leipzig, Wilhelm Engelmann, 1845. 17. Damopida, ed. and translated into Latin by Vigo Michael Fosbol, 18, Asiatic Researches, Volume 6. Francis Buchanan Hamilton, On the Religion of the Burmas, and Volume 20, Calcutta, 1839, p. 2, contains 3 very important essays by Xo Makorosi, which contain analyses of books of the Kanjur. 19. Pater Vincentius Sanger Mano, A Description of the Burmese Empire translated by William Tandy, London, John Murray and Parbury, Allen and Co. Rome, 1833. 20. George Turneur, The First 20 Chapters of the Mahawansa. Ceylon Kata Church Mission Press, 1836. 21. Edward Upham, The Mahavansi, Rajaratnakari and Rajavala, 3 volumes, 1833. 22. The same authors The History and Doctrine of Buddhism London, 1829, folio. 23. Robert Spence Hardy, Eastern Monachism London, Partridge and Oakey, 1850. 24. The same author's Manual of Buddhism London, Partridge and Oakey, 1853. These 2 excellent books, written by their author after he stayed for 20 years in Ceylon and received verbal instruction from priests, have given me more insight into the inner meaning of Buddhist doctrine than any others. They deserve to be translated into German, but not abbreviated, because the best could easily be omitted. 25. Lebensbeschreibung des Buddha S. Shakyamuni from the Chinese bio. Palatji Petriwanowicz Kafaro, in the Archive für Wissenschaftliche Kunde von Russland, edited by Adolf Ehrman, Volume 15, p. 1, 1856. 26. Karl F. Friedrich Köppen, Die Religion des Buddha und ihre Entstehung, 1859, a complete collection on Buddhism, containing everything essential to the subject, having been compiled with great assiduousness and with understanding and insight from all the works mentioned here and from many others as well. 140. Reference to ethics. For reasons given at the beginning, corroborations of the remaining parts of my theory are excluded from the present task. However, in the conclusion, I may be permitted a rather general reference to ethics. Since long ago all peoples have recognized that the world, apart from its physical meaning, also has a moral one. Yet everywhere the matter has only come to a vague consciousness, which, as it sought expression, clothed itself in all sorts of images and myths. These are religions. For their part, philosophers have at all times taken the trouble to achieve a clear understanding of the matter, and all of their systems, with the exception of the strictly materialistic ones, agree, despite all their other differences, that what is most important, indeed, what alone is essential in all of existence, that on which everything depends, the actual meaning, the turning point, the point of it all, if I may say so, lies in the morality of human action. C. But concerning the sense of this, concerning the ways and means, concerning the possibility of the matter, they are all greatly at variance and face a dark abyss. From this it follows that moral preaching is easy, moral grounding difficult. Precisely because this point is established through conscience, it becomes the touchstone of systems, since it is justly demanded of metaphysics that it be the support of 141 ethics, and now the difficult problem arises of demonstrating, contrary to all experience, that the physical order of things is dependent on a moral order, of discovering a connection between a force, effective according to eternal natural laws. A force that imparts stability to the world and morality in the human breast. Thus here even the best are frustrated. Spinoza now and then tacks a doctrine of virtue onto his fatalistic pantheism by means of sophisms, but more often than not he leaves morality completely in the lurch. After theoretical reason is at an end, Kant has his categorical imperative, cobbled together out of mere concepts, appear as deus ex machina with an absolute ought, the mistake of which became quite clear when Fichte, who always took overbidding for outdoing, spun the same imperative into a complete system of moral fatalism with Christian Wolffian prolixity and tediousness in his system of moral philosophy, and then presented it more briefly in his last pamphlet, The Science of Knowledge in General Outline, 1810. B172. Now from this point of view, a system that puts the reality of all existence and the root of all of nature in will, and in this shows the heart of the world, undeniably has at least a strong prejudice in its favor. For by a direct and simple path it reaches, indeed already holds in its hand before it proceeds to ethics, that which others first seek to reach by long, circuitous, and doubtful paths. In truth, it is never to be reached except by means of the insight that the power that drives and operates in nature, which presents this intuitive world to our intellect, is identical with will in us. The only metaphysics that is actually and immediately the support of ethics is the one that is originally ethical and already constructed out of the material of ethics, will, which is why I have much greater right than Spinoza to call my metaphysics ethics. For in Spinoza's case this title appears almost to be ironic, and one could maintain that it bears the name as the Latin lucus bears its name, a non-lucendity, since he could only tack morals by means of sophisms onto a system from which it would never consistently result, and 142 mostly he denies it directly with shocking audacity, e.g. Ethics 4, Proposition 37, Scholium 2.173, generally. I can boldly assert that a philosophical system was never so completely cut out of one piece as mine, without seams and patches. As I have said in the preface to it, it is the unfolding of a single thought, which once again confirms the old whoever expresses the truth, expresses it simply. F174, then it is still to be taken into consideration that freedom and responsibility, these two fundamental pillars of all ethics, can indeed be asserted in words, but certainly cannot be thought without presupposing the aseity of will. Whoever would dispute this, has first either to topple the axiom that the scholastics already propounded, operare sequitur essia, i.e. from the nature of each being follow its actions, or to demonstrate as false the corollary from this axiom, unde esse inde operare. B responsibility has freedom as its condition, but freedom has originality. C since I will as I am, thus I must be as I will. 175 This aseity of will is the first condition of a seriously thought out ethics, and Spinoza says correctly, that thing is called free, which exists solely by the necessity of its own nature, and of which the action is determined by itself alone. Ethics I, Definition 7. To connect dependence regarding being and essence with freedom regarding action is a contradiction. If Prometheus were to call his poor creatures to account for their actions, they would quite correctly answer, we could only act as we were, for our work flows from our nature. If our actions were bad, then it lies in our nature, it is your work, punish yourself. 176 It is not different in the case of the indestructibility of our true being through death, which cannot be seriously conceived without thinking of the aseity of our true being, just as it can hardly be conceived without a fundamental separation of will from intellect. The latter point is a part of my philosophy, but Aristotle had already thoroughly proved the former, on the heavens, I, 12, since he showed in detail that only that which does not arise can be imperishable, and the two concepts condition one another. These 143 follow from one another, that which is without origin is imperishable, and that which is imperishable is without origin, for originating and perishing follow from one another. If there is something which originated, it must be perishable. Thus it has been understood among all the ancient philosophers who taught the immortality of the soul, and it did not occur to any of them to want to attribute endless duration to a being that had in any way originated. The controversy in the Church over pre-existence, creation, and traditionism gives evidence of the embarrassment to which the opposite assumption leads. 177. Furthermore, a point closely related to ethics is the optimism of all philosophical systems, which none can lack since it is obligatory, for the world wants to hear that it is praiseworthy and excellent, and philosophers want to please the world. It is different with me. I have seen what pleases the world, and I will not deviate a single step from the path of truth to please it. Thus on this point, too, my system differs from all the others and stands alone. But after all of them have completed their demonstrations and have sung their song of the best world, there finally arrives behind the system, as a tardy avenger of this injustice, like a spirit from the grave, like the stony guest to Don Juan, the question of the origin of evil, of the monstrous, nameless evil, of the horrible, heart-rending misery in the world, and to settle such a costly account they become dumb or have nothing but words, empty, sonorous words. In contrast, if the existence of evil is already woven together with that of the world in the foundation of a system, then it need not fear the spectre, just as a vaccinated child need not fear smallpox. But this is the case if freedom is placed in the being instead of the acting be, and then from freedom proceed wickedness, evil, and the world. 178, but moreover it is reasonable that I, as a man in earnest, be permitted to speak only of things that I actually know, and only to use words to which I attach a quite definite sense, since only such meaning can be communicated to others with 144 certainty, and Vaughan argues is quite correct in saying clarity is the good faith of philosophers. C. 179. Thus if I say will to life, then it is no mere being in thought, no hypothesis formulated by myself alone, and no word of uncertain, vacillating meaning. Rather, whoever asks me what this is, I refer him to his own inner being, where he discovers it complete, indeed, in colossal dimensions, as a genuine most real being. Accordingly, I have not explained the world from what is unfamiliar, but from the most familiar thing there is. From that which is familiar to us in a completely different way from everything else. 180, finally concerning the paradox with which the ascetic results of my ethics has been reproached, results which even Jean-Paul, who is otherwise so favorably inclined to me, took offense at, and by which even Mr. Ratza, who did not know that against me only the method of secrecy is applicable, was prompted to write a well-intentioned book against me in 1820, and which have since become the standing theme of censure against my philosophy. I ask the reader to consider that such a result could only be called a paradox in this northwestern corner of the old continent, indeed even here only in Protestant countries. Conversely, over the whole of Asia, everywhere where detestable Islam has not yet driven out the ancient, profound religions of humanity with fire and sword, my ascetic results would have to fear the reproach of being trivial. For this reason, I console myself that in connection with the Upanishad of the Holy Vedas, as also with the world religion of Buddha, my ethics is completely orthodox. Indeed, it is even not in contradiction with ancient, genuine Christianity. But I am armored against all other charges of heresy, and I have 3 layers of steel breastplate. 181. 145. Conclusion. The surely striking corroborations of my theory enumerated in this treatise that have been provided by the empirical sciences since its appearance, but independently of it, are without a doubt joined by still many others that have not come to my knowledge. For how small is the portion of the literature of the natural sciences, carried on so actively in all languages, that the individual has sufficient time, opportunity, and patience to become familiar with. But what has been communicated here already gives me the assurance that the time of my philosophy is ripening, and with heartening joy I see how, over the course of years, the empirical sciences gradually appear as unquestionable witnesses for a theory about which the philosophers by profession, some of them naively give themselves this characteristic name, and even that of the philosophical trade. 182, have for 17 years observed a politica and inviolable silence, having left it to Jean-Paul 183, who is uninitiated in their politics, to speak about it. For it may have seemed risky to praise my philosophy, but upon more careful consideration, not all that safe to censure it, and it might have appeared unnecessary to make the public, which is not of the profession and trade, realize 146 that one could seriously philosophize without being either unintelligible or boring. Thus, why should they have to compromise themselves with it, since certainly no one betrays himself by silence, and the preferred method of secrecy was at hand, as the approved means against the meritorious, and just enough was agreed upon that under the circumstances of that time my philosophy did not properly qualify to be taught from the lectern, which was after all the true and ultimate purpose of all philosophy, according to their heartfelt opinion. All this was so much and so certain, that if the stark naked truth came down from lofty Olympus, yet whatever she brought were found not to be consistent with the requirements called for by the circumstances of the time or with the purposes of high-ranking superiors, the gentlemen of the profession and the trade would waste no time with this indecent nymph, but would hurry her back to her Olympus with their compliments, then put 3 fingers on their lips and return undisturbed to their compendia. For of course, whoever courts this naked beauty, this alluring siren, this bride without dowry, must renounce the good fortune of being a state and university philosopher. He will become, if he is lucky, an Attic philosopher. But instead of an audience of profit-driven career-seeking students he will have one consisting of rare, select thinkers who are sparsely scattered among the numberless masses, appearing singly in the course of time almost as freaks of nature. And in the distance, a grateful posterity beckons. But people must have no sense of how beautiful, how lovely is truth, what joy lies in following her scent, what ecstasy lies in enjoying her, if they can imagine that those who have looked on her countenance could desert her, deny her, or disfigure her for the sake of their prostituted approval, their offices, their money, or even their titles of privy councillor. One would sooner grind lenses, as did Spinoza, or draw water, as did Cleanthes. Thus they may take it as far as they want, truth will not become different to please the trade. Actually serious philosophy has outgrown the universities, where the sciences are placed under the guardianship of the state. 184-147 Perhaps, however, it will come to be that philosophy will be counted among the occult sciences, while the spurious kind of philosophy, that handmaid of theology of the universities, that inferior duplicate of scholasticism, whose supreme criterion is the philosophical truth of the national catechism, echoes more loudly in the lecture halls. You, that way, we this way. See, Shakespeare, Love's Labour's Lost, The End. Finishing school to the aesthetic preparatory school, the preceding refers to 1835, the time of the first edition of this essay. Jean-Paul, Klein Butcherska. Gesammelt worden und Rezensionen, nebst einer kleinen Nachschule zur Ästhetischen Vorschule, short book reviews, collected prefaces and reviews, including a little finishing school to the aesthetic preparatory school, Breslau, Joseph Max and Company, 1825 pages 197 to 204. A Statskluges. A Hofrat or Hofratin was a much sought-after honorary title, such as was afforded Schopenhauer's mother, Johanna B. Ancilla Theologia. C. Schopenhauer provides a German translation of the concluding line from Act V, Scene 2.